if you're watching on Shorts or Patreon signups, if you are getting yourself a sub on Twitch to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour at the top of the hour, including this hour in 25 minutes from now. And that also goes for guest subs too, right? I will add the amount of your donation to the topic of your choice. And more importantly, I'll add that amount to the dono goal, because if we get to 100% by the time that we're done with this stream, you get bonus content, right? And sometimes that bonus content ends up being the funniest thing I cover. Sometimes it ends up being like the best, even though I'm really tired when I do it, right? I think I've seen a couple times where I've put out pretty good videos from that. So yeah, like we'll only get to that though if we hit the dono goal, which is 100. It's at 0 right now, so you know, not the most auspicious start in the world, but we've got some time. We've got some Trump to get through, and we've definitely got a lot of West Side Tyler and President Sunday to go through. So I will waylay us no longer. Let's get to this the Trump tent. It means I have to press buttons, which include this button, this button, and this button. Am I in the pocket? No, I'm not in the pocket. I'm trying to get in the pocket here, chat. We got to be in the pocket. We're in the pocket of Big Waluigi. Oh my god, let me let my cat out too. Why not?
Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here. Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression.
Is he loud enough?
The 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing, took many. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your being here.
So, like, yeah, right from the very start, something's off. Something's off with this guy. This is not the Trump that we all know and love. Right? Because we all love Trump here, right? Right? YouTube Shorts. No, usually if there's Trump love in the chat, it comes from YouTube Shorts. I'm just teasing you. But yeah, already he looks rattled. He looks shaken. He looks old. And I'm not just saying that because he's the oldest candidate ever to run for president, all right, which he is at this point, right? Now we can say that. Now that Joe Biden's out of the race, this is the oldest guy to ever run for president, right? I'm not just saying that because of that. I'm saying that he looks older than he did, I don't know, at the RNC. He's falling apart.
Just a statement before I talk about debates. I think that our country is right now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint. Both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries.
Oh my God. Like, look, he's trying to link these ideas together. And the gang thing, like, what is he even talking about? Look, I know he's been talking about crime. And I mean, in terms of crime, yeah, is there crime? Yeah. Are there gangs? Yeah. But not any more than usual. In fact, less, right? Crime is at a historic low. It spiked, you know, during the lockdowns, but it's come back down to pretty much pre-lockdown levels. So, but now he's like, there's gangs. I mean, like in his first campaign, he was talking about MS-13 a lot. So, you know, he may be trying to recapture some of that faded glory, but there's just not a connection between gangs, you know, like the street gangs, like the violent hoodlums of the street gangs. Have you ever seen the Warriors? Yeah, you know, The gangs, they like sometimes they dress up like baseball players and carry around bats. Other times they are on roller skates. We got the gangs, folks. We got the gangs. And also gangs outside of the country in the form of other countries, which are kind of like gangs. They're gangs, folks. They're gonna... Oh my god, look, I feel like if you're gonna do a gang, you gotta have a theme. You gotta be like the Warriors. You gotta have a theme for your gang. Like, you could be like the hot air balloon gang, where you all get in hot air balloons and you descend on your enemies. I don't know, chat. That wouldn't be a very effective. Maybe you drop stuff from hot air balloons. That'd be a good gang. The golfers, yeah, the golfers. You go like 4 and you hit the ball into them. Anyway, he could be the lead. Yeah, he would be the leader of the golfers gang. That's right. That's right. But yeah, you know, he's not making bro's not really making sense. And look, he never makes sense, but this is worse somehow. This is worse than normal. Anyway.
And we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time
I've ever
seen for our country. With that being said,
the irony of this is that world leaders did literally laugh in this guy's face, right? Yeah, no, we were laughed at when you were president, because you were president, because you're not a leader, you're a goddamn reality host, and you're a clown, you're a cow, you are a lol cow, you are the world's first lol cow president. You are a highly documented individual, Donald Trump. And the world did in fact laugh at us when you were president. So I don't know. I don't know. He's the president of irony, the irony president.
We have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given...
Is it? Because you seem pretty broken up about this, specifically about this. You seem pretty broken up about the fact that you have to run against Kamala Harris instead of Joe Biden.
Given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because...
You shouldn't say this stuff out loud. We're getting too much of his internal dialogue. Yeah, I know you want to run against Sleepy Joe, okay? We know that. We know that. You don't have to say that. You don't have to firm it up. You're actually making things worse for you.
Because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to...
What are you trying to say, bro? He's got positions that it's just not possible. These positions, folks, they're straight out of the Kama Sutra. I've never seen anything like this. He's got positions, folks. He's got this thing called the reverse cowgirl, where the woman, no, come on.
Believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the...
Yo, he does sound like he's talking about Kama Sutra positions, doesn't he? He does sound like he's talking about positions, right? He's got positions, the things that he gets up to with his wife, folks. Stuff like you've never seen before. I'm a missionary man myself.
Transgender,
maybe a little doggy style as variety, but nothing too crazy, folks. Nothing too crazy. No Kama Sutra positions from me and Melania.
World heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with say.
Wait. I'm sorry. Did we miss the transgender world? Shouts out to transgender world. Okay.
Man,
my favorite theme park.
That is, he's got things done that he's
got that. You sound like he's talking. Is he getting a face tattoo? What do you mean he's got things done? What is bro talking about?
Positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist.
He's the one talking about positions, Stoney.
He's going for things.
Positions that it's not possible to exist. What am I supposed to do with that, Stoney? What would you do with that if you were the streamer?
That nobody's ever even heard of.
No one's ever heard of these positions. These are crazy positions. I never knew this about Walls. I never knew this. He's got this one position called balls to the walls.
Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds.
He is trying to connect this to something. This is Donald Trump, like, coughing up the pieces of his broken libido, okay? This is a man who's just been electorally emasculated. Let's just put it that way, by Kamala.
Having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls.
He doesn't want to have safe words.
He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, communist invading radicals.
Prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she's not. She couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar, 100%.
She was the border czar. God damn it! Don't let anybody tell you that she's not the border czar. She was the border czar. Okay, I saw it. I saw her put on that czar's hat. By the way, isn't it a czar? Isn't there like a different czaress? It's a czaress, right? If you're really gonna go with the Russian thing, then you got to call her a czaress, like Catherine the Great. Safe words, right? No safe words with Walls. He's just balls to the walls.
And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore. Like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media, because
well, this is the thing, right? The media does talk about when somebody gets appointed to a task by a president, the media does call them a czar of whatever, but it's not like an official position. There is no border czar. There is no anything czar, right? There's nobody's putting on their resume from work that they've done in the White House. I was the czar of XYZ, right? That is just something that you call like the point person on the issue. And in terms of what did Kamala do regarding the border, it was diplomacy with nations that are the source of a lot of the immigration, right? So she was talking to other world leaders. She doesn't need to be on the border. That's not actually helpful. I don't know what you think. Do you think that the ICE or the Border Patrol, they get like a +5 to their morale from having the vice president down there within 20 feet? Like, what do you think happens? Why does Kamala need to be on the border in order to be effective in terms of dealing with the policy questions? It makes a lot more sense to me for her to be dealing with the nations in question rather than to be dealing with, to just like a photo op. This guy's the king of the fucking photo op, remember? This guy almost got murked by a fellow Republican. And the first thing that he does is he farms clips. He farms fucking clips like he was FaZe Clan. And yes, I am ripping off Hassan there. He pumps his fist. He puts his Secret Service in danger. He puts himself in danger. So because she's not down there on the border doing the photo ops, being like, yeah, I'm Kamala. I'm really tough. I'm taking care of the border. Look at me here on the border. Giving all the units, giving all the Border Patrol units a +5 to their morale by being within proximity of them. No, she's not. She's actually doing real policy. And Trump, you could stand to benefit from that. So you bitch about immigration this whole time, right? Where does the immigration come from? Where does the more recent immigration come from? Well, I'll give you the names of 2 countries, right? Venezuela.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And Honduras, right? So when we talk about the U.S. foreign policy as it regards Venezuela, Donald Trump is somebody that unsuccessfully tried to coup the Venezuelan government. And then when that didn't work, he put sanctions on them. So what is going to happen, chat? Just go with me. The thought experiment here. Thought experiment, right? You put punitive sanctions on a small country. What's going to happen to their economy? Is it going to be good? Is it going to be beneficial? Are sanctions a good thing, or is it maybe a bad thing? It's obviously a bad thing, right? And then when that happens, the country's economy, it doesn't do so well, right? So what is that going to do for something like immigration? What I'm trying to tell you is what the news media will not tell you. And it's that this guy created and fueled the immigration crisis that he now bitches about, which is everything to do with our foreign policy, which is everything to do with conditions in other countries, and very little to do with this notion of a hermetically sealed wall, with this notion of turning maps, which I don't know if you know this, chat, but maps are just maps. You draw a line somewhere, but that's just a line, right? Nature does not respect a line on a map, right? And the spending that he wants to do is performative. It's frankly performative, right? If you want to, if you know, you got an issue with immigration, all right, first thing you could do is make a path to immigration so more people can immigrate legally, so that there won't be as much of an issue with people needing to be undocumented. And now they don't want to do this, chat, because the dirty little secret about America is that American corporations benefit from undocumented labor, and they exploit undocumented labor, and they depress wages with undocumented labor, right? But they don't want to make a pathway to citizenship. They don't want to do, he wants the crisis. Remember, he had a chance to look, literally Joe Biden had just like completely caved to him and was like, all right, Donald, we'll go with your plan, right? You know, the plan that the Republicans are trying to pass in Congress that they think is going to be rejected in the Senate. And if not, it's going to definitely be vetoed by the president. I've cleared the way for you. I've talked to the senators. Donald, we're going to pass your plan. Now, it's a bad plan. It's a terrible plan. That was a craven thing for Joe Biden to do. In a lot of ways, that's Joe Biden undercutting, you know, his own like campaign promises from 2016 in order to try to benefit himself politically. And I don't think it even works for benefiting him politically, because chat, who do you associate with being anti-immigrant? If you hate immigrants, if you're a racist xenophobe frothing at the mouth and you're like, it's immigrants, every problem is immigrants, right? You're going to vote for this guy. You're going to vote for this guy, right? So it's not even a good, it's not even a good plan on a pragmatic level. But Biden did it. And what did Trump say? He said, whoa, put the brakes on that shit. Put the brakes on that shit. You know that thing that we were about to pass in the House to performatively say, we are against immigration and you are for immigration, Joe Biden? Yeah, don't do that, because I need to run on that shit. I need this problem to still be a problem. This is the kind of politician that Donald Trump is. And there's people playing politics on both sides. I just pointed out, you know, a disingenuous tactic of Joe Biden in terms of caving to this guy. But there's your immigration. There's your immigration policy as it actually is. Now, you don't fucking hear this because the media thinks that you're not smart enough to understand the nuance that United States foreign policy actually affects the levels of immigration. And there's more to this than just like, do we have a wall? Like, they make you think when you listen to Trump that like a wall is like a natural thing. Well, most countries have a border. You got to have a border. You don't have a border. You don't have a country. No. Most countries have a very porous border, and there's a lot of back and forth, right? And it's more expensive to build a hermetically sealed wall than it is to use your policy, use your diplomacy. Maybe don't put punitive sanctions on Venezuela. Maybe don't try to coup the country, right? They're dealing with a lot of shit, but in general, and they have not had, you know, good governance there, right? But in general, like a outside force, especially the United States of America, which I don't know if you know this, but in Latin America, the U.S. does not have a good reputation. The U.S. has screwed with a bunch of people in some pretty bad ways, right? So when you come into the U.S. and you're like, oh yeah, let's take this leader out, you're actually helping that leader. You're making people want to support that leader. So again, failed diplomacy, failed foreign policy, and a failed immigration strategy, a failure of legislation, a failure of policy. That's what leads to this quote unquote crisis. That and a lack of enough, judges on the border to be able to decide these asylum cases quickly. That's what leads to the issue with asylum seekers. Again, this is a problem with policy, but the media does not think that you're smart enough to understand that. The media thinks that you're just going to be like immigrant bad. The media thinks that you are putty in Trump's hand, and so they're not going to try to explain it to you in any deeper way. And then we end up with this, polarized, politics where one side is blaming immigrants for anything and everything, and the other side is just caving to them. That's what's broken about the United States government, right? It's broken. There's not a real effort to fix this problem. There's not a real effort to deal with what's going on in the world, what makes people want to immigrate in the first place, right? Because if you've got a huge wave of immigration, that tells you there's a problem in that country. And you should probably deal with this. And as the largest, most influential hegemonic power on, in this hemisphere, the United States can do a lot towards dealing with that. But yeah, it doesn't get done. It doesn't get done when when the issues don't even get explained to people.
Up here, but now there are freaking
more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning.
Stock market didn't crash.
That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And
the Fed should have cut rates, and the economy's not as strong as it should be. But it didn't crash. Fortunately,
we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time.
Oh my God! No, I heard some people earlier talking about coping and seething. I'm assuming that you're talking about Donald Trump here, and I'm assuming that you're talking about stuff like this, right? He's got, I think, 2 good polls. Out of all the polls that are being taken in the country, there are 2 polls that are outliers in that they make it look like he's still winning. One of them is Rasmussen. I can't remember the other one, right? But can you guess which polls Trump is talking about? Can you guess which polls Trump believes? He's coping and seething so hard here. He is losing to the Democrat for the first time in like a year, right? He's had a pretty good run so far, running against Sleepy Joe. And now that Sleepy Joe is not an issue, and he is now the oldest president or oldest candidate to run for president, right? Things have turned. Things have turned. Things have turned in terms of the general election, in terms of polls. Now, putting Kamala ahead of him. Things have turned around in swing states in terms of the polls there, giving Kamala the lead. And things have also turned in terms of the betting markets, which are people that ostensibly, they're betting. They're betting. They're placing money. They're placing bets on who's going to win. And now most of those bets are going towards Kamala. And this guy is not dealing with this shit very well. He is not dealing. The reality check that he had written out has finally bounced. And he is not dealing with the ramifications of that very well. Anyway, let's go on.
Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today.
Yo, I love it when you got to go to Rasmussen. You got to go to the most biased in favor of a Republican poll, like a literal Republican pollster, right? And you're like, yo, but Rasmussen though, oh my God, more like Cope-Mussen.
We're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess MS,
because it was so
NBC came
here,
out,
but now there are
CNBC came out also with a poll that was has us leading, and leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible culture that is developing, a culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what.
No comment sense, did you say? Did I just get a shout out there? Jim Buckley. Wait, that's right. This is a, well, no, I don't know. Propaganda at its finest? I don't think he's doing a good job. Look, there's one mark that you will never beat, okay? Hustlers of the world. Hustlers of the world. There's one mark that you will never beat, and that is the mark within. He's trying to fool himself. He's trying to trick himself. He's trying to cope by finding Rasmussen and whatever poll still has him ahead, when most of the polls and frankly the momentum is going the exact opposite way. He's had a pretty good run of it, okay? Considering that this guy lost an election. People don't usually come back from that. People don't usually come back from losing an election. But I guess he never admitted that he lost the election, and his most faithful out there, they think that it was rigged. It was all rigged. So, you know, maybe it's not it's a moral victory of sorts. So he can come back for another bite at the apple. And he was doing pretty good running against Sleepy Joe, running against a fucking cadaver. He was doing pretty good. But now that he's running against a living human being, oh, how the tables have turned.
Anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration.
Ted Stryker says I should give William S. Burroughs attribution for that. Hey, I didn't know there was anybody out there who cared. That warms my heart, Ted. Next, we'll talk about Spare Ass Annie.
Million people, and it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are...
They call them the gotaways. Who the fuck... Who says this? They call them the gotaways, folks. They got away. The ones that got away, they got away, they got away.
Numbers, somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are. But they're much higher than you would think. Just like far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report.
But I gotta ask, right? So, just so you understand, like, how delicious my clickbait title is that brought you in here.
But now there are freaking
to get your first taste of free air, since you have been breathing from the rectum of one Donald John Trump.
Freaking communist invading radicals.
Right? Will Trump pull out of this race? Probably not.
It was so peaceful up here.
Yo, how many is that in a row? That's so much. That's many communist invading radicals coming into my chat here. But yeah, this is look, so we've had a race, all right? We've had a race between Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Donald Trump was winning that. People did not want to vote for a cadaver. People were sick of a rerun of 2020. And people were sick of the fact that we're always voting for like the oldest dude in the room. It's always like the oldest person that you're wondering, like, you know, is he even okay? Right? So Joe Biden finally challenges him to a debate, loses it, exposes himself as being unable to communicate. And that's a pretty low bar, right? You got to be able to communicate if you're going to run for president. That's not even to say to win the race, but to run for president, to do the job, to be able to have a chance of winning the race, you got to be able to communicate. Joe Biden could not communicate. Joe Biden confused Medicare and COVID and said, we finally defeated Medicare, right? I mean, this guy, you know, has his own special nature, talking about the late, great Hannibal Lecter and talking about sharks and stuff like that, right? But Joe Biden, you couldn't even understand, like, you know, as Donald Trump himself said, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't think he knows what he's saying. And he was right. He was right. So, you know, with some pressure, Joe Biden got out of the race. And that candidate was replaced with his vice president, Kamala Harris. And the Democrats are much happier with Kamala Harris running instead of Joe Biden for a number of reasons, which we won't get into right now. So what I'm saying, chat, is that you had two old men running for president, Nobody wanted this matchup again. Nobody wants Trump versus Biden, right? The Democrats pull Biden and now they're winning. So what's going to happen next? What is the other shoe to fall? And I would say that if the Republicans were smart, they'd be putting pressure on Donald Trump to drop out, right? Donald Trump does not seem to have a chance of beating Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is, you know, he's spiraling. He's barely able to communicate, right? He's coping and seething on national television. He's actually going on for a press conference that instead of helping his candidacy is hurting his candidacy. So in light of that, wouldn't the smart thing for the Republicans to do would be to take him out and put in, I don't know, Vivek Ramaswamy, put in Glenn Youngkin? I swear to God, as bad as he is, even DeSanctimonious, I think, would have a better chance than Trump has got. Trump is hurting himself at this very moment with this very press conference, right? This is like I talked about Biden's terrible debate and how even if he stayed in the race, even if people move on from the debate, right? These clips are going to haunt Joe Biden. They're going to be out there. People are going to be talking. People are going to be quoting. People are going to be replaying the clips. The clips already exist, right? There's nothing Biden can do to say, I'm not really like that, Jack. I'm very cogent and sharp of mind. He can't say that because he's not. Even if he, you know, goes to other events, goes to other, you know, debates, shows up at the convention, and he looks like not that bad, right? We've still seen Joe Biden at his worst. In this press conference, chat, we see Donald Trump at his worst. And my question is, what are Republicans going to do about that? Because just like the clips from the debate would follow Joe Biden all the way into November, should he have stayed in the race, right? Clips from this press conference, this fucking disaster, this meltdown that he's having on live television are going to follow him. But again, I don't want Donald Trump to win. I don't want the Republicans to win. So, you know, if you want to keep him, keep him. Keep him. I can just explain to you what happened on the Democratic side and how much better things are going now than they were under Joe Biden. And you can take that for what it's worth, right? Joe Rogan doesn't want this guy. Nobody wants this guy.
Just like the October 7th would have never happened, Russia would.
Again, October 7th might not have happened had you not sent your fail son.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Your fail son-in-law Jared Kushner down to do the negotiations. That's the weirdest thing in the world.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Dude has zero experience in diplomacy, and you send him because he's your son-in-law?
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Damn, my channel's blowing up here. Anyway, chat, this is the number goes up. Numbers go up. Yo, numbers still going up. Cope and seethe, Trumpies. Cope and seethe. Those are subs, by the way. Those are subs. Deal with it. Yo!
But now there are freaking communist invading.
I can't even talk because my channel's blowing up too loud. That's gotta feel so weird to come in here.
Freaking communist invading radicals.
Like type Trump in all caps and just see like 10 subs in a row go off on my channel. And realize you don't have a fucking chance. Trump is over. Trump is gone. Trump is done.
Would have never.
Trump is cooked.
Hit Ukraine had the election.
Yeah, no, sorry. Let's go back to Israel. All right. October 7th never would have happened. Yeah, if you didn't do diplomacy that cuts the Palestinians out of their own negotiations, if you didn't send Jared Kushner down there to negotiate the Abraham Accords, then very likely October 7th may not have happened.
Result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have
Citation motherfucking needed. Citation fucking needed.
never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened. But now you have millions and millions of dead people. And you have people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't do anything. And they're living horribly in our country.
Without bacon. They're living a bacon-free existence, chat.
Right now.
Oh my God, are you serious? People aren't going to get stomach cancer because they can't get bacon? Or could you be fucking lying and there's people in my chat right now eating bacon, probably. How many people do we have? 800 and... Well, wow, okay then. Okay then, 830. One in chat if you're eating bacon right now. We got any bacon gang? Bacon gang.
With all of that,
bacon gang, sound off.
Have debates, and we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with
Baconators.
ABC on September 25th.
We got bacon in chat. We got bacon.
And those
Donald, they're eating bacon. They're eating bacon and they're laughing at you.
networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed. Other than some fairly minor details, audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily. I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not.
I'm bacon. Am I crunchy?
Agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't
Make bacon greasy again.
do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental...
Oh no, are we going to get the late great Hannibal Lecter here? Oh no, we're not going to... I don't think we get the Hannibal Lecter, but we do get the asylum thing. So chat, I want to explain you something about Donald Trump, all right? He's clever. He's a good reality star. He's a celebrity. He's been a celebrity like all of his life. He knows how to play things. You know, he would get into the National Enquirer, which is supposed to be a gossip rag. You're supposed to kind of like not want to be in there. But he had friends at the National Enquirer, so they'd be like, look at Donald Trump with all these beautiful women. Damn, they all look young as fuck. They let you get away with it if you're rich, folks. They let you get away with it, right? So, you know, he's played the media all his fucking life, right? So I'm not trying to take that away from him, all right? I will not take that away from him. But I will say that this guy... How should I explain this? How can I explain this without being ableist? His mind doesn't grasp some of the things that you and I might take for granted. For instance, we know the difference between asylum that somebody seeks when they're living in a country that's dangerous, right? A country with huge problems, right? And they go to another country and they petition for asylum. We know that that's different than, let's say, a mental asylum, right? Which, if you've ever seen old movies like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, right? It's a, you know, very restrictive, involuntary mental facility. It's what we're talking about, right? I think most of these got shut down like in the 80s, but I mean, there's still something like that. There's still like involuntary, you know, commitment can happen, but anyway, Trump doesn't get it. Trump hears asylum and he's like, oh, an asylum. You mean like the one that the late great Hannibal Lecter lived in? That kind of asylum? And it's like, no, Donald, we're not talking about asylum. He's like, no, it's asylum. They're saying these people are from an asylum. Asylum? Are they from an asylum?
Institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums.
Even insane asylums, folks. That's why they call them asylum seekers. They came from an insane asylum over there. They want to go to an insane asylum over here, but we won't have asylum for these asylum seekers. They can go back. They can go back to the country they came from. They can go seek asylum somewhere else in their own insane asylum.
It's a mental institution on steroids.
He's explaining. He thinks that that's the problem, right? People make fun of my late great Hannibal Lecter thing because they don't understand what an asylum is. These Zoomers, right, with their phantom tax and their skibbity, they don't understand what an asylum is. They haven't seen One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. They don't know who Jack Nicholson is. They've never read Ken Kesey, all right? So I got to explain it. I got to break it down. That's what my friend Aiden told me. You got to break it down.
That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into these are institutions.
You have a ton of bacon at work.
Not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We did have one recently, fairly recently, that was the worst in the history of our country. We had a great public health crisis, and he was on television talking about boofing motherfucking bleach, saying if only you could shine the sun into your body, then all the COVID would leave you would be fine, right? Yeah, I feel like we did have the worst president ever in the history fairly recently. And those were scary times. I don't want to go back to 2020. Did anybody in chat want to go back to 2020? Anybody in chat think that 2020 was the best year that they've ever experienced? I feel like that was pretty scary. That's a time I don't want to go back to. Vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country. The most unpopular vice president.
Not anymore.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Welcome in, Granny and Pop Pop. Not anymore, Donald. Not anymore. Now you've got the most unpopular vice president.
But now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Again, mods, thank you for your work. It's you got a lot to handle right now.
So peaceful up here, but now there are
RFK Jr. 24. Look, generally, I would suggest you don't advertise in my chat. That's not what it's for.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
But you're not the only one, Joe Fixit, fixating on RFK Jr. right now. Apparently, Joe Rogan. Wait, can we leave this? Can we leave Joe Fixit? I'm gonna say I'm gonna allow it. All right, don't no promos in the future. All right.
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
No promos in the future, but I'm gonna unhide Joe Fixit.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
Just because, like, look, I think it's great that you want to support RFK Jr. I've got a new video about him on my channel.
It was so peaceful.
Yo,
Communist invading radicals.
Clint Shepard says Trump. I say sub. Jesus Christ.
So peaceful
welcome in, everyone.
Communist invading radicals.
Welcome in.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Welcome in, everybody.
And because of political reasons or because of
but now there are freaking communists
being politically correct,
radicals.
Even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated.
Okay, look, I feel like you would do better if you were doing this like a Willy Wonka thing, where she was like the first one, she fell in the chocolate river and she got sucked up into the drain. Respect you more if you vote RFK, less brain dead. I mean, he is brain eaten. He does have a dead parasite in his brain, and a huge section of his brain that has just been eaten. Just eaten away at.
The nastiest to him. She was nasty with the calling him a racist.
She was nasty to Joe Biden. Oh my God, Joe Biden. Look, I gotta be real. Joe Biden is a racist. Joe
was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Look. I would rather have Joe Biden as president, even if he's fucking like half alive, than Donald Trump. All right.
But now there are freaking communists.
But you can't deny that guy's a racist. He is, first of all, old as fuck. He came from the time when racism was, you know, out and out racism was super normal. He's got a lot in his history of, you know, supporting racist policies. And yeah, when he ran for president against Obama, right, one of the things that he did was like oh my God, this Obama guy, he's so well spoken. I was completely surprised to find a black dude that can speak so eloquently. Yeah, he's racist. He's fucking racist. I don't think even he would deny that that accusation. But Trump is like, this is the worst thing you can do, is take an old racist white man like myself and call him racist. Don't you know your place? Don't you know your place? Don't get uppity with me. Don't get up. Like, right? He's like, he's not, he doesn't want to take it because he's an old school racist. And the idea that somebody that is not like a white dude could say you are a fucking racist and that is a bad thing to him. It's like, it's incomprehensible to be spoken ill of by his social lessers, right? Yeah, Biden and Trump came from a time when racism was just fucking normalized, right? And if you didn't if you weren't foaming at the mouth calling people the N-word, you were considered like very, very woke, very progressive at the time.
And the school bus and all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden.
Okay, so now this is more coping. Okay, I'm sorry, chat. Look, we got coping, we got seething. This is what we're dealing with. Oh shit. We got to bring it out, okay? This is such cope. This is such cope, right? Do you know what he's going off of? Let me show you. Let me see if I can bring up this Truth Social post. Let me see if I can find this. He wants Biden to roll into the Democratic National Convention and say, not so fast, Jack. I'm still the president. I won the primary. I want to be the candidate once again. I changed my mind, Jack. I'm not getting out of the race. You'll do this over my dead body. Motherfucker, Nancy Pelosi and Barack Obama would be up there just like... They would make it happen somehow, right? No, not really, chat, because that would be a huge issue of national security if that was serious. But yeah, no, like he wants Biden to come back. He's got a fantasy where Biden comes back. He's like trying to reach out to Biden, be like, look, I know you didn't want to leave the race. Come on back, Joe. Come on back, Joe. I'll let you beat me just a little bit. I'll make it easy for you, Joe. You can run against me again. I know you were losing Minnesota. I know you were losing states that aren't even swing states, but come on back, Joe. We need you. We need Crooked Joe back. I won't even call you Crooked Joe anymore. I'll call you Dark Brandon. I'll glaze you up. I'll glaze up Dark Brandon. Just come back. Just bring him back. Bring back Brandon. That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. He's unironically saying, let's go Brandon. And you're not going to get him back. I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You got Kamala, right? And if you want a different political race, which I get the feeling that you do, Donald, you need to follow Joe's example and you need to drop the fuck out of the race and give the Republicans a chance. Because right now it's not looking like they have a chance. They don't have a very strong chance with you. You are the oldest candidate ever to run. People don't want you running again. People hate. There's like a coalition out there of, I don't know, it's 55% of the country at least, right? Hates this guy. Doesn't want to see this guy. Doesn't want to hear about this guy. Doesn't want anything to fucking do with this guy, right? 55% of the country cringes when his name is mentioned, right? As long as there's a candidate that is not a Weekend at Bernie's type candidate, that is not a walking corpse of a candidate, tip of the hat to William S. Burroughs, right? Then yeah, they're gonna vote for her. They're gonna vote. They're not just gonna vote for her. They're gonna get excited about her. They're gonna crab dance you the fuck off the stage, right? So if you want a real race to go on in 2020,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We're gonna have to take one more name off the ticket, and Donald, that's your name. That's your name.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Chat, I should not be giving the Republicans good advice like this, right? This is me putting on my political consultant hat.
Peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Looking under the hood of the Republican presidential campaign, pulling out
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
pulling out Donald Trump like a burnout spark plug and saying, here's your problem right here. You need to replace this. This is a bad spark plug. It's lost its spark. And he's very much lost his spark.
And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what.
I mean, you kind of are now.
From a constitutional
He converted you. You're going to vote for him.
standpoint, from any standpoint,
You love Dark Brandon. Say it. Say it with your chest, Donald. You love Dark Brandon.
look at, they took the
Full-throated.
presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily. But whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. And they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can do it.
Anyway, I don't know. Like, look, there shit goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot of hardball that goes on in politics, especially with party politics. He's not citing his sources. I'll say that, right? I can't actually deny anything that he's saying, though, because I don't know what exactly went on behind the scenes. But the fact of the matter is that people in the Democratic Party knew that with Biden, they were very likely to lose. Knew that this was very likely to end up with Trump. You know, it's like surrendering to the Republicans, surrendering to Trump, right? If you've got a walking cadaver like Joe Biden and that's your candidate, right? Then you might as well just, you know, pack it up and wait until 2028. And cooler heads, smarter heads within the Democratic Party said, fuck no. Fuck no, we are not letting this guy get control of the country. Again, we are not letting Grandpa reach the steering wheel. And, you know, when he almost ran the country off the road last time, right? You had a very terrible public health policy that endangered people, that made a pandemic even worse. You had an erratic personality who dealt with protest with a movement across the country in a very bad way, trying to send the National Guard out to shoot people in the leg to stop people from expressing their freedom of speech, right? And that's what it was at the end of the day. He did not want people to be able to express their opinions in public, in protest, right? First Amendment, he's against it. He's against it. That's why he says dictator at day one. He doesn't like the First Amendment. He doesn't like democracy. He wants autocracy. He wants something more like Viktor Orban. He wants something more like Vladimir Putin. Like all the people that he admires, these are autocrats. These are dictators, right? And, you know, he's like, why can't the army just shoot these people? They're out there making all this noise and causing all these problems. Why can't we just send the army out there, right? And then even after that, motherfucker tries to stay in the office after he's lost. After it's clear to him that he's lost. After he's been told by his own staff that he has lost the election, he tries to find a way, even putting his own vice president's life in danger. In anything to stay in power, right? Ain't no way that you're going to hand the keys back to Grandpa after Grandpa almost drove off the edge of a freaking Wile E. Coyote canyon, right? So no, if you want a different election, if you want an election that feels more equal, if you want an election where the Republicans have an equal shot at it, you need to replace this guy. I hope you don't, though. I hope you keep him. Because I'm not interested in President Vivek Ramaswamy. I'm not interested in President Ron DeSantis. I am not interested in President Nikki Haley. I'm not interested in any of those clowns in their clown car. Right? I want the Republicans to lose. But if y'all don't want to lose, this is what you need to change. You need to put pressure on this guy. You need to get rid of Trump and you need to get rid of Vance. All right? Because that is a losing combination. There, I said it.
Nice. I know exactly, because I know a lot of people on the other side, believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said, all right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's for a country with a constitution that we cherish. We cherish this constitution. To have done it this way is pretty severe, pretty horrible.
I mean, look, I don't think this motherfucker's read the Constitution. All right. Do you know what there aren't in the Constitution? Political parties. There aren't rules about political parties in the Constitution. George Washington did not want political parties. He wanted people to run for president and people to choose the president. Now, that's not what we had. We've had, political parties. And at this point, they're like a necessity. At this point, you don't get to be president, honestly, unless you're running in one of the two major political parties.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I'm not a fan of that duopoly that we've got going. I don't think it's great for the nation, but that's what we're dealing with.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That's what we're dealing with at the time, at this time. And the way that political parties work
So peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
is that they're like private clubs. They're private clubs that choose a candidate. Now, in the past,
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
in the past, this choice had very little to do with the primary. In other words, they might run some sort of primary.
So peaceful up here, but now there are
Yo,
communist invading
that is the sound of my channel blowing up. Wow. They might run a primary, but, it's going to be...
peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist.
Damn, I'm going to have to turn the alerts off. This is great, though. This is great. But yeah, so look, there might be, there might be primaries, but they don't really determine who gets to be the president, right? They run the primaries, they see how different, candidates do, and then all the party bosses meet together in a smoke-filled room, and they decide it's going to be Buchanan. We've got, they horse trade, right? They say, they make deals. They cut deals, right? That's how it used to work. That's where the phrase smoke-filled room pretty much came from, right? The smoke-filled rooms of yesterday were often like party conventions. So it's a private affair. They go into the convention, they vote, and they make deals and they exert power on each other. They exert leverage, and then they pick a candidate, and then that candidate has got the backing of that party. They've got the support of that party. So as much as that party can help them and promote them and do all of this stuff, right? They've got that assistance, right? But look, nobody says that a political party has to do this or that. It's not in the Constitution. It's not part of our government. And there are different, potentially, like I said, Washington would have preferred that there not be political parties, that they're not, certainly like in the presidential race, right? That it just be people run on their own name and stuff like that. That's not how we do things anymore. Our parties have adapted and they've become more democratic. They've taken on at least the appearance of democracy in some cases, right? You can look at 2020 and say, I don't know if that was very democratic. That's the irony of this, right? Is Trump is saying that Biden being pressured to leave the race, even though he could not perceive his own cognitive decline, but everybody else in the country did. Everybody else in the country saw it, but the last person to admit that he's getting senile is the person that's getting senile, right? So Biden didn't want to see it, but people made him see it and he dropped out, right? But the irony of this is that the reason that you had Biden to run against in the first place was due to a more undemocratic maneuver than what you're talking about in terms of pressure being put on this guy to drop out of the race, right? We had pressure put on a lot of candidates to drop out of the race at the same time and to endorse Joe Biden. It came from people like Barack Obama, and it was specifically to make sure that the person leading in the primary at the time, which was Bernie Sanders, did not...
Because it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Did not become the nominee, right? A lot of people say that wasn't super democratic, but at the same time, I've got to admit that the parties never promised to be democratic in the first place. And it's just more of the wheeling and dealing that we've come to expect from the Democratic Party. It's a very, sort of insular party, anybody that has big ideas that sort of shake up the consensus view, somebody like Bernie Sanders is regarded as an outsider, and thus the party establishment is going to utilize their clout against him. That was Obama utilizing his clout against Bernie Sanders to make sure that Bernie Sanders is not the candidate at the end of the day. So the reason that Biden was the nominee in the first place, right, was not because he was particularly suited to beat Donald Trump. It was because he was particularly suited to beat Bernie Sanders, right? You could say that wasn't very democratic, but again, party politics never are.
You would have thought they would have gone out to a vote. They would have had a primary system. They would have done something, but to just take it away from him like he was a child. And he's a very angry man right now, I can tell you that. He's not happy with Obama, and he's not happy with Nancy Pelosi.
I call her Crazy Nancy.
Crazy Nancy? She is crazy, too.
She is crazy, though. Donald, you don't get to talk about the late, great Hannibal Lecter. You don't get to talk about the dilemma of do you choose the shark or do you choose the battery and call people crazy. I am sorry, Dementia Donnie. I'm sorry, but that is one serious projection. That is one accusation which is pretty much tantamount to an admission on your part.
She's not happy with any of the people that told him that you've got to leave. He's very unhappy, very angry, and I think he also blames her. He's trying to put up a good face, but it's a very bad thing in terms of a country when you do that. I'm not a fan of his, as you probably have noticed, and he had a rough debate, but that doesn't mean...
I don't know. I think you are. I think you're a Dark Brandon fan. I think you're a closeted Dark Brandon fan.
You just take it away like that. Or you go out to a vote. You do something. He had 14 million votes. She had no votes. She got no votes. And I think she's crashing. I think when people find out...
I mean, somebody's crashing, for sure. It's not her.
And I think people are starting to find out what a bad job she did. What a bad job she did on the border. She's trying to say she had nothing to do with the border. She had everything. She was appointed to head the border. And then they said border czar. Oh, she loved that name. But
she didn't go to the border. How could you be the border czar and you don't go to the border? You should be spending every waking moment of your vice presidency doing, I don't know what, cookouts at the border? What are you going to do?
That name, but she never went there.
Baking cookies for the Border Patrol? What are we supposed to, oatmeal raisin cookies for the Border Patrol? Here you go. Good job. Good job keeping those bad immigrants out.
She went to a location once along the border, but that was
That's not... Look, first of all, the designation of czar is an informal designation. It's generally something that people apply to a person that's given a particular task. Kamala was given a task that's related to the border in terms of negotiating with countries like Guatemala, countries that are the source for some of this immigration. But no, going to the border doesn't even make sense. That's not. Again, what does he think that like the vice president or the border czar going to the border is going to give the Border Patrol a morale boost? Oh, cool, we got the vice president down here. That's really great. Now we're gonna arrest twice the immigrants. Ha ha ha.
Location that you would love to go and have dinner with your husband or whoever. That was a location.
She went to the bougie part of the border. It was the bougie border.
It was not part of the problem. That was
the nice border, really the posh border.
So essentially, she never went to the border.
I go to the real border, folks. I go to the real border. What do you do there? You play golf? He looks for a fucking... I mean, this guy, like 90% of his presidency was playing golf. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Kamala was not at the border enough.
And if you listen to Tom Homan, if you listen to the great border people, Brandon Judd.
What about the late, great Hannibal Lecter? Are we going to get that?
From Border Patrol.
Are we going to get some Hannibal Lecter?
You listen to Paul. I mean, so many different people. I speak to them all the time. And I did when I was president. We had the best border in the history of our country. Now we have the worst border in the history of the world. Millions of people coming in. And our country cannot sustain it. Our country is going down.
It was the greatest border ever, folks. It was airtight, hermetically sealed.
Because of
by the border wall that I never actually completed.
Because of incompetent people. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have them. I hope she agrees to them. September 4th, September 10th. September 25th, and I think they'll be very revealing.
It's got kind of a dry mouth, doesn't he?
I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please?
All right, so here we go. We got the question and answer portion of the press conference, the part that's really a press conference. Look, I got to hand it to Trump, all right? He subjected us to 90 minutes of yammering at the RNC, all right? He's only subjecting us to 11 minutes of yammering at this press conference. And now he's going to do he's going to back and forth with the press. Now, I don't know, because like this is one version of the speech. I suspect that we're not going to be able to hear the questions very well. Let me turn him up some. Okay, let's turn this guy up. Why does Trump always say we have the best ex of all time? I don't know. Okay, so what do you think, chat? You can't hear that, can you? You can't hear that. I'm gonna try to find another version of this Trump press conference, because I want you to be able to hear the questions. The answers that he gives, we'll understand a lot better if we can hear the questions. Trump press conference. But yeah, if you're a Trump fan coming in here, I am sorry to be the bearer of bad news, all right? But you got two options, right? The first option is you do what the Democrats did and you pressure this fucking octogenarian out of the race. You tell him nobody's interested in you running for a second time. Nobody's interested in a rerun of the 2020 race. You lost in 2020. You are a loser. You need to get out of the way and make room for somebody that's not 80 fucking years old. And you've got candidates that could win. Nikki Haley, Glenn Youngkin, even Vivek Ramaswamy or Ron DeSanctimonious, I think, would have a better chance than Donald Trump. You could do that, or you could stick to your guns and be like, MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. You could shove your fingers in your ears. You could cover up your eyes. You could be the embodiment of hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil, whatever, and just stick your head in the sand and wait until this guy inevitably loses, and not just loses, but loses Senate seats, loses Congress seats, gives Kamala like a huge congressional mandate, a huge popular mandate, and turns like purple, turns red states purple and purple states blue. It's your choice. It's your choice. What do you want? Do you want MAGA, or do you want electoral viability? Do you want to win some elections, right? That's your choice, right? Because people are sick of the fucking crazy red hat shit. Like, a functional majority of this country is done with it, and we're not going back. All right? So either give us like a reasonable fucking candidate, or prepare to lose, and prepare to lose again and again and again.
I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden, because he got forced into the position. She was there long before.
Okay, so he got forced into the position. Here, I'm gonna try the PBS version of this. Oh shit, they fucked it up, didn't they?
They have very easily, I think it'll be very, all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden, and shockingly, border, but that was a location that you would love to go and have dinner. So I just look forward to these debates. I think it's very important that we have. Hey, all know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. Revealing. I think they'll be very.
All right, let's see if this is slightly better. Right, what we're looking for is the sound of the reporters in the press conference, if we can hear what they're saying or not.
Very revealing. Do you have any questions, please?
Here we go.
I haven't recalibrated strategy at all.
I can't fucking hear them. But they're asking the question, how have you recalibrated your strategy since the race changed? And that the race has changed in terms of he's got a different opponent that he's running against. The race has changed in terms of Kamala having real energy behind her. And the race has changed in terms of his failure to pick a halfway decent vice presidential candidate. A vice presidential candidate is kind of supposed to,
Well,
is supposed to help you. Vance is actually hurting Trump. Vance is making it harder. We're going to try one more. This is AP. Let's see if AP can give us better audio. Again, apologies, chat. Fox News here does not have their shit together. PBS NewsHour, sorry, you fucking fail. Go back to another telethon. Go back to another fundraiser. Right now we got AP. We're gonna try out AP and see if they can do better.
policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than, and I think they'll be very revealing. Do you have any questions, please? I haven't recalibrated strategy at all. It's the same policies, open borders, weak on crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed California.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
She destroyed San Francisco. Okay, now my understanding is that
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
that's a lot of communist invading radicals.
Because it was so peaceful.
Damn.
But now there are freaking
Look, I'm gonna have to.
invading radicals.
I hope you don't mind, chat. I hope you don't mind, but I'm gonna have to turn off the YouTube alerts. I know that we're the channel is blowing up. I know that we're getting subs. I'm probably gonna be at 6,000 subs by the time I get done with this stream. But yeah, I gotta put this see YouTube. Interesting. Twitch alerts are still on. Okay. Yeah, I turned off YouTube alerts for now. Apologies to all of you. To all of you who are subbing to the channel. Thank you so much for your subs. I appreciate them. All right, so where the fuck were we?
Crime. I think she's worse than Biden because he got forced into the position. She was there long before. She destroyed San Francisco.
She destroyed San Francisco, right? So you're talking about somebody who was a district attorney in San Francisco. Let's look her up again. Kamala Harris. See, you don't get this from the media. They don't fucking fact check this guy for shit because he lies all the time. And if they were to fact check him, they would be seen as bias. They don't want that. They don't want that. They want those Fox News viewers too, right? So they always try to like glaze him up as much as they can. They always try to look on the good side, or I don't know. Like this is but we're gonna actually take a look at what he's saying. All right, early career. Attorney General. Okay, so wait, no, DA. Oh my God, chat. Oh my God. In 2002, 22 years ago, Kamala ran for district attorney in San Francisco. So it's not telling me exactly how long she stayed in office, but she started in 2002, 2008. Yeah, it's like 2002 until 2010, right? Kamala Harris is district attorney of San Francisco. He's saying she destroyed the city, right? That is the job that she had that was local to San Francisco itself. She was not the mayor. She was the district attorney. And we're talking about between like 22 and like 14 years ago. That's when she was DA, right? So this doesn't even make sense with the timeline he's going to give us in terms of when he thought San Francisco went downhill, right? She's Attorney General in California from 2011 to 2017. And then she's in the Senate from 2017 to 2021. So, I mean, like, those are her offices, right? He's making an argument that would make sense if he was running against Gavin Newsom. All right? If you're running against Gavin Newsom, you can blame the problems of California on Gavin Newsom. He has been the governor. He has been the governor recently, right? Kamala Harris was never the governor, was never the mayor, and even her role as DA and AG, yeah, she stopped being the AG of California in 2017. That is 7 years ago. And since then, she's been in the Senate. Now, just so for anybody who's, any low information Andes that are coming in here, the U.S. Senate is part of the United States bicameral legislation, right? We have the House of Representatives that is comprised of elected representatives elected every 2 years, which represent a district within a state. So if you're a House member, you are, your seat is tied to a region, tied to a part of a state, right? Senate, you're running at large for the state, so everybody in the state votes for you. But both of those positions, you're voting on federal legislation. You're not voting on state legislation. You're not making state policies. You're not like a mayor. You're not like a governor, right? You don't have a direct effect on your state, even though you're the representative, even though you're the senator from, California, right? You're not making laws that affect only California. You are part of, 100 senators voting on laws that affect the whole country. So none of what he's about to say makes sense. And yet you wouldn't get this kind of a fact check from the media because they're too afraid of looking like that they're biased. Because if you actually cover what Trump says and you mention every time he lies, you're going to be calling out a lot of lies. And that has the effect of sounding like it's biased, but it's just the truth. The guy lies.
She destroyed California as the AG.
She destroyed California as the AG.
But as the DA, she destroyed San Francisco. A friend of mine, Bob Tisch, all.
Again, DA, we're talking about like 14 years ago. AG, we're talking about 7 years ago.
Know the Tisch family. He was in many cities with companies. He said the greatest city in the country is San Francisco. That was about 20 years ago. And he passed away a while ago, and he would be looking down and said, what happened? He thought...
And you're going to say it's Kamala Harris. You're going to say it's the district attorney in San Francisco that then became attorney general of the state and has been in the Senate since 2017. That's what ruined the state. Not any governors, not any mayors, not any situations that were foisted upon California, like, say, other states sending their homeless to California, other states enacting punitive measures to push the homeless out of their states and have them end up in a state like California that at least, for a while, maybe tried to take care of its people, right? No, we're going to blame the DA. We're going to blame the AG. That's what we're going to do.
It was the best city in the country. He had divisions there, Lowe's. And he would be looking down in horror now when he sees she destroyed no cash bail, weak on crime. She's terrible. And yet they weaponized the system against me. They have me. I got so many lawyers.
So again, when we look at crime statistics, right, we have the lowest crime statistics in, if you look back, 20, 30, 50 years, right? You'll see that crime was way higher in the 1980s, in the 1970s, even in the 1990s, right? And it's gotten a lot lower since then. You do have a little spike that goes on during his presidency, during Trump's presidency, right? We do have a little spike in crime, But I'm kind of willing to cut him a break on that one because, again, we had a major public health crisis. Now, I could be a little bit less charitable and say that we had a public health crisis that he mishandled. And I do believe that he mishandled the fuck out of that public health crisis. I do believe that having the president get up there and say, maybe bleach, maybe if you put bleach up your butt, you can kill the COVID inside you, and weird shit like that. I don't think that's helpful, right? I don't think that people had a lot of confidence in the in the president during a time where people were looking to the president for leadership. But I don't want to blame it all on Donald Trump. I'm willing to say that maybe when shit like this happens, when everybody's thrown into a very stressful situation, that maybe just crime goes up. Okay, fine. We won't blame the spike of crime on Donald Trump. But at the same time, you can't make up crime statistics like this motherfucker's doing. You can't lie to people's faces and tell them crime is actually really high right now. It's the worst it's ever been, when it's actually the best it's ever been. And then say it's all based on the former DA of San Francisco and then AG of California. That is what did. You can't fucking do that. You can't fucking do that. And if you do, then I might as well just be like, okay, well, the spike in crime that we had, we were at record lows of crime. This guy got into office. Look at that. During his administration, boom. Crime spike. Donald Trump is weak on crime. He's weak on crime. He loves crime. He's a criminal himself. I could be a lot less charitable towards this guy. But I'm trying not to blow smoke up your ass. So please appreciate that.
Lawyers. Now they want to delay cases. I won the big case in Florida. I won the big case. Nobody even wrote about it.
I won the big case in Florida. The judge who you nominated, who you chose, Eileen Cannon, who ended up overseeing your case, yes, threw the case out. It's now being appealed and will very likely, as a result of Eileen Cannon's illegitimate actions, will very likely now be handed to another judge. So no, you didn't win shit, Donald. You enacted corruption on this whole country through the judicial department. The fact that Roe versus Wade was overturned is due to your nominees who lied to the faces of the senators approving those nominations and said that they were not going to overturn this precedent, and then they go in and overturn it anyway, right? Your party stole a seat on the Supreme Court, and you got an extra justice to nominate, right? And now we have the most corrupt Supreme Court in the history of the institution. And as an institution itself, it is failing at the very basic task of having the confidence of the American people. Generally, the American people, will rate the president as bad, will rate the president as corrupt, will rate the Congress as corrupt, and they're right? But right now, more people seem to be concerned about the judicial branch. And yes, even, lower judges like Eileen Cannon, who, if this guy were to be returned to the White House, would very likely end up on the Supreme Court. Yeah, we've had enough with your corrupt judges. All right. And for that reason, you are very likely to have a different judge on that case. Now, here's the deal, chat. Like I said, I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and tell you that if he's returned to the presidency, that those cases are going to go on. They're not. If he's returned to the presidency, probably every single case, probably every single charge against him will be dropped, because there's a very high standard of immunity, bestowed on a sitting president, right? But if he doesn't win, it's very likely that at least one of those cases is going to come up and it's going to bite him. And he's going to be convicted and he's going to be sentenced. This rich motherfucker that has lived his entire life with a silver spoon in his life will be held accountable one time, maybe. Not in a huge way, right? Don't get excited. He's not going to be, he's not going to be serving time at some real ass prison, right? If he serves any time at all, it'll be in a country club. More likely than that, it'll be something like a like a home, you know, like an ankle bracelet or something like that, right? But he will have consequences. He will have real consequences only if he's defeated. So there's another reason. There's another reason for you to use your vote as a weapon against this guy's attempt to escape accountability. Make him fucking accountable for the crimes that he's committed. When people commit crimes, they get consequences, right? There's one exception, and that's the ultra wealthy, of which he is one of. He's escaped those consequences virtually all of his life. Just for once, just symbolically, I would like to see a little bit of justice come his way. And I'm sure there's some of you out there who feel the same. And if you do, hit that subscribe button. Anyway.
Big case. The judge was a brilliant judge.
Brilliant judge because she fucking did what you wanted. She was a corrupt judge, is what the word you're looking for is, corrupt.
And all they do is they play the ref with the judges. But this judge was a fair but brilliant.
You want to talk about judge shopping?
Judge. And as you probably heard,
you want to talk about playing the refs with, from the guy that plays the refs with the media, from the guy that plays the refs with the judges. Like, every accusation that comes out of this guy's mouth is actually a confession.
The big documents case, I won it. Now, Biden lost it because he didn't have presidential.
This is so wild. This is so wild. No, if you're going to say if it gets dismissed, then you won it, then Biden won his too, all right? But watch how he copes. Watch how he copes. Like, this is our big boy here. And he's coping, and he's seething. Okay, anyway, we're not tipster, so we won't play too much of that, but...
Immunity, he didn't have the Presidential Records Act. He lost it, but the special, I call it prosecutor, special counsel, special prosecutor.
Wait, what? I call it prosecutor. They call it counsel. Some folks call it a sling blade. Some folks call it a Kaiser blade. I call it a... Sorry, chat.
To me, he...
Nobody's seen that movie.
Appointed by Garland. He said the man's incompetent. He can't stand trial, but he can run for president. But we no longer...
He dismissed the case, right? Because Biden, when asked for the documents, unlike Trump, Biden returned the documents, right? Trump held on to the documents. Trump refused to. Trump forced them to do a raid in order for him to, once again, hope and seethe and play victim. This guy is the world's biggest cry bully, right? He won't return documents that they're asking for back, and then his house gets raided, and he's like, "Oh, this is terrible. I can't believe that the Biden administration is treating me so unfairly." Fucking cry me a river, Trump.
I don't have to worry about that because we have somebody that, in my opinion, is more incompetent. She couldn't pass her bar exam, and...
I mean, she literally did, though. She passed her bar exam. There's different ways you could have said that without lying, you know? You could have said she failed her bar exam. Then at least there would be some truth to what you're saying. She did fail it once. She passed it after that.
Lots of other things, and she should not be in a position, because if she becomes president, our country is going to be a giant fail. It's going to fail.
A giant fail. Have you been talking to Aiden Ross? Our country is going to eat huge L's, folks.
It's going to be a failure the likes of which this world has never seen.
Full send, folks. Full send.
Please. No, how about you?
Wonderful. Thank you. A big part of your strategy before Harris became the nominee was going after and increasing the share of...
God damn it. Even AP can't get us good audio. I swear to God, I heard somebody with good audio.
You have to speak louder.
Okay, great. A big part of the strategy for your campaign before Harris became the nominee was appealing to black voters.
Yeah.
You were really going after. In polls, we really see Harris gaining ground with that group. And I'm wondering how you are going to go after black voters now that she's the nominee and really winning them over.
Well, it changes around a little bit. I'm getting other voters. Perhaps, I was doing very well with black voters, and I still am. I seem to be doing very well with black males. This is according to polls, as you know. It's possible that I won't do as well with black women, but I do seem to be doing very well with other segments, extremely well with Hispanic, Jewish.
Can we not post all caps in chat or say weird stuff about farts and phone booths, please?
Voters way up. White males way up. White males have gone through the roof. White males way up. No, I don't know. All we're doing is giving you the stats that you have. It could be that I'll be affected somewhat with black females, where we're doing pretty well. And I think ultimately they'll like me better because I'm going to give them security, safety, and jobs. I'm going to give them a good economy. We have a very bad economy right now. We could literally be on the throes of a depression, not recession, a depression.
And that makes you fucking hard, doesn't it? That gets you hard as fuck.
And they can't have that. They can't have that. So
any kind of failure that he can blame on Biden just gets him all kinds of excited.
I think I'm going to do well with everybody, especially when the facts are out. Yeah, please, in the back.
You're now meeting with Jewish voters in your home state of New York. With that being said, what do you make of Kamala Harris not picking Josh Shapiro as her VP?
Well, I don't know. I know Josh Shapiro. He's a terrible guy, and he's not very popular with anybody. I think that this election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her. And they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her.
If the president personally agrees to the ABC debate, would you be willing just to do that one debate?
I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential.
So yeah, this is the debate thing was kind of funny, right? He signed up for 2 debates with Biden. Second one was going to be on September 10th. It was going to be on ABC, right? He backed out of that debate. And then Kamala started coming after him. Kamala was essentially calling him President Run Day. I mean, not really, right? Because that's President Sunday, but the equivalent thereof, right? Kamala was calling him a coward. And he actually kind of backed down a second time by agreeing to do it again. It's kind of weak. It's uncharacteristically weak for this guy, right? First of all, to be afraid to debate her, and second of all, to be afraid of being seen afraid to debate her, and then caving in again. I don't know. When Trump starts caving, right, that's a little off-brand for him. And if you look at him, he looks like 10 years older. And it's not the it's not the ear piercing that he got in Pennsylvania that did it to him. It's not, the regular pressures of the campaign. I think it's the fact that he was so dead set on running against Sleepy Joe. He was so dead set on running against a walking cadaver of a failed, I would say, presidential candidate, right? And now he's got an actual opponent. And that's apparently all that America needed to vote this guy down. Right? I mean, look, there is some legitimate excitement. There are people that have not been excited in a long time, excited about Kamala's candidacy. I know a little too much about the Democratic Party and about candidates like Kamala Harris to get excited about that. I am not a Democratic Party sycophant. I have a lot of criticism for that party and criticism for Kamala. So I wouldn't say that I'm excited, right? But I am excited that they've got somebody that, that can facilitate the final elimination of MAGA from the body politic of America. And that's what we're seeing in front of our eyes right now. We're seeing it crumble. And all it needed was a reasonable candidate, not the best candidate in the world, not some transformative candidate like Bernie would have been or Obama said he was going to be, but somebody who's a little bit of a mix of both. And there you see it already. The difference is night and day. We've been looking at those poll numbers, right? They have reversed, right? Biden was losing states that aren't even purple. Biden was in danger of losing Minnesota. right now Minnesota's looking good as fuck, and some of these, you know, like she's actually got an electoral, you know, victory, right? In fact, she's got a really easy path in front of her in terms of winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Even if she were to lose Georgia, even if she were to lose Arizona, even if she were to lose Nevada, which she's not losing Nevada anymore, right? She would have a path to victory there. In a lot of these states, you know, she's pulled even with Trump, and with the you know, with the upper Midwest, with the Rust Belt states, with Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, she's actually pulled ahead of him. So yeah, what a difference a month makes, right? And this is why, that's why he's freaked out. He thought he had this shit in the bag. He thought it was done and dusted, and instead it looks like he and MAGA are about to be done and dusted, because there's only so much loser stink that you can get on yourself and still remain viable. Generally, when a presidential candidate loses, right? John Kerry, who? Yeah, that's right, because he lost. He ran and he lost, right? Walter Mondale, who? That's right, because he ran and he lost. Michael Dukakis, ran and he lost. George W. Bush, right? Won once, lost again. Kind of a loser. Jimmy Carter even gets called a loser for this reason, right? And Trump was a loser. The only difference is that he's a loser that copes and seethes so hard that he refuses to admit that he's lost. And he's got a decent portion of his fan base that want to, like, live in that delusion along with him. Those QAnoners, those digital soldiers. Where we go one, we go all. That thought that somehow this guy was the shadow president or something. They're in for a very rude awakening. And so are you. And so are you if you, oh my God. So are you if you don't have a sub when the top of the hour ad break comes along. That's the ad break on Twitch that comes out around every hour at the top of the hour. You just experienced it. If you no longer wish to experience that ad break, get yourself a sub. You can do so for free or for $5. You could even possibly be gifted a sub, and but you're more likely to get that gift sub if you are active in the chat. There we go. There we go. I feel like I got some super chats stacking up. I will get to those. God, this is a long press conference. Let me take a look.
So CBS will do vice presidential, and I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job. Say it.
Are you worried at all about the size of Harris's crowds?
Oh, give me a break.
The size of, it'll give you a break. No, this guy can't stop talking about crowd size, right? He, in his inauguration, he had a phenomenally small crowd size that, much like his penis size, he exaggerated and, you know, said was huge, right? There's pictures of showing a historically small crowd. And this is the only thing that he's got now, right? Is like, but my crowd size. And yeah, you are getting more crowd than Sleepy Joe. That's true. But now we have venues that size, right? It is to her favor. But let me guess, he's going to cope and seethe and say, but she's got musicians. She's got rappers, folks, and they're there to see the rappers. They're not there to see her.
Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it.
They didn't report it because it's not the truth. There might have been a sizable number of people at that crowd, but it wasn't over 100. It wasn't 107,000, right? He's just lying.
I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I have...
She had more than you. She went to the same stadium. You had empty space. She did not. That's what they're talking about. I can show pictures if you'd like.
People, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example. I had in Michigan recently 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg.
She had people that she couldn't get in. She had a capacity crowd. That's what that means. She had more people show up than could get into the event. The event was full, unlike yours.
25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many. Nobody ever mentions that. When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, where they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no, they never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn.
Your crowds are verifiably smaller than hers now, right? That's the situation that we're dealing with. Do I need to get the pictures?
Around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. Zero chance. You wouldn't have had October 7th of Israel. You wouldn't have the horrible withdrawal. And I don't mean the withdrawal because the withdrawal.
Look, he's run out of lies. He's repeating himself.
Oh, it was fine. I was ready to withdraw from Afghanistan and we were.
Wait, but you didn't. But you didn't. That war had gone on for like 20 years and you didn't. You stayed in Afghanistan. You continued the war on terror. This is the guy that wants to point out this big difference between himself and neocons like George W. Bush, right? That they're, you know, war presidents, they're warmongers. And he is a president of peace. He wouldn't have done that stuff and he wouldn't have put us in that position. But he kept us in that position because he was too much of a coward to withdraw because he knew what would happen, right? You can't impose a system of government on a people, especially Afghanistan. God, they call Afghanistan the graveyard of empires, and they call it that for reasons, right? Before the United States was there, the Soviet Union was there. The invasion of Afghanistan contributed to the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Before the Soviet Union was there, the British were there. They got fucking murked out there. They got slaughtered, right? Invading Afghanistan, trying to impose a government on them is a failed tactic, and you continued that failed tactic just like you continued droning motherfucking civilians. Right? So all the shit that you want to say about Obama, all the shit that you want to say about George W. Bush, your hands are just as dirty. Your hands are just as bloody, Trump.
We're going to do it with dignity and strength. And we were keeping our equipment. We weren't leaving $85 billion worth of equipment behind. And we wouldn't have had 13 great soldiers. I know the families of those soldiers well. We wouldn't have had these soldiers killed. And we wouldn't have had 45 soldiers obliterated. No legs, no arms. The face.
Chat, I'll read super chats in a second. Can we get the likes up in the meantime? Can we get the likes up?
None of that would have happened. And you wouldn't have had inflation. You wouldn't have had any.
Let's see how many likes we can get on the stream.
Inflation, because inflation was caused by their bad energy problems. Now they've gone back to the Trump thing because they need the vote.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He admitted tacitly that the United States is not only a net energy exporter at this point, but is exporting more energy than any other country on the planet. And that's under Biden. That's under Biden. And the only thing that he can do is like, oh, is my policy that Biden's implementing. Oh my God. No, he used to make this argument differently. And then he got caught on it too many times. So now here's how he's pivoting. Look, dude, this guy has gotten away with lying his entire life. He's gotten away with exaggerating. He's gotten away with bragging. And he's never had his face just rubbed in that dog shit that is reality, that is his reality. He was a failed real estate magnate. He was a failed casino owner. The only thing that he's ever done well was host a reality show. And it's based on lies about who he is and who he was and what his business acumen is. When if you or I were gifted the amount of money that this guy inherited from his dad, and we just made basic bitch investments, like easy clap investments. Like, I'm not talking about anything fancy. I'm not talking about knowing the market really well. I'm talking about just very conservative, small c conservative investments like S&P 500 shit, right? We would have more money than he has. He is not somebody that's above the curve as far as businessman. He's not somebody who's right in the middle of the curve as far as businessman. He is somebody who is on the low side of that curve as far as businessman. He is somebody that has, to whom much has been given and much has been lost. To the point, chat, where as a casino owner, which is one of the easiest businesses you can run, there's a reason they say the house always wins, right? And that's because the business, you're not selling a product, you're doing gambling. And it's very hard to lose money at that. It's very easy to gain money. People are coming to your casino, they're gambling, and they're losing, right? And he failed at that too, to the point where his dad had to show up with a suitcase full of money, exchange said suitcase full of money for chips, for gambling chips. You know what gambling chips are for? You bring in money, you buy the chips, and then you go to the table and you gamble. And then, you know, if you do well, then you got chips left, you take them in, you trade them, and you get money back, right? That's how casinos work, right? Trump's dad bought the chips, but never went and sat down at the table. He bought the chips, he put them in the briefcase, and he left. He paid millions of dollars for a pile of plastic because that wasn't Fred Phelps wanting to go gambling. That was Fred Phelps bailing his loser son out. This guy is a loser. This guy has been a loser all of his life, and everything this man touches turns to shit, including this country for 4 years. Let's not make that mistake again.
I don't know if you know, they're drilling now because they had to go back because gasoline was going up to $7, $8, $9 a barrel. So they said, we better do what Trump. But the day after the election, if they won, you're going to have fuel prices go through the roof. Everybody,
they've been drilling, and that's not something that should be celebrated, right? There are plenty of failures in the Democratic Party, and energy policy is a big one of them, right? The problem that the Democrat Party usually has is that there is not enough light. There's not enough space in between their policies and Republican policies. Ever since the 80s, the Democrats have been afraid of their own shadow. They got beat by a actor named Ronald Reagan, who nobody thought really had a chance. Nobody thought he had a chance of winning the primary. Sound familiar? Sound familiar? But they lost to Ronald Reagan, and ever since then, they've been afraid of their own shadow. The Democrats used to represent a New Deal consensus, a set of policies that were implemented in the wake of the Great Depression that were so successful and so popular that they, held sway for like 50 years or so. And I mean, look, this isn't the policy that I would implement. I mean, I feel like as a worker, you have the right to the fruits of your labor. If you add value to our economy, you should get to keep that value. You made that. You did that. You produced that. But you don't see exactly how much you produce. You don't have a good, accurate representation of what you added to your boss's bottom line, to your company's bottom line. And so therefore, you're not in a good position to negotiate and say, hey, listen, I'm adding this much value. So instead, that ends up being profit. When it's something that you built, when it's something that you created. And the only reason that goes into the pocket of your boss or the owner of your company instead of your own pockets, and the only reason that's going into the stockholders' pockets is because they control the means of production, right? So I think I would implement a very different policy than the Democrats. That being said, their Keynesian economics is a hell of a lot better than this bullshit neoliberal supply side economics that both parties have been shoving down our throats since the 1980s. This shit makes it worse, not better, right? It used to be that when a company made more profits, when there was more productivity, right, in a company, that the people, the employees would get a piece of that your wages would rise along with your productivity. The more value that you're producing, at least you're getting cut in for more. Now you're still getting cut in, which means you're also being cut out, which means there's a part of the pie that you're adding to it that you're not getting, right? But at least you should be able to get more money when your company is more productive. You don't. You haven't. Since the 80s, you've been getting fucked over. Since most of us have been fucking breathing, we have been getting fucked over by big business. All right? So I think I would implement a little bit different policy than what the Democrats have in mind. But I mean, in the past, there was at least a difference between the Democratic capitalists and the Republican capitalists. After Reagan, the Democrats became a pale shadow of the Republicans. They would do pretty much the same thing that the Republicans were doing on a lesser level. We do have a uniparty in that sense, all right? It's important to understand that the Republicans are still worse. But I'm not trying to glaze up the Democrats, right? These are bookends, right? These are two different strategies by which big corporations perpetuate themselves, keep themselves in power, prevent you from even looking at how hard you're being ripped off every working day of your life. These are two bookends on the same shelf. And at some point, we need to take a look. We need to take a look at the raw deal that we've been getting. We need to take a look, a historical perspective on what's come before us, which is, you know, monarchy, feudalism. That was overthrown. That was rough, too. Those revolutions, post-Enlightenment, were rough. But it got done, and we got rid of the monarchs, and we got rid of feudalism. But what's replaced the nobles, what's replaced the kings and queens, is another set of nobles. And they call themselves captains of industry. And much like the nobles of old, they have been exploiting the fuck out of us. They have been using and abusing us. And just like those revolutions in the past, one day we will throw off that yoke and claim the fruits of our labor. All right? That's what I'm looking for. Just in full disclosure, I am no friend of the Democrats. Just as I am no friend of the Republicans, but I can see the value in strategically using your vote as a weapon to keep this kind of shit from getting back into office. Because I remember what 2020 was like. I don't know if the rest of you remember. I remember the only good policy this guy ever had was a policy that he did not choose, a policy that was foisted on him, a policy that flies in the face of the very system of capitalism. And that was writing you all a check for $2,000. Stimulating the economy, not at the tippy top, which they also did through PPP loans, but right, but in the working class, right? He didn't want to do that. It probably hurt him to do that, but he did it anyway because he was told, and rightly so, that if he did not sign these stimulus checks, the economy would fucking fail. Things would fall apart, and he would have a mess on his hands, and he would be seen as being responsible for that mess in a way that probably legitimately would put his life in danger. If the whole system collapses under motherfucking Donald Trump, who do you think people are going to blame for that? And in the past, when systems fall apart, blaming the person at top has ended in the end of that person. See the French Revolution, right? He doesn't want that. So he gave you $2,000 twice. That is the best policy that this man has ever enacted. And he didn't enact it because he wanted to. He enacted it because he had to. And the failure of Joe Biden is that when he had his shot, he cut you out of $600, right? I am perfectly willing to make criticisms of the Democratic Party, particularly the Biden administration, but really all of the recent Democratic administrations, because like I said, since 1980, the Democrats have been a pale shadow, have been a pale imitation of the Republican Party. We have had, in some ways, yeah, a uniparty. But this is not the guy that breaks that duopoly, all right? This is just the latest attempt of a rebrand by capitalism with a shitty red hat. And you shouldn't trust it. Anyway, let's get back to the...
He's going to be forced to buy an electric car, which they're not going to do because they don't want that. It's got a great market. It's got a market. It's really a sub-market. People want gasoline-propelled cars. They want hybrids.
They want to destroy the environment, folks. People want to end the human species as we know it. People want massive, irreversible climate change. That's what he's fucking saying. That's what he's fucking saying. And he's willing to fucking midwife that shit.
They want to have everything, and they want electric. But they want everybody to have an electric car. We don't have enough electricity. We couldn't make enough electricity for that.
It's funny, though. The electric thing kind of came into his rhetoric when he started getting support from Elon Musk, right? That's everything that he's proposing is essentially, you can see there is an interest that he's in the pocket of, right? Big oil, he's in the pocket of. Tesla, he's in the pocket of, right? So he kind of sounds like he's talking out of two sides of his mouth because he has to, because he's got two sides, paying him. And he wants to continue our fossil fuel economy past the point at which this is wise. Because there's money and there's power in that. There's interest in that. That don't care about the welfare of you or me, that don't care about the future of generations just being born, who are going to have no choice but to adapt to a swiftly changing climate, thanks to assholes like Donald Trump and Joe Biden.
That. And you know what else? The weight of a car, the weight of a truck. They want all trucks to be electric. Little things that a lot of people don't talk about. The weight of a truck is 2.5 times heavier. You would have to rebuild every bridge in this country. If you
Oh my God, we'd have to rebuild bridges? You mean there'd be infrastructure projects that would employ great swaths of laborers? You mean there'd be more jobs? Oh shit, we can't have that. We don't want more jobs? What would that do for the economy?
were going to do this ridiculous policy. So, but on crowd size, in history, for any country, nobody's had crowds like I have, and you know that. And when she gets 1,000 people, and
I feel like there's one dude that had crowds like you. They had crowds a lot like you, right? Really similar crowds, baying for the blood of the marginalized people within that society. Yeah, I feel like there's one guy, a certain mustached individual from Austria, became Chancellor of Germany, that had crowd sizes like yours.
everybody starts
He also had a beer hall push, much like your own January 6th.
jumping. You know that if I had 1,000 people would say, that's the end of his campaign. I have hundreds of thousands of people. In South Carolina, I had 88,000 people. In Alabama, I had...
Trump, nobody's interested in your crowd size, and nobody's interested in your dick size, all right?
68,000 people. Nobody says about crowd size with me. But she has 1,000 people or 1,500 people, and they say, oh, the enthusiasm's back.
You're going to make me get it out.
The enthusiasm is with me and the Republican Party because they want to stop...
You're going to make me get it out.
...people from pouring into our country from places unknown and from countries unknown, from countries that nobody ever heard of. That's where the enthusiasm... Yeah.
Get those two, you could seal the deal. That's what they say. How important is it to you, and is it salvageable for you to be able to repair the relationship with Governor Kemp?
I don't know. I don't know if I can or not. I got him elected. Without me, he wouldn't be governor. I got him elected. He was doing terribly. I got him elected. With that being said, I hope we can repair it. But if we don't, the people are still the people, and they're going to vote. We're leading in Georgia by a lot. We're leading in Pennsylvania by a lot. So, but I don't know. Now, in Pennsylvania, I have great relationships. In Georgia, I do too, but unfortunately not with the governor. I've never understood it. When you get somebody elected, they're supposed to like you. He's not exactly, for some reason, and you'll have to ask him about that. Yeah, I'd love to see it get repaired. I think that if we don't win Georgia, Georgia is a big win, is a big state. So I won Alabama by a record. Nobody's ever gotten that many votes. I won South Carolina by a record. You don't win Alabama and South Carolina by records and lose Georgia. It doesn't happen. And the people of Georgia understand that. There was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections in Georgia, we have honest elections in Pennsylvania, we're going to win them by a lot.
Okay, so I gotta fucking correct the record on that. What did you say? We won South Carolina, we won Georgia. Why didn't we? Or sorry, we won. Let's roll him back. Sorry.
Understand that there was tremendous anxiety and problems in Georgia. A lot of people say, "What happened?" And we have to.
Well, yeah, the MAGA chuds that didn't expect that there's actually more people that don't like this guy in their state than there are people who do like him. They were definitely coping and seething.
And the people of Georgia understand that there was tremendous anxiety and
actually most of the people in Georgia understood why you were not the best selection. You were not the best choice. That's why they voted against you, right? He's not acknowledging the fact that Georgia is demographically different than South Carolina. He's just skipping that. They're close to each other, but that doesn't mean that they have the same demographic makeup. They don't, and that's probably why you lost.
In Georgia, a lot of people say, what happened? And we have to, all we want is honest elections. If we have honest elections.
Again, he's still coping and seething about the election he lost. He won't admit it. He lost. And he's coping so hard. Anyway, enough of the tipster.
In Georgia, we have honest elections in Pennsylvania. We're going to win them by a lot. Well, he actually said it two ways. First, he said it incorrectly, then he corrected himself. Do you agree with that, right? You know, if you watch him, he said it two ways. No. I mean, he said it two ways because he doesn't really know what he said. Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? You know, he had a chance for 90 minutes to bring it up at the debate.
Why didn't he bring it up at the debate? This guy, because his brain is a fucking smoothie. His brain is the consistency of baby food. That's why he didn't bring it up. You said it yourself, right? He doesn't know what he's saying. Or like, what did he say? Like, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't think he knows what he's saying. You're right. You're right. For once, Trump, I will not disagree with you, right? Joe Biden did not know what words were coming out of his mouth at that debate. That's why he didn't bring it up. Because he, motherfucker, was sundowning just like you're doing right now at this conference.
Could have talked about that at the debate, and he didn't do it. Everyone said, oh, he said this and he said that. He's just, you know, they give him something to read off. He read it very badly because he actually said it the opposite. Then he had to go back and correct himself. He said the opposite.
I think he's talking about the Medicare and, you know, we got rid of, we finally defeated Medicare. He meant to say COVID, which, no, unfortunately, we got like a kind of a record rate of infections right now. Nobody really wants to talk about that. Nobody really wants to deal with that, right? The Democrats, sadly, not enough light of day in between their policy and the Trump policy. They would rather, you know, I mean, this is, you know, in a way, you know, their own delusion of claiming that they beat a public health threat that's still very much with us.
He should have brought this up at the debate. If he had a problem, of course there'll be a peaceful transfer. And there was last.
If he had a problem, No, motherfucker, you had a problem of admitting that you fucking lost. You had such a problem that your administration put together a slate of fake electors, tried to get them substituted for the real electors, along with right-wing brown shirt organizations like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the Three Percenters, sent people into the halls of the Capitol screaming for the blood of your vice president because he would not help you cheat at the election that you fucking lost. I think you had the problem. This is not Biden's if he had a problem with it, he had a problem with me trying to literally run a coup after losing the election. Did Biden have a problem with that?
Time, and there'll be a peaceful.
I think we all almost had a problem, okay? And by problem, I mean constitutional crisis and
transfer. I just hope we're going to have honest elections. That's all. Okay.
You have not had a public campaign event for nearly a week now, probably in Montana.
Again, I'm so frustrated by the fact that they cannot get the audio of the press loud enough for us to actually hear what they're saying. We kind of have to intuit what they're saying by Trump's response.
Some of your allies have expressed concern that you're not taking this race seriously, particularly
What a stupid question this is.
enthusiasm on the other side. Why haven't you been campaigning?
Because I'm leading by a lot, and because I'm letting their.
So wait, is it about? Oh, why haven't? Okay, so yeah, I have to intuit this. I have to use deductive logic here. He was asked why is his schedule so empty compared to Kamala Harris. Somebody pointed this out the other day. There was a week where Kamala and Walz had done, I think, like 8 different events, some of them on the same day. And if you looked at Trump's event calendar, there was one. And so what he's saying, well, let's let him talk.
Convention go through.
So yeah, there's a Democratic convention that's happening not next week, chat. It's not starting next week. It's the week after next week, right? So he's talking about his lack of, his lack of activity, his lack of campaign activities, the lack of life in his campaign this week, right? Fully 2 weeks before the Democratic National Convention, and his excuse is, I got to let their convention go through. And that's not how that works. Normally, and chat, when I say normally, I mean pre-Obama. Pre-Obama, the campaign of when there was, the RNC was going on, the Democrats would not campaign that week. When the DNC was going on, the Republicans would not campaign that week. That's how they used to do it. Obama changed that, and it's been that, it's stayed changed, right? There's no secession, in other words, of a campaign. There's no reason there should be. I don't know why there was, prior to Obama, but, Obama campaigned through the RNC, and everybody since Obama has done the same thing, right? But what he's claiming is that because the DNC is happening in 2 weeks, well, of course I'm not campaigning. I got to let the DNC go off. On August 19th, yeah, Monday, August 19th is when that shit starts. Trump, you've got like almost 10 days between now and then. In fact, this was 2 days ago. So yeah, this was more than 10 days, right? His excuse is that there's going to be a convention in 11 days. Jesus Christ.
And I am.
Do you see what I mean, chat? I'm not fucking lying to you. I'm not making this up, right? And me putting will Trump pull out in the title, provocative as it might be, but it got your attention, right? The reason for that is that maybe you should start thinking about another candidate. If you want to have a competitive election, if you want enthusiasm on your side, you need to think about replacing this guy. You need to think about pressuring him to withdraw. And I don't just mean him, I mean him and Vance, right? If there's going to be a competitive election, if the Republicans are going to have a real chance, it is going to be with a new candidate. And you can take that as you may. Listen, I will be happy if nobody listens to me. I will be happy if this guy is the candidate. All right? Because I think that this is the easiest candidate to beat. I think that, let's see, Glenn Youngkin would be more difficult to beat than Trump. I think that Nikki Haley would be more difficult to beat than Trump. I think that Ron DeSanctimonious would be more difficult to beat than Donald Trump, even though he's got a lot of the same policy problems policy-wise, right? He doesn't have the kind of baggage that Trump carries with him. I think Vivek Ramaswamy would stand a better chance of winning in the winning against Kamala Harris, right? But again, you don't have to listen to me. Nobody has to listen to me. I will be happy if you stay with Trump. I will be thrilled if you keep this guy in after he's already given away multiple home runs. After he's clearly sundowning, melting down, and turning into mush, right? The Democrats made the choice to pressure Joe Biden to get out of the race. And they've now got real excitement on their side. Americans don't want a repeat of 2020. We already had that election. We already ran that election. And Donald Trump already lost that election. Why are you bringing back this loser to lose another round? The only chance he had was against a walking cadaver like Joe Biden. But listen, if you insist on keeping MAGA on the shelf past its expiration date, then you will reap the consequences. Because there is a solid majority that is done with that shit, that is done with 2020, that is done with all this shit that's been going on since 2016, and we want to move on. And it would be nice to have a presidential race that reflects that. Donald Trump, as the leader of the Republican Party, should do the responsible thing and pull out for the good of the Republican Party. But he won't. And you won't pressure him to. You're going to keep glazing him the fuck up. You're going to keep saying Trump, 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 Trump. And you're going to watch him lose in 2024 just like he did in 2020. Because he's a loser, and apparently so are you. You can't get over your fucking loser mentality. You can't give it up and realize that this guy and his movement fucking failed. You can't realize that this guy that came to the Washington in order to drain the swamp is the swamp, feeds the swamp, lives in the swamp, needs the swamp, has a swamp ass. You can't accept those simple facts, and for that you shall be damned.
I'm campaigning a lot. I'm doing tremendous amounts of taping here. He's doing taping. He's doing some taping. We're doing a commercial. We're doing this. We're doing that. I've got a lot of things to. I'm a busy man. Anybody's ever done.
I can't get out there and do rallies like I used to. Oh my God, you can't do rallies like you used to? Donald, are you falling off? Are you falling the fuck off?
Before. Plus, in certain cases, I see many of you in the room where I'm speaking to you on phones, I'm speaking to radio, I'm speaking to television.
He's like, how dare you say that? How dare you say that my campaign schedule is empty and Kamala's campaign schedule is full when I'm on the phone with your ass. I'm on the phone. I'm doing a lot of stuff, right? It's like he's saying, and I'm zooming it in. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I'm working from home. That's what he's motherfucking working from home.
Television's coming over here. Excuse me, what are we doing right now? She's not doing any.
What are you doing right now? You're killing your campaign. Do you want to know what you're doing right now? You're losing. You're failing. You are twisting in the motherfucking wind. Your campaign is dying. And your movement is dying too. MAGA is yesterday's moldy newspaper.
News conference. You know why she's not doing it? Because she can't do a news conference. She doesn't know how to do a news conference.
She can only sell out stadiums. Sorry, not sell out stadiums. I don't think they're charging for it, but like, right, she can only fill up stadiums. The same stadiums that you can't fill up. The same stadiums where the top rungs stay empty for you. She can only fill those stadiums to capacity with people waiting outside trying to get in. That's all she can do. What a failure.
He's not smart enough to do a news conference. And I'm sorry, we need smart people to lead this country because our country's never been in this danger before, both economically and from an outside perspective. Russia doesn't respect us anymore. China doesn't respect us anymore. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, liked me a lot. He doesn't like.
I'm loved by dictators, folks. What can I say? Autocrats, dictators, monsters, they fucking love me.
Like this group.
They respect me.
We are in great danger. We're in great danger of being in World War III. That could happen. No, after their convention, yeah. And I'm going out to certain places to help certain senators get elected.
Look, listen, let me tell you, okay? So when he says we're in great danger of World War III, he's probably talking about Ukraine, all right? And let me tell you where the real danger comes from as far as World War III. Ukraine is a public relations disaster for Russia. They've got very few allies, very few supporters. The people that are supporting them are getting cheap oil from them, and that's the support, right? They're using Russia, right? But they don't like China. China would like to take a great big chunk out of Russia. Russia's got all this like territory out on the I guess it's like the that'd be like the east, right? The east of Russia. You know, Siberia and Manchuria and those areas, right? China would love to just eat up all that land. Right, so they're allies with Russia, but I don't know if they're friends, right? They want those resources. There's resources in there that Russia does not have the manpower to be able to extract. China can move people into there and they can extract those resources, right? But yeah, no, World War III, I think there is danger of World War III, but I don't think it comes from Ukraine because Putin trying to fight a international conflict with the United States through Ukraine would be a massive failure. He would mobilize all of Europe against him, right? He would mobilize most of the world against him. He would have very few allies, and that would be a disastrous conflict for him. It'd be a disaster. You know, World War III is going to be a disaster for the whole world if it happens, right? But it'd be super bad for him. Now, let me point you to another front, okay? Because we're talking about Ukraine, but he also mentioned Israel. Israel is a disaster for the United States. Israel and their conflict against Iran, with whom Russia is allies. I mean, they've just been exposed for so many crimes against humanity. Israel's like the only country out there that Vladimir Putin almost looks good in comparison to. And the fact that these are the United States, you know, this is the United States' top ally in the region, actually puts the United States in a real bind. Because if war were to break out along the axis of Israel versus Iran, that is a conflict that Russia, joining in with their ally in Iran, would have a lot more sympathy towards, right? People hate, you know, Israel, maybe even more than they hate Russia at this point, right? So if World War III is going to break out, it's going to be over that conflict. And again, who caused that conflict? Who set that into motion? Donald Trump, by sending Jared Kushner, not a diplomat, his son-in-law. This is nepotism. Nepo baby Jared Kushner was sent out to play diplomat and cut the Palestinians out of the negotiation. That's why October 7th happened. That's why this conflict is active. And that this is the conflict where World War III is a lot more likely to break out, right? Like I said, there's not a lot of sympathy for Russia invading Ukraine, but there's a lot of sympathy for anyone, even if it's Iran, opposing Israel. So yeah, we are in danger. But again, it's because of him. It's because of him. It's because of Donald Trump.
Me, I'm trying to help when I go out to Wyoming or when I go out to Montana, or I'm going to different places to help people. And I don't have to go there because I'm leading those states, as you know, by 35, 40, 50 points. I'm leading by record numbers. I'm going because I want to help senators and congressmen get elected. Congressmen and women get elected. Yes.
I'm sorry. Let me make sure I'm being oh my God, look, this is Trump after being told that he's losing among suburban women or something like that, right? This is his reaction. Oh, but shit, I'm sorry. Women, congresswomen too.
Please.
It's a little late, Mr. Grab him by the pussy. It's a little late to make a pitch for the female vote out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Again, chat, I'm sorry that this has taken so long. I know that there's some super chats that I need to get to. I'm going to get to those as soon as I can. And just know that I'll read those out. And we'll see where we're at as far as the dono goal when we get there. If we can, though, in the meantime, it'd be awesome if we could get the likes up. That would kick so much ass, right? If anybody who hasn't liked the stream yet would hit that like button. And also hit that subscribe button while you're at it, too. You know you want to see more of this. So I'll be bringing this, this election to you all year. And I'll be covering, everything that goes on from Kamala's rallies to Trump's rallies to the debates, everything. So if you want to keep tabs on me, if you want to be able to find me again, hit that subscribe button.
The upcoming what? Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Elon Musk. So, yeah, sure. So Elon called me. As you know, he endorsed me full-throated. Great endorsement. I respect Elon.
Full-throated, folks. He took it deep. He took it. I'm sorry. I'm immature.
A lot. He respects me. And not easy for him to endorse.
Not easy for him to take the whole enchilada, right? It's quite a bit. It's quite.
Honest with you, it takes courage to endorse people. Many people have courage, and
it takes a lot of hydration to be able to glaze up the great Donald Trump.
Many people don't. He does have courage. And Elon endorsed me, and he asked me whether or not I'd do a show on Monday, and I think it's going to be Monday night. And I believe he's the host of the show, so it'll be very interesting. A lot of people are talking about it. I look forward to it. That'll be done on Monday night. Well, you have a lot of misinformation spread about China, and you have a lot of misinformation spread about a lot of different places. I think I'm going to get along great with China. President Xi of China and I were very good friends. We met right here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sofa there.
This guy's accused Xi of basically unleashing COVID on the world, right? Like as a bioweapon, right? Now, like, as much as the United States and really the whole world suffered, and still suffers from that public health crisis, right? China got hit so hard, Chad. If you don't know, China's economy has not come back. China's economy is not doing well. China is not doing well, right? China's COVID like really, really hurt China. So for this guy to be like, yeah, they made it in their labs and unleashed it on the world, like for him to be like the China virus, right? He's like, oh yeah, I think I'll get along great with the guy that I accused of unleashing COVID on the world. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't think so.
As opposed to what we have right now. Right now we have you. But President Xi and I had a very good relationship until COVID. And I held him responsible for COVID. It broke up our relationship. But I think we're going to have a great relationship. And I think it's going to be mutually beneficial. But we cannot have it where China is taking advantage of the United States. And that's what they were doing, as you very well know. Yes, please.
Is chat okay in here? I don't know. I feel like people think that I'll more likely to read a caps lock comment when actually it's the opposite.
What's your question? No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people were treated very harshly.
What? Wait, sorry. Aren't talking? What is he saying about January 6th?
No, I think the people that, if you look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very
much. Wait, what? Does he want to be talking about January 6th? Yeah, no, it's
much. I think those people were treated very harshly when you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed. Nobody was killed on January 6th. But I think that the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly.
The people of January 6th? What, bro, are you literally trying to evoke people of Walmart? Like, I feel like that's a pretty fucked up way to look at your own supporters. Is he calling his own people hogs there? The people of January 6th.
There to complain, not through me. They were there to complain about an election. And, you know, it's very interesting. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said...
It was fake, says Ice King. Wow.
Peacefully and patriotically. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to, and you've seen, Maggie, I was in...
Was it a deep fake, Ice King?
At the mall. I was at the Washington Monument. I was at the whole thing. I had crowds. I don't know who's...
Yeah, no, he claims his inauguration was a big crowd too, right? Like, what does he say about that? That they deep faked that into looking like there's less people than there actually were?
Ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had it many times. The biggest crowd I've ever...
Again, this is the guy that's been doing the same venues as Kamala Harris, where he'll fill up, like, you know, part of the arena or part of the stadium or whatever. And then Kamala's, you know, crowd is filling up the entire thing. This is just verifiably untrue what he's saying. And also, look, he doesn't need to focus on this, right? Look, if I was going to give him advice, I'd be like, you need to find a group of hardcore MAGA loyalists, and we're going to have a phone call with them every week, and you can vent to them. You can tell them, my crowd was the biggest. They said that her crowd was big, but actually, you can, all that shit. You can lie all you want, and they're just going to clap, 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 and they're going to glaze you up, right? And they're going to make you feel good about that yourself. But then you're going to go into the press conference, and you're not going to say shit about that, because that makes you look like a loser. All right? And look, you know, excitement, crowd size, that goes up and down. You've had some big crowds, whatever, you know, but at this moment, comparing your crowd size to Kamala's is not helpful for the campaign. You're drawing attention to something that looks really bad for you, and you need to shut up, and you need to stop, and you need to get back on your game. All right? You're really good at, like, living in this world of delusion and projecting that delusion out into the, you know, out to your supporters. But right now, what you're projecting is weakness. Right now, what you're projecting is fragility. Right now, what you're projecting is your own angst, and that is not helpful as a candidate. You are losing the election right now. Like I said, just like Biden's clips from the debate, had he stayed in the match, had he stayed in the election, right? Those would have followed him all the way to November. People would have not let go of those. Those would still get played. Trump has made clips today that serve that same function. And I'm starting to see a weird parallel between the Trump campaign, one octogenarian, and the Biden campaign, another octogenarian. And the only solution for Biden's campaign sucking ass, the only solution for Biden having posted such cringe on a national stage and gotten clipped 1 million times, was to replace him. Same as the only solution for the Republicans, if they want to have a chance, if they want to have even a chance of beating Kamala, they need to do the same thing. They need to pressure him to step the fuck down, and they need to move on. They need to move forward. This guy is the oldest the oldest person ever to run for president. Now that Biden's out, Trump is the oldest, okay? And he's showing it. He's sundowning. He's melting down. He's losing it. And he's losing the election right in front of your eyes. And you can't take these clips back. You can't take these moments back. You can't erase them from Twitter. You can't erase them from TikTok. They're going to be all over the place for the rest of the election. The only way they don't count against the Republicans is if this guy is not the Republican candidate. So, you know, MAGA, Republican, Trump fans out there, right? If you want to have the best chance of winning, you got to do the same thing. You got the same thing going on with Trump right now as was going on with Biden. You've got him being laid bare as an octogenarian who has no place running for president, who is not able to communicate and is doing harm to his own campaign in this emergency press conference that he insisted on holding, that he didn't need to hold. But this is his grievance. And this is how he is. And he can't help but express his grievance to all who will listen. And in this case, let me tell you how your friend Aiden would put it, okay? Aiden would say, Donald, you need to stop posting your L's, right? It's a massive, huge L here that you are posting. You need to stop coping. You need to cut the cope stream short and stop posting your L's. But he can't fucking do it. And he doesn't have anybody in his orbit that can tell him that he's destroying his own campaign right now. So here he goes, bull in a china shop. And that china shop is his fucking campaign.
Spoken before was that day. And I'll tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture of a small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the...
Is he talking about January 6th? Is he bragging about the crowd size from January 6th? Is that literally what he's doing here?
Crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken. I've spoken to the biggest crowds. Nobody's spoken to crowds bigger
Is he talking about Jan 6?
than me. If you look at Martin Luther
Talk about posting your L's, dude. Move the fuck on, loser Donald.
King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look...
Oh no. Oh no.
Same
Chat. Do you see what he's doing? Do you see what's going on here? This is a huge fucking L for him. This is an enormous L. Oh my God. Again, mods, thanks for dealing with this. Look, I don't usually have this many people in chat. I don't know what's going on, but the mods are doing a lot right now, keeping the chat manageable. Again, if you want to have a conversation, that's fine. I would ask you not to advertise, and that includes political campaigns, right? We're not interested in you, shouting out your political parasocial daddy, whether that be Trump or anyone else, right? If you got a cogent thought about this situation, about what's going on, about what's better for the Republican Party at this point, because I don't think it's Donald Trump as president. Anyway, I am absolutely edging you on this Martin Luther King thing that he's about to step on a major rake here, chat. Let's let him.
If you look at Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech.
No, he is not about to compare crowd sizes with Martin Luther King. First of all, that was like the 60s, right? There were less people in the country then. But second of all, I don't think he's right on the substance. I don't think he actually had a bigger crowd size. But third of all, why the fuck are you trying to flex on MLK? Bro.
And you look at ours, same real estate, same...
Yeah, Ray Dean, you don't need to diagnose him, okay? I mean, I don't think you're his psychologist, but yeah, there is something wrong with this guy.
Everything. Same number of people, if not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact...
Again, please understand that we only have so many mods. They're doing a lot of work in here. So if you come in hot, posting what looks like cringe, right? You're gonna get a ban. So if you want to stay in here and have a conversation, that's fine. But please understand, our mods, like when they see something that looks like just, yelling, they are probably gonna be deleting it.
Exact same picture.
Cap locks are not your friends.
And everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington. And you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd. We actually had more people. They said I had 25,000, and he had 1 million people. And
what's this about him dropping out? Well, this is kind of a parallel event to Joe Biden's debate, right? Do you remember when Biden, he's kind of losing to Trump. He wants people to pay more attention to the election, pay more attention to Trump. He wants to kind of get the campaign started. So he challenges Trump to an unprecedented early debate. Usually presidents don't debate, or presidential candidates don't debate this early, right? Biden challenges Trump to a debate. Trump accepts. They go on. And instead of seeing the Biden that you got at the State of the Union address, right? He didn't drink his Mountain Dew. You all remember. And he made a bunch of clips, right? Including, we finally defeated Medicare, right? All this stuff that he said that doesn't make any sense, that shows that Biden is sundowning, that shows that Biden is not going to win against Donald Trump, right? And for that reason, Biden was pressured and finally relented and stepped aside. He dropped out. He withdrew his candidacy, right? This is a similar event for Donald Trump. And in the same way as the clips from the debate night, we're going to follow Biden around until the election, right? They weren't going to go anywhere. They weren't going to go away. They were going to continue to get posted on Twitter, on TikTok, everywhere, right? The things that he said, you can't unsay them. You can't, like, you know, have like a good performance or a good press conference and be like, see, Jack, I'm back on my shit. That was just a little, you know, one little mishap, right? It doesn't go away, right? And this doesn't go away either. So at this point, what I'm asking you is, given the fact that he has posted these L's, given the fact that he has become a presidential lolcow, is it not the responsible thing for Donald Trump to make the same decision that Biden made, and for the good of the Republican Party, pull out of the race? That's the question I'm asking.
I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please.
I'm okay with what? Wait, what did he say? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm like cutting him out.
We had more. And his great speech, and you look at ours, same real estate.
He's saying that January 6th was a better rally, was a bigger rally than Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. That's how he's flexing. That's what I'm talking about, chat. You can't undo this, right? Just like me, if I say something silly on stream and somebody clips it, I'm going to have to deal with this clip. Donald Trump is trying to flex on MLK, trying to flex January 6th on MLK. Do you see what I'm saying, chat? Do you see how bad this is? And that this is not going to go away. This is something that's just going to continue to get focused on again and again and again. And it's going to continue to erode his campaign. It's going to continue to erode his support. He's got people that are ride or die, all right? There is a contingency. There's like 30% of the country that is like ride or die MAGA, and they're going to vote for him no matter what. But 30% of the country is not enough to win an election, especially not when you got 55% of the country that hate his guts and they want him gone, right? So in that context, it's looking more and more like this guy has less and less of a chance to actually win the presidency and being, you know, a non-viable candidate in the same way that Biden was before he dropped out, right? The only responsible move for a party leader like Donald Trump, who cares about the future of the Republican Party, who cares about his legacy, is to drop out, is to step aside, is to bring in Glenn Youngkin, is to bring in Nikki Haley, is to bring even fucking DeSanctimonious, okay, I think would have a better chance than this guy.
Same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. And they said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture.
He's saying that January 6th. Did I miss this, chat? He is saying January 6th, right? The other thing he could be talking about, I guess it would be his inauguration. Oh my God, chat. Here, let's see if we can get the transcript here. Oh my God, there's no transcript. God damn it. No, there it is. Okay. Look. Let's give him a chance here. Maybe he's talking about the inauguration. It's still bad if he's talking about the Oh, there's no... He's not mentioning inauguration. If we look at MLK, it doesn't show up. Martin. Okay, let me read his... let me just read the transcript, because I don't want to get him wrong. I don't want to put words in his mouth that weren't there. People aren't talking about very much. I think those people were treated harshly. Wait, I think people that look at January 6th, which a lot of people aren't talking about very much, I think those people, he's looking at January 6th as a W. That's how badly his campaign is going. He's trying to flex January 6th, right? People aren't talking about very much. I think those people were treated very harshly when you compare them to other things that took place in this country where a lot of people were killed. Nobody was killed on January 6th. Yeah, somebody died after the... No, actually they were. Actually they were. And in the same way that you can show bodies, you know, people that were killed during the George Floyd uprising, right? Those include people that were killed by, by people running their cars into the crowd, right? The body count they have, which is 25, right, includes, like, I think police officers that were killed by right-wing thugs, by, like, Boogaloo Boys and shit, right? And includes, like, but anyway, you know, if you wanna say nobody was killed on January 6th, you're forgetting about Ashley Babbitt. Trump, what about justice for Ashley Babbitt? Are you forgetting Ashley Babbitt? But no, what he's trying to say is that, like, the police officer that died, like, I think died the next day, and there's some question about the cause of death, but, like, I mean, it's kind of like, you got the shit kicked out of you by protesters the previous day, and then you die? What do you think is the cause of death? What do you think is the cause of death there? What do you think caused that? Oh, no, he was going to die the next day anyway. I don't fucking think so. I don't fucking think so. But anyway, he's coping and seething. He's twisting and turning. He's doing mental gymnastics to try to argue, I don't even know what, right? We're killed on January 6th, but I think the people of January 6th were treated very unfairly, and they were there to complain, not through me. They were there to complain about an election. You know, it's very interesting. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to. And I said peacefully and patriotically, which nobody wants to say, but I said peacefully and patriotically. You called Mike Pence a traitor, and these people called for his blood, right? The biggest crowd I've ever spoken to. And you've seen Maggie. I was at the mall, and it was the Washington Monument. Yo! He literally is comparing Jan 6th to the I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King. The whole thing, I had crowds. I don't know who's ever had a bigger crowd than I have, but I had many times the biggest crowd I've ever spoken before that day. And I tell you, it's very hard to find a picture of that crowd. You see the picture, oh, it's a conspiracy. We're right into conspiracies, right? Very hard to find the crowd in the picture, small number of people relatively going to the Capitol, but you never see the picture of the crowd. The biggest crowd I've ever spoken, I've spoken to the biggest crowd. Nobody's spoken to bigger crowds than me. If you look at Martin Luther King, I'm sorry, chat, but I'm calling the election right there. He's lost. There it is. You want to replace him? Maybe you can have a real election. But if you run with this guy, he's losing. Motherfucker is comparing January 6th to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Martin Luther King, when he did his speech, his great speech, and you look at this, our same real estate, he calls it real estate. He's talking about the Washington Monument. Anyway, same everything, same number of people. If not, we had more. Flexing on MLK. Flexing on the MLK I Had a Dream speech with January motherfucking 6th. Forget Rosa Parks, chat. We got Q Shaman. That's the real revolutionary figure. Wow. They said he had 1 million people, but I had 25,000 people. But when you look at the exact same picture, everything the same between, because it was the fountains, the whole thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington, you look at it and you look at the picture of his crowd and my crowd, we actually had more people. They said I had 25,000 and he had 1 million people. He thinks that he had more, a larger crowd than MLK at January 6th. Because I like Dr. And I'm okay with it. Okay. So what he's saying is at the end, he's being very magnanimous. He's like, I like Dr. Martin Luther King. So I won't flex the fact, I won't rub it in his face that we got a bigger crowd than him. That there's more people that are concerned about the issue of me, Donald Trump, losing the election, which I claim that I didn't. I claim that it's a great travesty of justice. No, I took it to court 1 million times. I got slapped down 1 million times. Not even Mike Pence would accept the bullshit that I was trying to throw. Not even a ghoul, a fucking Christian nationalist evangelical ghoul like Mike Pence, who very much, thinks abortion is murder, and that, like, there's a reason that Mike Pence would rather have a Donald Trump in the presidency than a Joe Biden, right? Ideologically, right? But not even Mike Pence would sign on to this, right? He had 1 million people, and I'm okay with it because I like Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah, please. Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document. We live by it, and she has no votes. I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining. You're totally complaining. From that standpoint, I hate to be defending him, Joe Biden, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said, you're not going to win after the debate. Donald, you're not going to win after this press conference. Somebody needs to do the responsible thing. Somebody in the Trump family needs to do the responsible thing and have the conversation with Granddad. Have that conversation and explain to them how this looks from the outside. You flexed Jan 6th on Martin Luther King. You suggested you had a bigger crowd than MLK on Jan 6th. You lost the fucking election right there. There it is. Pack it up. We're done. We're done. It's over. It's over. Unless you want to withdraw your candidate and replace him with somebody viable. Put in Youngkin. Put in fucking Lindsey Graham would have a better chance at winning at this point than Donald Trump. Lindsey Graham knows not to flex on Dr. Martin Luther King with January 6th. Come on. It's over. It's done. This guy is cooked. I'm telling you. I'm calling it right here. This guy is cooked. He is done. He is finished. He is yesterday's hot garbage. This campaign is over.
And everything's the same because it was the fountains, the whole
Who is this guy? His name is Donald Trump.
thing, all the way back to from Lincoln to Washington. And you look at it, and you look at the picture of his crowd, my crowd. We actually had more people.
Now, I'm not going to rub his face in it. I mean, he did get assassinated and all that, and he's a great, civil rights hero. Oh my God. But I did have a bigger crowd. All right, Jan 6. Better than I Had a Dream speech. There we go. There we go. There's your dude. Republicans, come and get your dude. MAGA, come and get your dude. He's cooked. He's done. He's gone. Come and get your dude. Get him off of here. He just lost the election. He just fucking flexed on MLK.
They said I had 25,000 and he had 1 million people. And I'm okay with it because I liked Dr. Martin Luther King. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll let it. I beat him, but I love him. I like him. So he just lost the election right there. There we go. There we fucking go. He is done. It has never been so Jover, chat. It has not even with Joe Biden himself has it ever been this Jover. Joe Biden is too old to run for president. Joe Biden cannot string two words together, right? Joe Biden said that we finally beat Medicare, all right? But Joe Biden did not flex an attempted coup on Dr. Martin Luther King. He still hasn't showed us his ear. You're right, Harvey.
Can you explain your constitutional analysis? Which part of it?
Yeah, sure. We have a constitution. It's a very important document, and we live by it. She has no votes, and I'm very happy to run against her. I'm not complaining from that standpoint.
I'm not complaining.
And
I'm not complaining. I'm just complaining. Who's MLK? Good
I
question.
hate to be defending him, but he did not want to leave. He wanted to see if he could win. They said,
Typical Trump supporter.
you're not going to win after the debate. They said, you're not going to win. You can't win. You're out.
I'm telling you that now. I'm telling you that this applies to you, Donald. This applies to you every bit as much, if not more, than it did to Joe Biden. You should do the responsible thing for your party and withdraw your candidacy effective immediately. And you need to take Vance out of there too. Vance is not winning shit.
At first they said it nicely and he wasn't leaving, and then you know it better than anybody.
He will talk about his ear.
Wait a minute. So
I want to hear about this miraculously healing ear.
when you think about it, they said at first they were going to go out to another vote. They were going to go through a primary system, a quick primary system, which it would have to be. And then it all disappeared, and they just picked a person that was the first out. She was the first loser, okay? So we call her the first loser. She was the first loser when during the primary system, during the Democrat primary system.
I'm surprised he doesn't evoke like The Apprentice, like mention like a Humegalol contestant who lost in the first round.
She was the first one to quit, and she quit. She had no votes, no support, and she was...
He's talking about 2020, right? She didn't do well in the 2020 primary.
Bad debater, by the way, very bad debater.
Actually, I feel like she had some moments, didn't she?
And that's...
Is Donald Trump are you transvestigating Donald Trump? What is up with MAGA? Y'all are fucking unhinged lately. Did you just ask me if Donald Trump is a man or a woman? I know you're transvestigating Kyle Rittenhouse, okay? I know about that. I know you're transvestigating Andrew Tate, right? I know you think that every female boxer is somehow secretly a dude, but are you motherfuckers out here like observing Donald Trump's Q angle? Are you going to tell me about his fucking like collarbone? Are we going to talk about his oval shaped face? The telltale signs?
It's not the thing I'm looking forward to, but she was a bad debater. She did obviously a bad job. She never made it to Iowa. Then for some reason, and I know he regrets it, you do too, he picked her, and she turned on him too. She was working with the people that wanted him out. But the fact that you can get no vote.
Again, citation needed. I would love to know what happened behind the scenes. I can't falsify what he's saying, right? But I don't think that he has the information either.
Votes lose in the primary system. In other words, you had 14 or 15 people. She was the first one out. And that you can then be picked to run for president, it seems to me actually unconstitutional. Perhaps it's not. Please.
Yeah,
Run against Hillary.
Thank you, mods, and also thank you, mods that are checking making sure all the bans are legit. Again, folks, if you want to come in here and have a conversation, that's fine. If you come in here hot, or if you come in here advertising, right? We're not interested in a campaign slogan. We're not interested in anybody 2024. You don't need to say that, right? We're interested in a conversation. If you're willing to have a conversation, if you're willing to engage what I'm saying, instead of just spouting nonsense, then there's no problem, all right? But yeah, thank you, mods, for dealing with all the low-hanging fruit, the low-tier comments that we need to just like get out of the way. And also thank you to the other mods that are checking to make sure that no mistakes are made. The mods are doing a lot for you folks, so thank your mod.
And I've run against various other people. I would say that in terms of intelligence, Hillary was far superior. I would say that. Hillary was smart. She was her own worst enemy in many ways, but she was smart.
She was her own worst enemy. I will agree with him on that.
Smart. Okay? If you ask me to compare them, please.
So, oh my God. So we gotta look. I don't know what you're thinking, right? But to a lot of women and to a lot of POC, You calling Kamala Harris stupid? It just sounds like racism and sexism. It just sounds like standard misogynoir. Did I read the title right? Yeah, you did. We just watched Donald Trump compare his crowd size on January the 6th to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Motherfucker just tried to flex on Dr. Martin Luther King, right? So just in the same way that Biden posted cringe at the debate, Biden said we finally defeated Medicare, right? Okay, you know, that's somebody that's sundowning. That's somebody that doesn't know what he's saying. Trump had it right about Biden. He doesn't know what he's saying, or like Trump said, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't think he knows what he's saying either, right? Trump was right about that. Biden had no business running for president, right? Same way that Trump has no business running for president, right? You can't fucking come out there and be like, actually, my crowd size on January the 6th was better than MLK's I Have a Dream speech and hope to win president. As soon as people start to focus on that, that is going to suck up all the oxygen in the room. Look, he's posted a lot of cringe. He said a lot of fucked up shit, you know, grab him by the pussy, all that shit, right? But this is it. This is the last one. This is the last chance. This is his last fuck up, right? This is his Waterloo. This guy is cooked. This guy is fucking cooked.
Would you repeat that question, please? Do you have to speak up?
Yes, sir. I said,
It's a hard room because it's very big, if you know. So this is worth $18 million. Oh, I see.
Yeah, he's fucking depressed too. Look at that. That's what's different about him now, right? He's seen the numbers. He knows he's losing. He's trying to cope. He's trying to say, but what about Rasmussen? But what about... This is like Hitler's downfall. This is literally fucking Hitler's downfall here. He's like, oh yeah, but what about these troops? No, those troops have already been defeated. You know, what about these troops over here? These troops have surrendered.
Yeah. So I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate.
The abortion issue has very much tampered down, right? He's saying that like nobody really cares that I ended Roe versus Wade anymore. It's not important. It's not an issue.
And it seems to be much less of an issue, especially for those where they...
We'll see what you're saying about that in Rovember.
...have the exceptions, as you know. And I think it's when I look for 52 years, they wanted to bring abortion back to the states. They wanted to get...
Do you see where he's failing here? Do you see what this failure represents, right? So in order to try to tamp down the amount of votes that he's losing based on Roe versus Wade, based on the fact that he nominated the Supreme Court that took down Roe versus Wade, he's trying to say, well, you know, what about the exceptions? There's exceptions. Yeah, you know, if you get R-worded, maybe you can get an abortion, right? If you have there's a major danger to the life of the pregnant person, maybe you can have an exception, right? This is something that he needs to say to win the election, but this is something that is going to lose him his base. It's going to lose him the excitement, right? The people that support him, his hardcore fans, they want Roe versus Wade gone. They want to, yeah, first leave it up to the states so that all of their states can ban abortion, but then eventually get a national abortion ban in place, right? He's flip-flopping now. He's flip-flopping on that, and he's giving ground. This is something that we didn't used to see from Trump, but here it is. He's basically trying to moderate his abortion stance. And I get why he's doing it. And, you know, it probably would be, you know, the only way that he could win the election is by moderating, but it's too late. People have heard him endorse a national abortion ban on the left, And on the right, people are not going to like to hear him talk about exceptions. They're not going to like to hear him try to distance himself from Project 2025, right? He's in between a rock and a hard place. And this is another, front on which he's losing.
Get rid of Roe v. Wade, and that's Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everybody. Liberals can.
Everybody wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade. Wrong, wrong, wrong. And the election results show that you're wrong. The votes, the referendums in states like Ohio, a conservative Christian state like Ohio, had a referendum to establish the right to choose. Kansas. Trump, you're losing Kansas, you're losing Ohio. Nobody wants your shitty Supreme Court. Your illegitimate Supreme Court. Nobody likes the decisions that they've made. You are unfortunately what we call the dog that caught the car, right? When a dog chases around behind a car, that's one thing. If the dog actually gets a hold of the car's tire, that dog is getting fucked up. And Trump, you are that dog right now. The Republican Party is that dog.
Conservatives, everybody wanted it back in the states, and I did that. Now the states are voting. And frankly, some of the votes are much more, if you could say, liberal.
EFB writer, POV, you are coping and seething. Coping and seething so hard.
Then you would think Ohio turned out to be, they had a big vote, and it turned out to be a much more liberal standing than people would have thought. Kansas, the same thing. And then you have Texas, and you have other places where...
Trump, that's a refutation of your policy, right? The policy that you tried to enact on the country, nominating corrupt, officials as justices so that they go against precedent, even though they told the Senate that they would not. They got, nominated, they got accepted, they got confirmed under those conditions where they said they weren't going to go against precedent, and then they did it anyway. That's on you, bud. You own that now. You own that policy. You made it happen. And you are going to pay the electoral consequences for that, which is that you are a toxic waste dump of a political candidate. And you can't get out of it no matter how much you struggle, no matter how much you try to do mental gymnastics around this. You cannot get out of it. You did this.
It may be different.
You gave the hogs what they wanted. They wanted an abortion ban. We've got a Trump abortion ban. And now you're going to lose voters because of the Trump abortion ban, which the country doesn't want. Not nobody. There is a contingent that wants this. But they represent, 20% of the people in the country. And there's another contingent of 65% of the people in the country, and they want nothing to do with the Trump abortion ban. And they want to get rid of it as soon as they fucking can.
But the issue has been brought back to the states now. And like Ronald Reagan, I believe in the exceptions for rape and...
So he's hiding behind Reagan.
...incest and life of the mother. I believe,
This is what smarter Republicans used to have for their policy, right? They would say stuff like this. They would say that, Roe versus Wade was the law, even while they were nominating Supreme Court justices that they hoped would one day reverse that precedent.
I believe strongly. I think that that's a very important thing. I think when you have to follow your heart. But when you don't believe in the exceptions, I think it's much tougher. It's a much tougher issue. But about 82% of Republicans do believe in exceptions. I think
So what you just said is that your own stated policy of a nationwide abortion ban, the Project 2025 goal of eliminating any sort of exceptions, right, is unpopular even amongst Republicans. And guess what, chat? This is one time that Trump is telling the truth. Trump is not lying here.
A lot of them are changing their mind and coming even further. I think that abortion has become much less of an issue. It's a very small, I think it's actually going to be a very small issue. What I've done is I've done what every Democrat and every Republican wanted to have done, and we brought that issue back to the states. And now the states are voting on it. And frankly, Some of the votes are a lot different than people would have thought, but it's the vote of the people is taking care of it. And, you know, when you think about the radical, the Democrats are really the radical ones on this because they're allowed
Are we going to get the...
do abortion on the 8th and 9th month.
No, he's going to say they do the abortion after the baby's born. The baby's born, and then the doctor goes and takes it away into a dark corner and says, ha ha, we did an abortion.
And even after birth, if you look at your new governor from Minnesota, he's talking about, he's like the governor previous, the former governor.
Waltz, he's talking about Waltz here.
I don't want to get him mixed up because Glenn is doing a good job and he's leading our whole campaign in Virginia, Glenn Youngkin. But previous to Glenn, the governor, he said the baby will be born.
Look, if the Republicans wanted to win, they would replace you with Glenn Youngkin, right?
We will put the baby aside and we will decide with the mother what we're going to do. In other words, whether or not...
He's done a better job of seeming like a human being in terms of his policy towards this than you have.
We're going to kill the baby. The Minnesota gentleman, this guy agrees with that. He is the most liberal. Look, between her and him, there's never been anything like this. There's never been a combination. So I'll use the word progressive. You know, they want to go progressive.
I'm sorry, Trump, but as far as like accusing the other side of being radical, you lost the ability to do that. You lost the ability to do that when you compared January 6th to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech, all right? There is nothing that they could do. They could call for fucking full communism, and they wouldn't be as radical as you.
Word liberal. I like liberal better. I think it's more appropriate because nobody knows what progressive means. But they now like to use the word progressive.
And he's even coping about that. Oh my God, progressive has a good name, like it has a good brand recognition, whereas liberal is associated with bad things. Oh my God.
But there's certainly never been anybody so liberal like these two, or even close. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore.
Okay, so there's a name for what he's doing. This is wish casting, right? He wishes the abortion issue was not a big deal. He wishes that people had moved on and they'd accepted that, like, Roe versus Wade is no longer the law of the land. However, he's going to find out that that is not true in Rovember.
Really? And when people hear what I said in the debate, and I think I said it very well during the debate, we brought it back.
Anthony Bailey, keep on going with that. Keep on going with that. Keep on calling Martin Luther King a radical. And see where that gets you, right? Call him a communist. Call him whatever the fuck you want to call him, right? But if you call him out of step with the American people, you're going to lose every election in the future. Okay, understand that. Understand that.
Back to the states. Everybody wanted it in the states. And very important.
Funny enough, there is an argument to be made about like the degree to which some of Martin Luther King's viewpoints and statements have gotten buried and aren't really talked about, and some of like what he was actually about has been whitewashed. All right, but in terms of what it sells to the voting public, right, saying that your January 6th was better than the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech is a political loser, and this guy has just lost his election based on that alone. That loses him the election. And you think about this, assuming you have exceptions. If you don't have exceptions, it's a more difficult thing. At the same time, there are people that strongly feel that way, and you have to follow your heart, and you should follow your heart. But that issue is very much subdued. Yeah, thank you. About who? About the assassination attempt. Yes. Did the fact that somebody used an AR-15 gun at all change your impression of people's access to that weapon? No, I didn't. Look, if you take away guns, she wants to take away everyone's gun. If you take away guns... Salamander, I vote Trump. Wait, what is this? I enjoy being normal? Do you think that comparing January 6th to the I Have a Dream speech, is that normal? Is that normal? Is it normal for a political candidate to flex on Martin Luther King by saying, I had a bigger crowd? I had a bigger crowd than MLK. Is that fucking normal? Is trying to use January 6th as a positive thing. Is that fucking normal? Look, let's be real. Nothing's been normal since 2016 when this guy got into office, all right? And then whatever normal shakes out as, whatever normal, you know, settles out as, in the end, it's going to be different than it was before, right? But there is nothing normal about this man or his movement or his supporters, right? They are radically out of step with the American voting public, and they are about to face a huge reality check.
Can't do it because people need the guns for protection. Now, entertainment, they want it, hunting, they want, you know, different things, but they need weapons for protection in this country. People live out in the woods and then...
People live out in the woods, so they need protection. They need an AR to fucking defend themselves against rogue deer. Motherfucking, you gotta understand, right? There's a bear, a deer, there's a mastodon could come out of extinction and attack your family. You need a fucking bazooka to blast that shit away.
Not gonna have a gun. If you look at some countries, I don't want to get them in trouble, but some countries have actually gone the opposite way. They had very strong gun laws, and now they have gone the opposite way, where they allowed people to have guns, where in one case they encouraged people to go out and get guns, and crime is down 29%. And remember this, what is the toughest gun law in the United States? Chicago.
I thought he was going to say his bump stock law.
On July 4th,
it was too tough for his own Supreme Court took him down.
117 people were shot and 17 died. The toughest gun laws in the United States are in the city of Chicago. You know that. They had 117 people shot. Afghanistan does not have that. Afghanistan, by the way, was the lowest point in the history of our country, in my opinion. That was the worst.
Oh, are you talking about the war that you refused to withdraw? You had 4 years and you didn't withdraw. This war had gone on for 20 years, chat, and he stayed in it because he's fucking vain. Because he knew what pulling out of Afghanistan would look like, and he didn't want to have it to happen under his watch.
Embarrassment to the history of this country, and I say Putin would not have gone into Ukraine if that didn't happen. When he saw the incompetence of Milley and all these guys that are incompetent.
Oh God, he hates General. This is another hate boner he has, General Milley.
When he saw that happen, when they took out the soldiers first, they took out the soldiers first. You know, if you go back and check your records, for 18 months, I had a...
No, Trump's idea is what? To disarm these soldiers? To take out the equipment first? I don't know. Look, it's a bad fucking deal. The war on terror was a mistake. It was a huge fucking overreaction from the United States, right? The United States gets attacked by people from Saudi Arabia, and the response is to invade Afghanistan, is to invade Iraq, is to make plans to invade Iran as well. They never quite got that far. They never got their war with Iran. Trump tried for a war with Iran. Trump did acts of war against Iran. Trump is damn lucky and a war against Iran didn't break out under his administration, right? But that's the war on terror, which you kept going. Trump kept the droning of civilians going. Trump did not end the fucking war on terror. Trump did not pull out of Afghanistan.
Talk with Abdul. Abdul was the leader of the Taliban, still is. But I had a strong talk with him. For 18 months, not one American soldier was shot at or killed, but not even shot at. 18 months, and then we had the disaster of the...
What about Chicago? You want to invade Chicago too?
Of the lift, where people were falling off airplanes from 3 times the height of the World Trade Center. I mean, terrible. But now our country...
Wait, falling off airplanes? Does he mean jumping out of buildings? Again, he's back to the war on terror. He's back to literally fucking justifying the war on terror. Literally justifying those mistakes. Anybody who thinks this is the peace president, this is the president that keeps us out of war, You're full of shit. All right? This guy is worse than Dick Cheney. He said the problem with Iraq was we didn't take their oil. All right, we made tons of money, off of their oil. The contractors that Cheney, was in bed with made tons of money off their oil. But Trump wanted to just fucking take the oil. That was the problem. The United States should have left Iraq feeling even more burned than they already do.
It has to be respected again, please. Go ahead, please.
Again, this is the person who got laughed at to his fucking face in multiple international events, right? When he met with world leaders, people laughed at him. People laughed at our country for fucking electing a reality TV bozo like this, right? He's not serious. Everybody knows he's not serious. He's not up for the job. Everybody knows he's not up for the job. He doesn't understand international affairs. Everybody fucking knows that. So yeah, we get fucking laughed at. And what's his flex? I'm loved and adored by authoritarians. I'm loved and adored by dictators. Putin likes me. Kim likes me.
Reporting, I believe, in the New York Times that Kamala Harris said she might be open to the idea of a weapons embargo against Israel. I wonder if you could comment on that.
I'd be against that. That Kamala is in favor of not giving Israel weapons? Yeah. That's what I hear. Look.
Wait, Obama was president before Trump? Do you think I'm glazing up Obama? Humble pie? Do you think I'm an Obama fan sitting here? Do you think I got a Yes We Can poster behind me? Is that who the fuck you think you're talking to? Bro, that's not me. And if you sit here and listen instead of popping off the second you coming in hot and catching a ban right away, then you would know that. You would know that I am not here to defend the motherfucking Democratic Party. I am here to point out its failures, right? But its biggest failure is an inability to distinguish itself from the Republican Party. Its biggest failure is when it imitates the Republican Party. Its biggest failure is when it caves to monsters like Trump on issues like immigration and essentially signs off on the wall policy, on Trump's border policy. The issue is when it fucking surrenders to the neoliberal Ronald Reagan world order. And for 20 years, we have Democrats that are like 1 degree of difference as far as economic policy from the Republicans, right? I got plenty of smoke for the Democratic Party. Do not mistake me. I am here to talk about the horse race. I am here to talk about the election that is currently going on, an election that Trump seems intent on losing. Motherfucker just compared himself and the January 6th event to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech. Just as much as Joe Biden lost the election when he posted cringe in the debate, Trump has these are clips that are not going to go away, right? Him comparing himself, him comparing his crowd size to MLK's speech is not going to go away. And it is vastly out of step with the American people, right? That is me putting on my hat as a political consultant, which I am happy to do for shorts, right? You're interested in the horse race, you're interested in the politics, you're interested in the competition between these two candidates. I'm telling you that this competition is over. Trump just lost it. As much as Biden lost it in that debate, Trump just fucking threw it all away. And the only hope for the Republican Party is to pressure him, like the Democrats pressured Biden, to get him to step away from the nomination and to replace him with somebody who actually has a chance of winning. Nikki Haley, Glenn Youngkin, even fucking DeSanctimonious, even Lindsey Graham would have a better chance of winning the election than this fucking clown, than this lolcow ex-president.
She's been
sad loser, bad loser Donald Trump.
very, very bad to Israel, and she's been
He just fucked his own campaign right here. That's what I'm here to talk to you about. I am not here to fucking tell you that the Democratic Party are like awesome people and they've got all the right policies and they're willing to actually address the tough issues, the existential issues, right? There is a real threat of World War III. Not from where Trump thinks it is, right? It doesn't come from, the conflict from Ukraine. It actually comes from the conflict that Israel is starting. There are real challenges, existential challenges, right? That the Democratic Party is insufficiently bold to meet. But that's not what we're talking about today. We're talking about the campaign. We're talking about the horse race. We're talking about the contest. And it is a contest that I have just seen in this press conference, in this self-inflicted wound by Donald Trump to his own campaign. I have just seen him lose. This guy is cooked, I'm telling you. You can hear me now and you can believe me later. This guy is cooked.
Very bad to Jewish people. And I say it, if anybody I know is...
Trump has Trump derangement syndrome bad? That's an interesting diagnosis. Hulkachu? Is Hulkachu like what you get if you cross Pikachu with Hulkamania? Like the Hulkster? Is that what you're talking about? Is that what you're bringing us? This is some low-hanging fruit, my friend.
Jewish, and they would vote for Kamala over me, they should have their head examined. If you think...
Oh my God, is he making... This is like the Biden thing. This is like, you ain't even black.
About it, I gave them Golan.
If you vote for Kamala, I gave them Golan. Oh my God, you caused the conflict, motherfucker. He's admitting it. He's admitting it. He caused the conflict. You want to talk about the root causes of October 7th? Let's talk about the failed diplomacy done by his failed son-in-law, Jared Kushner, cutting the Palestinian people out of their own negotiation. You want to talk about failed foreign policy? Let's talk about the Golan Heights shit.
Heights, I gave them the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. I even built...
You caused October 7th, motherfucker. You did it. That's you. That's you. That's on you. That's your fault. This fucking clown sitting here trying to brag about the fact that he caused the conflict that might actually lead to World War III. And I'm not even fucking kidding. Like I said, Ukraine is a public relations loser for Russia, right? They invaded Ukraine. Everybody saw it. The only allies they have in terms of Ukraine are the people that they're selling cheap oil to, right? But Israel, in their conflict with Iran, with whom Russia is diplomatically engaged, with whom Russia is on the side of, right? That is a conflict that if that breaks out into war, there's going to be very few people who have sympathy with the United States and its ally Israel, right? That's the real danger. That's the existential danger. And this motherfucker did it. This motherfucker caused it through his nepotistic nomination of his fucking son-in-law to go to play diplomat and fuck up the world so bad that we're now in this conflict that Israel's trying to drag us into, this fucking huge ass, like multinational. I mean, this is how world wars start. You want to talk about world wars? You want to talk about what starts world wars? It's shit like this. It's series of alliances, right? That pull, the hegemonic nations into global conflict. And it's this guy's actions that have brought us here. And no, the media is not going to tell you this. As much as you might think the media's in the tank for the left, whatever the fuck that means, whoever the fuck the left is, right? They are not going to tell you this. They are not going to tell you this because they're on Trump's side when it comes to his Israel policy. Thank you, anonymous gifter. That was very nice of you. Again, chat, I need to break away from this soon. I just every time I want to break away from this, I see something really good that we need to go over. Like, this is important stuff. I'm glad we're covering this. Right? And you're going to get a perspective in here that you're not going to hear elsewhere. You're not going to hear this from the news media. You're not going to hear this from most streamers. This is important stuff to cover. This is a revelation. This is a new moment emerging on the campaign, and I think that Trump just fucked himself. I think that Trump just gave the game away. I don't know how many people are focusing on his flex on Martin Luther King, but I think he very likely just lost the campaign right there. That is way out of step with normie America. When you say January 6th actually had better crowds than, I mean, first of all, you're missing the point of, of civil rights, right? Secondly, you're comparing it to your attempt to stay in the White House past the point at which you were defeated, past the point at which you lost. And thirdly, yeah, you're literally fucking flexing on Martin Luther King. That is not going to go well for you, bud. That is not going to go well for you at all.
The embassy, I gave them no Iran deal. The problem is they didn't do anything with it. Iran was broke. We could have made a deal so easily. I would have had a deal done within 1 week after the election with Iran. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. We would have gotten along with Iran. I was looking forward to it. I was fine with Iran. You know, we hit them a couple of times pretty hard, but we would have been fine with Iran.
I was fine with Iran. You did an act of war, right? It's a blessing that you didn't start a war with Iran, and I think you wanted to. I think you wanted a war with Iran. You don't kill top generals of another nation that you do not want war with.
Iran. But I got them, I terminated that deal. I got them the Abraham.
You terminated the fucking nuclear deal, motherfucker! You terminated the Iran nuclear deal. They had agreed not to process their spent fuel towards weapons. And you blew that fucking deal up. No, yeah, there's so much that Trump did that absolutely led to the conflict that we find ourselves in today, to the real existential conflict, which is the conflict between Israel and Iran. This is really scary shit, right? And he's right about one thing, that we are in many ways on the precipice of World War III. However, he thinks it's about Ukraine, and it's not. It's not. Again, Russia does not have that sympathy. That is not a fruitful conflict for Russia to push, right? The conflict, though, with Iran and Israel is. They do have the PR of the world. They do have the sympathy of the world on their side when it comes to that. Because Israel has become a pariah state, and the United States has been very slow to acknowledge that, slow to react to that.
Accords. Everyone said that's impossible. I got them the Abraham Accords. She's been very, very bad to Israel, and she's been very bad and disrespectful to Jewish people. And any Jewish person that votes...
Now that's a bot raid.
Kamala and her friend, her new friend, who I don't know if she knew him before, but I don't think he's too good. But anybody that votes for them, if you're Jewish or if you love Israel, you have to have your head examined. Go ahead, please. They have. The FBI came to see me about the shooter. I think they've done a very good job. And I think they did a very good job with respect to this other lunatic that they have in custody. Please.
There's been some discussion around Vice President Harris's relationship with Willie Brown,
Yeah.
former mayor of San Francisco, and how that might have intersected with her career trajectory. So I'm just wondering if you followed that discussion at all at any point.
Well, I know Willie Brown very well. In fact, I went down in a helicopter with him.
Oh my God, I thought he was going to go in somewhere different when he said I went down. Oh my God.
We thought maybe this is the end. We were in a helicopter going to a certain location.
Wait. Okay, so this has been fact-checked and this has been debunked, right? He may have been in a helicopter with Jerry Brown, former governor of California. This Willie Brown shit he's saying is...
together, and there was an emergency landing. This was not a...
This never happened. He's straight up lying. Look at that. That's the face of a liar. And he's laughing at you if you support him. He regards you as a fucking hog. He looks at you and he sees a pig. A pay pig. And he fucking laughs at you. You believe all of his lies? Holy shit, he can just straight up lie to you and you're gonna eat it up? Wow. These hogs are amazing.
Pleasant landing, and Willie was he was a little concerned. So I know him pretty well. I mean, I haven't seen him in years. But he told me terrible things about her.
Any proof? You should be asking for proof from him. This has been looked into. Right? This has already been fact checked. And like a lot of Trump's reality check, it comes up insufficient funds.
But
I love that you're going to come in here and ask me for proof when you just believe everything he fucking says. You never ask him for proof, right? I find that hilarious.
this is what you're telling me anyway, I guess.
I am actually giving you, if you're a Republican, the best advice you could possibly get right now, all right? I'm taking off my hat, my ideological hat, and I am putting on my my political analyst hat. And I'm saying that the best thing for the Republican Party right now, which I don't hope they do, I hope they stick with Trump. I hope they stick with Trump. That is the best chance to not having a Republican in the White House. That is the best chance to having the least amount of Republicans in the Senate and the House, right? But I am giving you really good advice if you were actually willing to take it, right? What should Trump do after this disastrous press conference, after this absolute meltdown, after this self-inflicted mortal wound? He should withdraw for the good of the Republican Party. I doubt he will. The only way that you can make that happen, same as Joe Biden. Joe Biden didn't want to withdraw, right? People need to make him withdraw. If you want this to be a real election, if you want this to be a real competition, if you want there to be a chance of the Republicans winning, you need to pressure this guy to step the fuck down.
But he had a big part in what happened with Kamala. But he I don't know, maybe he's changed his tune, but he was not a fan of hers very much at that point.
Do you believe Vice President Harris would certify your election victory if you win?
Yeah, I do. Go ahead.
How are you planning to vote on Florida's abortion referendum?
On what?
How are you planning to vote on Florida's abortion referendum?
Well, I'm going to announce that. I'm going to actually have a press conference on that at some point in the near future, so I don't want to tell you now. But Florida does have a vote coming.
He can't withdraw. He can. Anybody can withdraw. Tommy, why can you talk to me with your mouth and not your ass? Like, seriously, he can't withdraw. You really think that there would be a candidate that would be like, tries to withdraw, and what, the Secret Service? Who tells him he can't withdraw? Who enforces that? Who says you have to run? You have to run. You're running whether you like it or not. No, of course you can withdraw. Of course people said the same thing about Biden too, right? People said it was too late. People said the Republicans will sue. People said that Kamala wouldn't be able to get on all the ballots, right? None of that was true. None of that was true. What would happen if Trump were to have an unfortunate health event, which he kind of looks like he's approaching, right? This guy does not look healthy. Look at this man, compare him to several months ago, and ask yourself if he does not look, I don't know, like 7 years older. Like, look, he knows what's happening, whether he wants to admit it or not. He sees the numbers. He sees the polls. It is a huge reversal of fortunes. A month ago, he thought he had this election locked up. And now he sees it slipping away from him. But were he to experience some sort of adverse health event, which, either ended up with him passing or left him unable to continue the campaign, he would be replaced. The Republican Party would come in and they would replace him with a different candidate. What do you think? There's no way to. Did you think that they default the election? Is that what you think? You think that if the Republican candidate pulls out after the convention, that the Democrat automatically wins? This isn't baseball. This isn't baseball, guys. Come on. Think with your brains.
Up on that. And I think probably the vote will go in a little more liberal way than people thought. But I'll be announcing that at the appropriate time.
Wow, I have really poked the beehive today. I'm really making some people pissed. I'm trying to help you. Do you understand this? I am giving you the best advice you could possibly get. If you are a Republican, if you support Donald Trump, if you believe in this fucking agenda, you need to find another candidate to get behind. You need to get this guy to withdraw, right? Nobody fucking compares January 6th to MLK's I Have a Dream speech and wins the presidency. He has already lost once. Usually nobody runs again. Usually once you're a loser, you've got that stink about you and people you don't get nominated again. All right, this has just been some coping and seething from the Trump campaign in terms of not admitting that he lost in 2020, and some coping and seething from his supporters in terms of thinking that he can win in 2024. It's not going to happen, guys. I just showed you why. I just showed you the clips that we're going to be looking at for the next 80 days. The next, I don't know, is it 85 days? There's not that much left in the campaign. Look, November. We're talking about November, okay? August, September, October, November.
Please.
Mr. President, your tax cuts from your administration will be coming up, fairly soon and potentially expiring. I wanted to ask you specifically about the tax code favoring parents versus people who don't have children. There are a number of tax breaks.
Yeah. Oh, we gave tremendous for child care and all of that. No, our tax cuts, which are the biggest in history, our tax cuts are coming due, as you know, very soon. And if the Democrats don't renew them or make it impossible to renew because it's pretty close in terms of vote, if they don't renew them, it's the equivalent of having a 4 times tax increase from what you have right now, and it'll destroy the economy.
Oh my God, those are some mental gymnastics right there. I put in tax cuts for fucking millionaires and billionaires. And if the Democrats don't keep them, it's like they raise taxes on everything. No, dude. This is the guy that's literally like, it's in his policy to raise taxes on the middle class, right? The median worker in the United States, the median family is going to pay $2,000 more in taxes under his fucking plan, right? He's talked about eliminating taxes and replacing them with a tariff, which would result in a net loss of like $2,000 for the median family. This is what I mean when I say he's out of step. His reality check has bounced. He has come up with insufficient funds.
I think they're under tremendous pressure to do it. I've never
not one someone you comment a lot for being titled No Comment Chick. That's true.
All my life I grow up and
that I will not disagree with.
Watch politics, and I used to be on the other side of politics first, then I run for office. But in all the years of studying politics, I've never seen people get elected by saying, we're going to give you a tax increase. These guys get up. Think of it. We're going to give you no security. We're going to give you a weak military. We're going to give you...
Okay, let me point to you the New Deal coalition, which was a whole era of politics in which even under Republican presidents, the top marginal rate... Now, chat, let me explain this to you for those of you that are low information Andes and Andreas out there, right? Because I know we got some in Shorts chat right now. I know we got some low information people out there, right? But when I say marginal rate, when I say the top marginal rate, that means that there's a certain amount of income which you get taxed at this rate, okay, only in the income that you make over. So if it's like $190,000 a year, for example, right, you get this tax rate at $190,000 a year and over, right? 90-something% under a Republican president. You want to tell me that nobody gets elected with high taxes? You know what taxes are? That is a charge when you're talking about taxes on the wealthy, right? That is a chargeback on the people that have been exploiting you. That is a chargeback on the people who you earn X amount of value for, right? You contribute X amount of productivity, right? You make stuff. You create value for your bosses, for your employers, for the company owners, right? You create value and you get paid a pittance. A pittance, right? So your income's being taxed, you just don't see it because you've been alienated from your fucking labor. You don't get to see how much you're contributing. And it's more than you think. And you're getting paid way less than that, right? So when there's a high marginal, top marginal tax rate, that is a chargeback to the people that are doing well in this game, in the situation. It's like this guy wears a shitty hat and claims to be for the working class. And yet his only successful legislation was to cut taxes for millionaires and billionaires. He is the biggest fraud that you have ever seen.
No walls, no borders, no anything. We're going to, all these things they're doing. I mean, the transgender.
Oh my God, we got the transgender world.
Became such a big thing, but they do all of these things, but they always say, we're going to give you a tax increase. I never heard anybody campaign on a tax increase.
Wait, we just got transgender. We got nothing. They got the transgender, but then they got the tax increase. Oh my God.
A politician has always said, I will.
Look, I'm going to have to quote Trump here and say, I don't know what he's saying, and I don't think he knows what he's saying. This guy needs to drop the fuck out. This guy needs to drop out now.
Cut taxes. I'll give you one example. Social Security. They're going to destroy Social Security.
Oh my God. You want to talk about destroy? That's literally in Project 2025. So Social Security is called an entitlement. Now, you might be tempted to think entitlement. Is that because people think they're entitled to it? Are they getting something for free? No. You're paying into it. Who funds your Social Security? You do. All right? And theoretically, years and years from now, the Social Security fund could run out of money. There's two ways to fix that I'll point out to you, okay? There's the Trump way, which is that he raises your retirement age. So you got to work longer before you can get to that money. And he cuts your benefits. So you know how old people don't get enough money from Social Security? You know how they can't support themselves on Social Security alone? Well, he's going to make you get by with less. All right? Second way, we raise the cap. There's a cap on Social Security payments, right? So you're paying a certain percentage of your paycheck writ large into Social Security, but somebody that makes over, I think it's like 160,000, I can't remember a chat, but there's a certain rate where there's a cap, where any amount over that amount, right? As opposed to what I was telling you about the top marginal tax rate, which, you had a very high top marginal tax rate under Eisenhower, a Republican. After that amount, the rich, they don't pay any more, right? It's capped. It's capped. They stop having to pay into Social Security after a certain amount. If you raise the cap, there you go. Social Security is secure once more, right? That is the right way to fix that policy. Trump's way of fixing the policy is a slow death of the program. We have, some social safety net here, thanks to policies undertaken in the wake of the Great Depression. These guys, the right wing, have been trying to get rid of that and continue to try to get rid of that, sometimes with the aid of the Democratic Party. Did you think I was going to glaze up the Democratic Party? Did you think that I was going to cheerlead for that? That's what I'm here for, is to tell you how great the Democratic Party is. Let me see if I can get you to join the Democrat. No, it's not. It's not. It's bad. It's not as bad as these clowns, right? But it's still bad. And it's bad especially because they are sometimes on board with these deals to try to fuck you over on programs that you paid into all your fucking life, right? You shouldn't trust the Democratic Party. You shouldn't trust the Republican Party. But if you're talking about the binary choice of, you know, do you want one of these clowns or do you want one of those clowns in there? I say use your vote as a weapon to make sure that this asshole never sees the White House again. I say use your vote as a weapon to make sure that this asshole actually faces some consequences, actually has to go through his court proceedings, and maybe actually is held accountable for something. Now, don't expect anything too great, okay? He's not going away. He's not going to get put in jail. He's not going to get put in real jail. Let's be real, right? Rich people don't go to real jail. But he might get a motherfucking ankle bracelet. And that is the closest thing to justice that we're going to see for this piece of shit that was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, that was born with every fucking advantage in life and still managed to make less money than you would had you been given his inheritance at the age that he inherited it and then done something just, you know, like put it in the S&P 500, like very basic bitch investment, right? Very conservative, safe investment you make, right? You'd have more money than he did. He's a fucking loser. Everything he's touched turns to shit. He's a failed businessman. He's a failed real estate magnate. He's a failed casino owner. How do you fucking fail at casinos? The house always wins. Well, not when you got Donnie, not when you got loser Donald, right? Apparently his dad had to bail him out of that too. But yeah, no, you want to fucking send him to the White House once again. You want to send this fucking loser, this poster boy for privilege. This poster boy, this fail son, America's fail son, Donald Trump. I can't imagine wanting to send him back to the fucking White House, but some people do. I just think a lot less people are going to now that he's tried to flex on Martin Luther King. Now that he tried to compare January 6th to the I Have a Dream speech and say, actually, my crowd was bigger.
Security.
That's the election right there, folks. That's it.
I am going to leave Social Security. I'm not raising the years. I'm not raising the age. I will be saving Social Security, and I'm going to work it out that there's no tax on Social Security for seniors. I'm also doing no tax on tips. No tax on tips. So waiters, waitresses, caddies.
Okay, so do you see how this is going to go? Right now, that sounds cool if you've ever earned tips, right? I don't think I should have ever had to pay tax on tips. I think I should just get them. I would like to just get them. I got fucked enough. I got fucked over enough by like fucking waiting tables for people. I got treated by like shit enough for waiting tables. But yeah, when you get charge tips, right? When your tips come through credit cards, you have to pay taxes. That kind of sucks, right? Do you know what this is going to do though? If you put in a bill that says there's no taxes on tips, how many rich motherfuckers are going to find a way to reclassify their payments as tips? This is a giant loophole that is going to be exploited once again by the rich.
People that drive cars, people that get tips who have been harassed by this government. We're going to have no tax on tips. That's a big thing.
It's funny that he's not winning in Nevada, right? That should be a very popular policy. That sounds like a good policy, right? If I was like 19 years old, waiting tables again, I would probably think that was a good policy. But it's really funny how, I mean, like that should get him Nevada. It's not though. It's not, because he just cooked himself right here. Right? Like I said, there are a few policies that he's enacted that I think are good, but they're not policies that he wanted. They're policies that he was forced to enact, right? And I'm talking about the stimulus under COVID. I think that the working class should be getting some money back from the money that's been milked out of us, right? By capitalism. I think that should fucking happen. And yeah, if it happens through the government, fine. And in fact, I've talked to a lot of people, a surprising number of Trump supporters, they point to that policy and they think that has something to do with him. They think that that's what he wants. They think that he wanted to make sure they were okay. When in actuality, He had to enact that policy because of the lockdown, because of the pandemic, and because of the fact that the economy would have absolutely cratered if it hadn't been for that policy. Right? And there's another example where Joe Biden should have continued that policy. However, I know enough to understand that that's an aberration. That's not a policy that Donald Trump wants to implement. That's a policy that Donald Trump had to implement. And frankly, that's a policy that Democrats should harangue their candidates to implement as well, right? Any day that the working poor get some money back from the government is a good day. Is a good day.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Sure. Because other people have done far bigger things than Steve Bannon. Sure, it's politically motivated. I think it's a horrible thing they did. Look, they've weaponized government against me. Look at the Florida case. It was a totally weaponized case. All of these cases, by the way, the New York cases are totally controlled out of the Department of Justice.
Again, the Florida case is another self-inflicted wound by Donald Trump on himself, right? Sometimes presidents end up taking things from the White House that they shouldn't. There's stuff that's, classified or whatever, and they're not supposed to keep it, but they do anyway, right? Biden did this. But the difference between Biden and Trump is when they asked for it back, Biden gave it back. When they asked for it back, Trump tried to keep it. He tried to move it. He tried to hide it. I don't understand why, unless he wanted a case against him that he could complain about. Just like the way that he lies, so that if the media ever exposes his lies, ever fact checks them, then he can point to them and say the media is biased. Look, there's talking about all this bad stuff about Trump and nothing bad about Joe Biden. Yeah, because you just told 2,000 lies in one speech. But the media wants to seem unbiased, and so they let him go on that stuff. This is the way that Trump plays the refs, and he's trying to do that again, I think, with this ridiculous document situation. Like, right? You end up with documents you're not supposed to have, you give them back. That's what Biden did, and that's what he should have done. But yeah, I don't know. I guess he wanted to be able to try to use this as a political issue.
Sent their top person to the various places. They went to the AG's office, got that one going. Then he went to the DA's office, got that one going, ran through it. No, this is all politics, and it's a disgrace. Never happened in this country. It's very common that it happens, but not in our country. It happens in banana republics and third world countries, and that's what we're becoming. We have banana republics and third world countries with fucking felon politicians like you. Didn't Italy have, I can't remember his name, but like Italy had a famously corrupt, like he was like president for years and years. He was in charge of a media empire. Berlusconi, right? Yeah, it's pretty sad when your nation gets taken over by a fucking criminal. Borders, we have bad.
But that's where we're at, America. That's where we're at.
Voting regulations. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, you're going to have problems. France learned that lesson. France had all mail-in voting, and they went back to paper ballots. Vote.
Oh my God.
Voter ID. They went back.
He's got to be careful here because he doesn't want to end up with a situation like 2020 where he may have actually suppressed his vote. Right? He made people feel so nervous about mail-in ballots that people that could have voted for him, that people that wanted to vote for him, probably did not end up voting because they had this. He put this bad association between mail-in ballots. He made them think that if you mail in your ballot, your vote's going to get stolen. And that's just not true.
A normal system, one-day voting. They don't want to be around, voting for 64 days. And look, the election, I keep talking about November 5th, but the election really starts on September 6th. That's when it starts because it's early voting. We should have one-day voting. We should have paper ballots. We should have voter ID, and we should have proof.
So, I mean, in general, when less people vote, Republicans tend to win. When more people vote, Democrats tend to win. He wants less people to vote. He wants to make it harder to vote. He wants particularly working people to not be able to vote. And that's why he's putting so many restrictions on voting. He doesn't want it to be easy.
Citizenship, please. No, the gentleman in back. For who? You're going to have to talk louder, sir.
Do you support continuation of tax credits for EVs? And secondly, what sort of political or policy advice does Elon Musk give?
Elon is a very different kind of a guy. He's a very big believer in the country, but he's very worried about the country. He's very worried about the country. And I don't know if it's good for him politically to have supported me, although I think we have a vast majority of this country does support.
Oh my God, chat. Yeah, Berlusconi, exactly. You got it. You got it.
I know. I mean, he loves this country. He loves the concept of the country. But like me, he says this country is in big trouble. It's in tremendous danger. Okay, please.
Trump 202? Like as in 202 AD or BC? Are you talking about BC?
I like this guy. I like him.
You like it when they glaze you up, right?
Yeah. The polls have suggested. There are some polls that say we're going to win in a landslide. People are voting with their stomachs, meaning they're going to the grocery store. They're paying 50, 60, 70% more for food than they did just a couple of years ago. Look at what's happened to...
Yeah, because we had a global fucking pandemic, Donald. And we've got global inflation as a result. Now, look, like I said, I could be really uncharitable, and I could blame that on Donald Trump. And I do think probably part of it is his fault. But I can't tell you what proportion. I can't tell you where we'd been if we had a good president that made responsible decisions, that didn't do fucked up shit like cope about like maybe bleach is a good remedy for COVID or whatever the fucking wild ass like unhinged shit he was saying. And I can't tell you, how much less inflation might have been under those circumstances. There's just no way to compute that, right? There's just no way to figure that out. But yeah, we have inflation. It's a result of, what happened to us in 2020. Trump was president. He didn't handle the pandemic very well, but I can't give you the actual figure of like what the pandemic would have been like is if somebody more competent had been in there. So I'm not gonna adjudicate that question. Right. But yeah, you're talking about things including the stimulus that I just gave him credit for contributed to that. But again, like I wouldn't say you shouldn't do a stimulus, right? Like I feel the pain when I buy groceries. I actually don't there's actually a lot of stuff that I don't buy. Like I try to make my groceries last. I try to buy cheap stuff because of it, all right? But I'm not going to be fooled into thinking that this guy would somehow get me out of that. That Biden's got this policy where he's like, yeah, you got to pay more for groceries, Jack. I'm in the pocket of big grocery. Yeah, I want to help the grocers make billions of dollars, right? That's not how it fucking works. Nothing is that simple. You've got a global fucking inflation issue. And the United States is suffering with that too. The inflation is coming down, thankfully, but these fucking assholes have taken advantage of it. Capitalists have taken advantage of it. When you get used to paying higher prices, right, which you did when there were supply line problems, when there were, inflationary issues, these assholes, they know that they can leave their prices high even though when their costs go down, right? They're not This is greedflation that we're dealing with, right? And it fucking sucks. But I don't have any faith in Donald Trump being a check on the greed of capitalism. That is not what he's even running on. That is, I do not think that, yeah, you know, get a millionaire in there. A millionaire who LARPs as a billionaire. And he's going to somehow make everything better. I'm sorry. I was not born yesterday. I did not fall out of a coconut tree. I did not fall off a turnip truck.
Energy. Look at what's happened not only to their cars, where gasoline's gone from 180
gold standard. Oh my God.
$7.
Eat shit. You're eating Ron Paul's ass.
87. And we had moments when it was below that, but it's gone from $1.87 to $5, $6, and $7. And they take the strategic national reserves and they take it out.
Yeah, that was actually a really fucking good move. Yeah, we were getting fucked over by OPEC and Biden, you know, taking the strategic national reserves, putting those out on the market, and then buying back the national reserve. See, it's funny that he still goes with this. Now, chat, I will ask you, do you think that Donald Trump is not aware that Biden bought back the strategic national reserves, or do you think that he just doesn't care? And is he counting on you being stupid, or is he that stupid? Right? Which of these is it? I can't really tell.
Even though it's peanuts compared, it doesn't last long. But they're virtually empty now. We've never had it this low. And he's using that to keep the gas.
They're not. He's straight up lying to you.
Prices as low as possible.
But again, like I said, like, I don't know if I were to count up the lies that he told during this thing, I don't, it's a lot.
He's sucked all of the oil out, essentially the gasoline, to keep the price down a little bit, and it's had very little impact. But
no, he released the reserves to bring the price down and to force OPEC to stop, you know, fucking around. And then when the prices lowered again, he bought it back.
You know what? We have no strategic national reserves now. He's emptied it. It's almost empty.
Oh my God.
It's never been this low. And I had it at a good level, and I would have had it more if the Democrats would have approved the deal. You know, I had a deal to buy it at $22 a barrel, and now it's going to be close to 100 pretty soon, my opinion. And the Democrats didn't want to do that, but we bought a lot anyway. And we had it pretty good. And what they've done to the national reserves, the strategic national reserves, is, as you know very well, because you cover it, but what they've done is incredible. They've just, for the sake of getting some votes, for the sake of having gasoline, you know, that's meant for wars. It's meant for, like, tragedy. It's not meant to keep a gasoline price down so that somebody can vote for Biden.
Donald, there was a war. Wait a minute. It's been drawn down since 2015. What is bro talking about? Like, this drawdown started under Obama, apparently continued under Trump. I didn't even realize this.
Or in this case, Kamala, who, by the way, is worse than Biden. And she's actually not as smart. Okay? She's actually not as smart. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so the Biden release of strategic reserves happened 30 million barrels and then 1 million barrels a day after March 31st. In the wake of the invasion of Ukraine, right? That's
okay.
There are other things the federal government could do, not just a ban. Would you direct your FDA, for example, to revoke access to mifepristone? That's one of the things.
Sure, you could do things that would supplement, absolutely, and those things are pretty open and humane. But you have to be able to have a vote, and all I want to do is give everybody a vote, and the votes are taking place right now as we speak. Yeah, but it's there are many things on a humane basis that you can do outside of that, but you also have to give a vote, and the people are going to have to decide. Okay, yes, please. You. On what? No, I think she's actually not as smart as he is. I don't think he's very smart either, by the way.
Yeah, it looks like the buyback started at the end of 2022, and it's been going on since then.
I'm not a big fan of his brain, but I think that she's actually not as smart as he is.
What do you attribute her rising in the polls as becoming a more competitive race?
Well, she's a woman. She represents.
My God, I really wish we could hear what the fuck they were saying.
Attribute her rising in the polls as becoming a more competitive race since she's taken over.
Well, she's a woman.
Wait, why do you think it's been a more competitive race? Yeah, the closed captions don't have what they say either.
She represents certain groups of people.
So why does he think that it's been a more competitive race? Why does he think he's doing worse now, right? That's what he's being asked.
But I will say this. When
Yeah, he's saying that there's an advantage to being a woman, I guess. That's what he's trying to say.
People find out about her, I think she'll be much less. I see it right now. I see her going way down in the polls now. Now that people are finding out that she destroyed.
God, I'm looking at the Trump buyback. I guess this is what this is. Yeah, in late 2019. And it's like a pittance. Right, yeah, there was a drawdown going on. Wait a minute, it looks like 2016. I'm trying to, sorry, chat, I'm like looking at a chart here. But yeah, let me show you, here, let me show you what he's talking about, right? It's like politicians will all the time bamboozle you with this kind of shit. But right there, that's the buyback that he's bragging about. Like, that is tiny. And again, there's like 2016, 2015 is when this drawdown began. Obviously, 2022, you've got you've got the policy in a line, that as a response to the war in Ukraine. Yeah, it's supposed to be for things like wars, like the one that's going on in Ukraine, which, although the United States is not one of the combatants, the world market is affected.
San Francisco. She destroyed the state of California along with Governor Gavin.
But yeah, you also saw that it wasn't anywhere near nothing, right? He's claiming that Biden, like, released like all of the oil reserves, and that's not what we're seeing in that chart.
Newsom. He's been a terrible governor, terrible. But they did it together. And she was early. I mean, she was the first of the prosecutors, really. You know, now you see Philadelphia, you see Los Angeles, you see New York, you see various people that are very bad. But she was the first of the bad prosecutors. She was early. Who?
Yeah, the state of California has been destroyed. Look, I mean, it's this thing that they do. It's a big lie, right? They just repeat it over and over again. They want you to think that, like, that there's this. Look, I mean, there are problems in California, right? And there are problems that are not being addressed very well by Newsom, by Newscum. I'll go with that name. He is a scumbag. His policies towards the homeless are abysmal, right? Like ordering sweeping of encampments rather than actually putting people in houses, rather than doing what Finland did, which is a housing first policy, which is how you actually take care of homelessness. It's called housing first, right? In the United States, we have all these, sinners, all these, shelters that are contingent on like a zero tolerance policy on substance use, which is a problem, and also a insistence on ridiculous like curfews, right? Like, it's essentially like, you follow their rules, right? Housing first takes empty houses, which we have empty houses, right? There's a lot of houses that are not being occupied right now, and it puts people in there. And it does that first. And it says, even if this person has an addiction problem currently going on, we are going to get them in a house first, right? Because that's the first step to getting them to a place where they can deal with the addiction. And yeah, it's a policy that's worked in Finland. It's a policy that was actually designed in the United States. It just hasn't been implemented at the same level, right? And this is what Newsom should be looking into instead of his punitive policies of literally like sweeping away, people's possessions.
Would you?
And again, like you can, on one hand, right, this is not just California's problem. The homelessness, the homeless in California are not just California's homeless. They are the homeless from the entire country, and they tend to end up in California partly because of the temperate climate there, partly because if you're going to be on the streets, you're not going to freeze to death if you're in Southern California. But yeah, the policy that Newsom has enacted is just brutal.
Repeat that, please. No, you. Would you repeat her what she said? You have to speak up. This room is very louder. Do you hear her? A daily press briefing? Why would I do that? I would give you all the press briefings you want. Look what I'm doing here. But why would I do a daily press? You'd get tired of me very fast. No, but I...
No, we're already tired of you. Yeah, that's a bad idea. You shouldn't do a daily press briefing. I agree. I agree with Trump, chat. I agree with Trump.
I will give you total access, and you'll have a lot of press briefings, and you'll have from me. Now, are you talking about from me or from a press secretary? Well, yeah, probably they'll do something. If it's not daily, it's going to be a lot. You'll have more than you want. Yeah, please.
We already have more than we want, right? America is done with this extended reboot of The Apprentice, right? We're tired of it, and we need to cancel the show, right? We've already canceled the Biden show. We've already canceled the Sleepy Joe Weekend at Bernie's show. We need to cancel the Dementia Dawn show, too.
President Biden vowed not to pardon his son, Hunter, who is now a convicted felon and faces more felony charges in his upcoming trial for alleged tax evasion. Would you consider granting clemency or a pardon?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about it. I think it's a tragic story. You want to know the truth. And I felt that with Hillary Clinton, too. With Hillary Clinton, I could have done things to her that would have made your head spin. I thought it was a very bad thing. Take the wife of a president.
I think they asked him something about like Joe Biden.
The United States and put her in jail. And then I see the way they treat me. That's the way it goes. But I was very protective.
They treated you really fucking well, dude. You got, 96 charges, and you have not seen a single day of jail time? Yeah, I think you got treated with kid gloves. I think that this is how the rich are treated in this country. I don't even know how much it is. There's a certain degree of deference. There's a certain degree of, non-prosecution while he's the president, and there's a certain degree of deference that even the judicial system shows to an ex-president, but I think a lot of it is just like he's rich. They let you get away with it.
Of her. Nobody would understand that, but I think my people understand it.
I think they asked him something about lock her up and the whole, Hillary Clinton thing. I think that's what it's hard to tell, Chad. It's hard to hear the what the press is saying.
They used to say lock her up, and I'd say
you said lock her up.
Relax, please. We won the election. I think it would be I think it would have been horrible for our country.
I don't know. I have a feeling that this is like you got into the office and then, your advisors were like, that's not something we can do, Mr. President.
The hammering of all of the files. And don't forget, she got a subpoena from the United States Congress. And then after getting...
Look, here's the deal. The president the president can name justices, can name judges, right? But as far as ensuring the prosecution and conviction of their political enemies, right? They don't have the right to do that, and the Department of Justice would recoil, right? Trump is getting charges not because the Merrick Garland is gung-ho, right? Merrick Garland didn't allow, nothing happened for 2 years, right? After January 6th. You would think that shit would go, come down the pipe right away, and it didn't. It didn't. You have a you have somebody who is Merrick Garland. The history of him is that he was nominated by the Obama administration after the death of Antonin Scalia, because the centrist thing to do, the uniter thing to do, after the death of a very conservative Supreme Court justice by Obama, was to nominate somebody who was basically almost a Republican himself, right? So that was like a compromise candidate to begin with. Now, the Republicans didn't even let that go through, right? They didn't hold a vote for Merrick Garland in the Senate, and that's why Trump got to nominate that justice instead. But, Merrick Garland is a pretty fucking conservative person to begin with, right? And yeah, this is not coming from the Justice Department. He's never shown that, and he can't, because it's not there. This is coming from the United States criminal system. This is coming from state attorneys general. This is not, if anything, he's being treated with kid gloves, right? He's being allowed to get away with a lot of, there's a lot that he's done that he has never and will never be prosecuted for. And especially with the Supreme Court sweeping for him with this expanded idea of executive immunity.
The subpoena, she destroyed everything that she was supposed to get. I thought it was so bad to take her and put her in jail. The wife of...
Yeah, you felt really sorry for Hillary Clinton. She's totally a criminal, but you were like, oh, your heart grew 6 times. And you were like, oh no, we got to let her go. I said lock her up, folks, but we're going to let her go now.
The president...
You had nothing against Hillary Clinton, right? The prosecutions went through. The fucking Comey letter happened because Comey, didn't have enough to go on to actually, run a prosecution over the emails, the fucking emails, right? And he wanted to feel like he didn't want to be accused of being in the tank for, the same political side. So he releases like a scolding letter, like where he's like, okay, well, she's a very bad person. She's a very bad person, but she didn't, we're not going to prosecute, right? And that was essentially, part of what won Trump the election. That the fact that that letter was read as like a condemnation, despite the fact that it's it's sort of a fig leaf on a case that cannot go forward because the evidence is just not there.
Of the United States, and then when it's my turn, nobody thinks that way. I thought it was a very terrible thing, and she did a lot of very bad things. I'll tell you what, she was pretty evil. But in terms of the country, and
she is evil. Hillary Clinton. There we go. Here's me agreeing with Trump again. Hillary Clinton, pretty fucking evil.
In terms of unifying the country, bringing it back, to have taken her and to...
Oh, that's fucking rich. That is fucking rich.
Put her in jail, and
I wanted to be a uniter, not a divider. I did it for the good of the country. Bullshit, Trump. Bullshit.
There were some pretty bad acts that she did. I think it would have been very bad for our country. And a lot of my people, a lot of the MAGA, as they call them, but the base.
The MAGA, they wanted to lock her up, folks.
I think the base is...
But I said, don't lock her up. Let's be the bigger person.
I think the base is 75% of the country, far beyond the Republicans.
You'll see if the base is 75% of the country. Chat, did you hear what he just said? This motherfucker thinks MAGA is 75% of the country. Like the red hat wearing, Trump glazing sycophants, right? The people that would let him get away with shooting somebody on Fifth Avenue. That's 75% of the country? No, Trump. No, Trump. The second that you are not running against a walking corpse, right? All this popularity accrues to her. Her poll numbers go way the fuck up. People were just waiting for somebody to get behind to oppose you returning to office because they don't want a rerun of 2020. It's not popular. I'm sorry, but this reality show is about to be canceled, and you've contributed to that greatly.
Republican Party, because we're a party of common sense, and I'm a person of common sense. I want to have low taxes. I want to have strong borders. I want to have a strong military so that China and Russia, look, They've allowed China and Russia to do the impossible combined. They're natural enemies. They always have been.
They're still enemies. Like I said, there's a big hunk of Russia that Russia's not doing much with. It's got natural resources. China feels entitled to it. China has this concept called like the century. Somebody in chat help me out here. The century of, oh my God, Chinese century of. Humiliation. They call the... Oh, yeah, they're talking about like 1840 to 1940, 1945. The century of humiliation. And, you know, there was a lot of deals, there were a lot of treaties that they were forced to accept, including losing a big chunk of their territory to Russia. And so they even have like a territorial, you know, claim in terms of taking it back, right? They very much want it back because it's rich in resources and because they're you know, very little Russian population in the area, and because of how weak Russia is, thanks to its, you know, failed war in Ukraine, they are very likely to take it back, right? They might be playing nice with Russia, and part of what they're getting out of that is like cheap oil, but it's not this grand strategic alliance, right? China's going to eat Russia.
Because China needs more land and Russia has it. They've always been natural enemies, and because of Obama, it started with him, and then Biden, because he didn't know what the hell he was doing, they've now become one force, and then now they're adding Iran to it, and they're adding North Korea to it. Pretty powerful force. This is something that is unthinkable that they allowed to happen.
So this is what I'm talking about right here. This hunk of territory that they lost between the 1840s and the 1940s, right? This is land that they are actually fairly likely to take back, whether it's through negotiations or force.
Oh, it's going to end. The honeymoon period's going to end. Look, she's got a little period.
It's going to end. Look, Trump, then why aren't you campaigning? You want the honeymoon period to end? Like, motherfuckers letting her have that honeymoon period. And I'm not even sure why. Like, I don't know if he's tired. I don't know if he's depressed. I don't know what's going on with him. But he is not doing much. Like, her schedule is full. His schedule is empty. And there are, again, there's like a week and 3 days until the Democratic National Convention. He's saying it's because of the DNC. You don't campaign during your opponent's, political conference, right? But that is something that stopped happening. Like since Obama, they do campaign right through it, right? So that's not even a thing anymore. And we're like 10 days away from the, 10 days. We're 9 days away from the start of the Democratic convention.
She's got a convention coming up. It's about policy. It's not about her. I think she's incompetent because I've watched her.
I think you're shaken. I think she's got you shaken.
She destroyed California.
Like, his explanation, why do you think she's doing so much better? Why do you think there's so much energy in her campaign? Why do you think your poll numbers have gone down and hers have gone up? Oh, because she's a woman. She appeals to certain constituencies.
She destroyed San Francisco. Everything she's touched.
Apparently, the country is voting based on DEI, according to Trump.
Has turned to bad things. I'm not going to use.
Yo, Trump! How about this country since 2016? You want to talk about a country turning to shit? You want to talk about your real estate business? You want to talk about your casino business? You want to talk about every single business you've been involved into up until your reality show shit? You want to talk about somebody who has a Midas touch that instead of turning things into gold, turns them into shit? That's you. That's you, Trump. That's you.
Foul language. But everything she's touched has turned bad. She's incompetent.
And again, he's pointing to her tenure as district attorney, as attorney general, right? So these are not governing positions. She is not Gavin Newsom. She has not been mayor of San Francisco. She has not been governor of California, right? These are things you could use against Newsom if you were running against him, but you're not. You're running against Kamala Harris. And again, she has been in the Senate since 2017. What is bro talking about? Senators do not govern their states. They are the senator of the state, but they're not making like laws that pertain to the state. They're voting on laws that pertain to the entire country.
The reason she's not doing what I do, and she's not doing what she should be doing.
She's getting bigger numbers. She's getting bigger crowds than you. And that's why you're coping and seething.
She won't even do interviews with friendly people because she can't do better than Biden.
So he's excusing his inability to do the fact that he hasn't been campaigning with like Kamala hasn't sat down to do an interview. Yeah, she's raising money. She's doing rallies. She's campaigning.
Now, he had a reason for not doing well, and
Biden did interviews because he thought that maybe those could come off a little bit better than any sort of campaign event, any sort of like live event.
He was never 25 years ago the sharpest or brightest bulb in the ceiling. That I can tell you. Okay, he wasn't. But he could do interviews at least. Not lately, he couldn't, perhaps. But she should be doing interviews. She doesn't want to do interviews. And the reason she doesn't is, number one, her policies are so bad. Just to answer your question, I think that it's not going to change because it's really ultimately not about her as much as about her policies. She wants open borders. She wants to defund the police. She wants to defund the police. She wants to take away your guns. Anybody that thinks they're not going to come after your guns, you know, when I was president, I totally protected the guns. And I think it's very important. And I know I take some heat.
That's not what Kyle Rittenhouse said. That's not what Kyle Rittenhouse said.
When the bad guy walks in with a gun, you got to have some way of protecting yourself. And boy, that would be, you would see crime go up at levels.
So wait, Trump.
When people say,
so I got to ask you if that's true. Right? If the thing that deals with a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun, then why don't you allow your supporters to open carry at your campaign rallies? Why don't you do that? If you really want to make this argument, then make your argument for your and you know why you don't do that. And you shouldn't do that. And if this happened, then yeah, there'd be a lot more political assassinations, right? You don't do that because it's actually not safer to allow open carry or to allow people to carry at political rallies. It would be super dangerous. You couldn't do that. You couldn't secure the fucking president or a candidate for president or the former president who lost and it still hasn't admitted that he fucking lost, right? You couldn't secure that person. You couldn't make things safe. So no, guns don't make things safer. Quit fucking lying. Quit making claims that you don't yourself enact and you don't want enacted. That would be incredibly dangerous.
On this side of the house, this house has guns. We will use the guns. They say, let's pass. We'll go someplace else. You have to have them. And for 4 years, and as you know, the NRA endorsed me very powerfully every time I ran, every time. My sons are members, and I guess indirectly I'm a member too. But they gave me the strongest of endorsements, and that's against very strong competition. People that felt the same way. No, you have to have that right. Our Second Amendment is a very important right, and it has to be protected. Okay, how about you? Go ahead. Yeah. So there are some of the most brilliant people on Wall Street that are saying that if President Trump doesn't win, you're going to have a depression.
Wait, were there a lot of good guys with guns at his rallies? No, they check people on the way in. right? That was actually a mistake, right? Like the shooter should have never, gotten into that space, right, with a firearm. That was like that was a huge failure. They don't let people bring guns into an event with a political candidate, right? They have wands.
I happen to agree. I think that's true. Because I know how bad these people are.
But can you imagine, chat, if that crowd had been armed? Can you imagine if they let guns into that event? And even in the situation, right, where there is a bad guy with a gun on the roof taking pot shots at the former president, do you think that there would be more fatalities, injuries, carnage at that rally, or do you think there would be less? Right? If those gunshots had fired off and you had, I don't know, 20 people in that crowd trying to figure out where the shooter is and to shoot back, I think that there would probably be like, police and or Secret Service that would have been killed, right? Because people would have heard the gunshots, they would have looked up, they would have seen a guy with a gun, and they'd be like, that's the motherfucker right there, that's a deep state agent. They would have shot at the fucking cops. They would have shot at the Secret Service. It would have been a fucking mess. There's a reason they don't let that happen. And that's because Donald Trump's, the rhetoric that he's using right here, that guns somehow keep you safer, it's just not true. If it was true, that's how he'd conduct his rallies. It's not true. They don't make you safer. They make it more dangerous.
They like to say that they did this and that. You saw the 7 trillion that they said.
We're almost done here, chat. We're almost done.
It was me for 7 trillion. It wasn't me. It was them. They said that I had inflation. They took over 9% inflation. No, I had 1% inflation. I had actually no inflation because if you look at the categories, we had just about no inflation. But I had a very minor, I actually had a positive inflation. It was a perfect number because you don't want zero. I mean, I'm not going to give you a whole course on economics, but you don't want zero. 1%, 1.4% is great. You want a little bit because you don't want to have deflation. Deflation is, in many ways, even worse. I had a perfect number right around the 1% number.
He wants to count everything except for his last year, right? And he also doesn't want to count the result of his administration because guess what? This shit is a lagging indicator, right? Inflation, it has to do with a lot of things. It is, pretty complicated, like interest rates, right? Or one thing that people point to. But yeah, when it comes to the pandemic, there were supply line problems. There were, there was that stimulus money that was put out into the economy. There's a greater supply of money. There's more, essentially, there's more money chasing less goods. And that causes the price to go up. But it's a lagging indicator too. So some of the inflation that was caused by, things like the STEMI and the supply lines, I call it the STEMI. The stimulus and the supply lines, being disrupted. Some of that, like those indicators lagged into Biden's term. But no, he wants to count everything except for 2020, which was under his fucking, reign. He wants an exemption. He wants a mulligan. This golf cheat, chat, one of the things that Trump is kind of famous for is cheating at golf. Everybody that's played golf with him says that he cheats. He cheats like a motherfucker, right? And this is him trying to take a mulligan on 2020. I'm sorry, dude, you do not get a mulligan. This is not golf. You cannot cheat.
It was perfect. And to show you, it stayed there for 2 years. And then he did all of the different borrowings that he did. And then he did so many things wrong. Every time he would do it, I'd say, big mistake. And don't forget, they sell hats and they sell stories. Trump was right about everything. I have been right about a lot. Yes, Maggie.
It's like Alex Jones' level of culp. A mulligan is in golf if a golfer takes a swing and it doesn't go well, right? Like, so let's say you're playing golf, right? And right off the bat, you take a swing and you don't even really connect with the ball. you like miss. It's a really bad shot. Like the ball goes from here to like 5 feet away, right? And you say, you know what? Do we really want to play that shot? Let's pretend that I didn't already take the shot and let me take the shot over again, right? Now, it's not official. It's like Monopoly. If you ever play Monopoly, some people say if you land on free parking, you get what's in the community chest. That's not Monopoly rules. The Monopoly rules are free parking means you just don't have to pay anything, right? But some people play with that, right? So this is like a informal rule that some people have for golf, that if somebody screws up on their first shot, it goes right into the water, that they can take another shot and they can pretend like it didn't happen. That's what he's trying to do with 2020. He's trying to say 2020, it was a bad shot. It was a mulligan. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It shouldn't be counted. We will talk about 2017 to 2019, but we're not going to talk about 2020. And indeed, some crazy shit went on during 2020. Some stuff that was out of his control or anyone's control, right? But he is president during a national emergency, and his handling of that national emergency dictates the results of that national emergency. And he made huge mistakes in terms of his handling of COVID. Actually, I feel like I should have some agreement with my homies over there on the right. I think you probably think that he made some mistakes, right? If you're really as anti-vax as you pretend, then he made a lot of mistakes. Now, I happen to think that the mistakes that Trump made in 2020 went in the opposite direction, went in underreacting to the crisis, right? And undermining his own officials. But that's the one thing that the left and the right agree on, is regardless of whether you think that he overreacted to COVID or he underreacted to COVID, you got to admit that that was that the mistakes were made. But yeah, he would like to just wipe it off the map. Just pretend 2020 never happened. And I think that 2020 is what you have to expect if you put this guy into power again, because we are not living in a stable situation. We have multiple crises going on, right? And these are, crises that he has in a lot of ways caused. If you look at what's going on with Israel right now, a lot of the seeds for that were sown during the Trump administration. Wow, we can't hear this journalist at all.
Like other people do, and it's always complicated and it's always controversial. And we had commissions that, and I think of respected people, many of the people on the commission, and they would recommend to me certain pardons for certain people. Some people were treated very harshly.
Yeah, he pardoned he pardoned so many people. So many people that maybe even could have dropped the dime on him, he pardoned. This is one of the most corrupt presidencies in the history of the United States.
A fantastic woman, as you know, she served 24 years for being on a phone call having to do with drugs. You know who I'm talking about. She was great. And she had another 24 years to go. And it was largely about marijuana, which in many cases is now legalized, okay? But
now here would be the master stroke for Donald Trump, right? Or any Republican. If they beat the Democrats to the punch as far as legalization of marijuana, that would be a positive move. That's the kind of thinking that he needs to be doing, right? Now, I don't think he's got a lot of chance. I think that once this MLK thing starts to really catch fire, I think he's cooked, right? I think that the Republicans would be better served with him dropping out. But yeah, this is what he's got to start thinking about, right? Something like, getting ahead of the Democrats. And this is the Democrats' fault if he does this, right? This is 100% the Democrats' fault for not doing this already. He should be at least calling for legalization of marijuana.
But we had many very highly regarded people on a commission, and they'd recommend, and they'd put a reason why. Some people were, served time, but they served a lot of time for something that...
Yeah, he's neglecting the people that worked in his administration that got, that got a pardon, right? He's neglecting corrupt members of his own fucking cabinet that he pardoned.
Today, people wouldn't even serve time by.
Are you going to talk about General Flynn?
Well, for the most part, I think they did. I mean, they did. They go through. They went through. I had a commission. It was a very important commission to me, and highly respected people. And frankly, they came up with some decisions that I wouldn't necessarily agree with, but I did it. But I let a lot of people out that had no representation. I went to people in jails, in prison that we respected. I said, how many of these people should be let out? We let out large groups of low-income people that were serving like 40 years for something that today you wouldn't even be put in jail for. We had very few people let out because I said, I really don't want to let people out where they had a lot of violence, where they had killing, et cetera, et cetera.
I don't know what question she asked, but he's ignoring the most interesting aspect of his pardons, right? He's trying to dress up his pardons as like, you know, heartfelt forgiveness for things that aren't crimes. And yeah, there's a lot of people serving time for, you know, drug stuff that is not a crime now, and they're still in there. And it's disproportionately, people of color that are serving these sentences.
And for the most part, we didn't do that. Yeah, please.
All right, we're almost done with this chat. We'll get to the drama.
On defense? Or the Federal Reserve. Federal Reserve.
It's just racism. He's talking to black people. He's talking about black people. Well, yeah, he's trying to.
Right. Well, look, the Federal Reserve is a very interesting thing, and it's sort of gotten it wrong.
Oh my God! Is there a Ron Paul person in back? Is that who he's talking to?
He's tending to be a little bit late on things. He gets a little bit too early and a little bit too late. And, you know, that's very largely it's a gut feeling. I believe it's...
Or is he talking about interest rates?
It's really a gut feeling. And I used to have it out with him. I had it out with him a couple of times very strongly. I fought him very hard. And, you know, we get along fine. We get along fine. But I feel the president should have at least say in there. Yeah, I feel that strongly. I think that... in my case, I made a lot of money. I was very successful, and I think I have a better instinct than, in many cases, people that would be on the Federal Reserve or the chairman. Yeah.
Again, Chad, if you were given his inheritance and you were able to just, you know, put it in the S&P 500, you have more money than him right now. He didn't do well as a businessman, right? The only enterprise he ever did well on is The Apprentice, right? He fucked up as a casino owner. He fucked up as a real estate magnate. He's you know, declared multiple bankruptcies, right? People don't recognize this. It's his brand to call himself successful, but this is just more spin. This is all this guy's ever been about since he was fucking born. That's why I call him America's fail son.
People going to prison for marijuana.
Yeah.
Harris supports rescheduling marijuana and also says that no one should go
Reschedule marijuana.
Well, as we legalize it, I start to agree a lot more because, you know, it's being illegalized all over the country. Florida has something coming up. I'll be making a statement about that fairly soon. But as we legalize it throughout the country, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, it's awfully hard to have people all over the jails that are in jail right now for something that's legal. So I think, obviously, there's a lot of sentiment to doing that. Yeah, please.
Kamala Harris's father is Jamaican American, and she went to a historically black college. How is she only recently deciding black?
Well, you'll have to ask her that question because she's the one that said it. I didn't say it. So you'll have to ask her, and I very much appreciate that question, but you'll have to ask her. But I've known her for a long time. I actually contributed to her campaign a long time ago because...
Is he talking about Hillary?
Because I was a developer, I contributed to lots of campaigns of Democrats, Republicans, and some were liberal.
So again, yeah, he says drain the swamp. He is the swamp. He is money in politics. Literally this guy.
And some were conservative, but you'll have to ask her about that. But to me, it doesn't matter. But to her, from her standpoint, I think it's very disrespectful to both, really. Whether it's Indian or black, I think it's very disrespectful.
Oh my gosh. Okay. So he's asking the question that he answered or like the statement that he made about Kamala and you know, and her background, right? The statement where he accused her, I guess, of what, pretending to be black, but then couldn't decide if she was pretending to be Indian or like, I don't, it's that's what he's answering to.
But to me, it doesn't matter.
Again, like this was another, you know, big faux pas of his campaign. This was another major fuck up, right? People don't want to see somebody like policed over their background like that. The attempt to like pin her down to one identity, right? When she really, you know, like the famous you know, statement she made, you are, you know, all of which has come before you makes you who you are.
Please, red.
And no, she shouldn't have to fucking choose.
Yes, red dress.
What is the assassination? Is your ear fully recovered? Is there a scar? Do you have any
Yeah, pretty much recovered. Yeah, I'm a fast healer.
Wait, is Trump 2025 a new dog whistle? How? Wait, what does that mean?
It's a hell of a.
Is it just something somebody said?
But I'm a fast
chat.
healer. Yeah, pretty much recovered.
Okay, so fast healer. Yeah, he's got the.
No, it didn't hit that. I got very lucky. It just hit the lobe, as they call it.
Yeah, the cartilage, right?
Yeah, a little bit, not much. On top, a little bit.
Immigration, something about immigration. Senator Vance.
Well, we're starting that, yeah.
What are you really talking about here? How will you pay for it?
We are going to start the largest mass deportation in the history of our country because we have no choice. It's not sustainable. And we're going
and it has nothing to do with Project 2025. I've never heard of Project 2025. I don't know what that is. I know that JD Vance was all up in that shit. I know that the people responsible for that fucking document are all Trump officials, but no, don't trust me. I got nothing to do with that. But yeah, independently of Project 2025, we're going to do the massive, the largest deportation.
We're going to start with violent criminals, and we're going to start then with criminals. And our local police is going to work with us because they know everything about the people. They know their names. They know everything about them. They know their middle name. They know their numbers. And as you know, the other side is trying. You know, look, for years I wondered, why are they allowing these people to come in at levels like this? It was incredible. And I said two reasons. They're either really...
Oh, did he say lobe? Yeah, that's not his earlobe.
Stupid, and I don't believe they're stupid.
I mean, I don't think it's the most ridiculous thing he's ever said, but you're right, Shakespeare.
Is anybody that can cheat on elections like they cheat is not stupid. Or, in the alternative, they have bad motives or they hate our country. And I used to think they hate our country. But lately I've seen where they're trying to sign these people up to vote. And they have to stop. They cannot let illegal immigrants vote in this upcoming election. All right, one more question.
Yeah, he's missing a lobe of another part of his body, not the ear.
Go ahead, one more. Make it a good one, please.
Okay, regarding Social Security taxes for seniors,
Right.
we talked about a lot. Experts say that the policy could increase the deficit by $1.6 trillion. So how would it work?
We have so many ways.
So they're trying to pin him down on what he said about the about Social Security, right? The idea that if you don't raise the tax or you don't cut the, I mean, there's a lot of people, very serious people, they are colloquially referred to, that want to raise the retirement age. They want to lower benefits. They want to do this, that, and the other, that essentially, you know, fuck over Social Security recipients and people paying into it over, you know, in order to make the, you know, program continue to run, rather than just do the obvious thing, which is, like I said, raise the cap. You raise the cap, right? There's a cap on it right now. The rich don't pay the same rate as the rest of us. Make the rich pay the same rate. That's how you fix it. Simple. But they don't want to hear that because these very serious people are also very wealthy people, and they would be the ones that would pay the extra money, and they should. They should pay more.
Of making money in this country.
You get to live a privileged life like this, you should pay more.
We're not going to affect our Social Security. We're not changing it.
And you should be glad that you're not getting fucking guillotined, right? because that's how people took care of shit in the past with very privileged people, very serious people.
I proved that over 4 years, and we're going to do it. It's very unfair to people. They spend their life and they're great citizens and they pay in. We're not going to charge tax to Social Security, the seniors. We're not going to do it. We're not going to charge, and also tax. I say the two things. We're going to have no tax on seniors, Social Security, and we're going to have no tax on tips. Very simple.
So, I mean, I don't know. This seems like a continuation of Reaganomics, right? With what their strategy is to do when they don't want to, raise taxes, obviously, right? But they I don't know. It seems like he's just.
And we are a country that has so many different ways to make money.
He's kicking the bucket rather than actually dealing with this, right? Which could be easily done through lifting the cap.
We have under our feet more liquid gold. I call it oil.
Liquid gold, folks. Texas tea. Oil, that is.
And gas. Than any country in the world. Much more than Saudi Arabia.
We could all move to Beverly Hills with the gold.
Much more than Russia. We have so many different ways we can make money. We're not going to hurt.
And again, the United States is not only like exporting more energy than it ever has. It's like the biggest exporter in the world right now. This is shit that Biden has beaten him to, and I don't think it's a positive thing. It's a area where both the Democrats and the Republicans fall down in terms of doing anything about climate change.
Seniors with Social Security, and we're not going to charge them tax. Okay?
Oh my God, we're almost done, chat. We're almost done with this crap.
We should not have sanctuary cities. Sanctuary cities is a way of protecting criminals, and we should not have sanctuary cities. And if you go to California, and I know it well,
we should have immigration reform. All right. And these people should not have to work undocumented. And we should work with the rest of the world to not cause situations that cause massive numbers of people to have to be displaced. Because like I said, Venezuela, where a lot of recent immigrants have come from, was a country that was destabilized by the Trump administration through an attempted coup and through sanctions, punitive sanctions placed on Venezuela that eviscerated the country, right? He created his own immigration crisis to try to run on. And it's amazing that the media refuses to call him on this shit.
Property out there, great property. If you go to California and you ask the people of California, do they like the idea of sanctuary cities? They don't like it. They're tired of it. They're tired of crime. They're tired of what's happened to our country. Our country's become a crime-ridden mess, and we're going to stop it on November 5th. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my God, there it is. There it is. We got him. We did it. We did it. We did it, chat. We beat him. Now, chat, again, I didn't plan on sticking with this content this long, but obviously there's a lot of people interested in this subject as, wow, 300,000 views just like that. Amazing. Anyway, that's where we're at. Okay. So, I let this go a little long because I thought it was important. And I didn't realize what was in here. I had heard about some of the things that he said. I wasn't aware, I guess I didn't realize about the comparison to Martin Luther King, right? Comparing January 6th to Martin Luther King, right? That is something that I didn't expect. I put this, title out there. It's a little bit attention grabby. Some might call it clickbait. Obviously, Trump does not want to drop out of the race. But I think that this is a momentous event along the lines of Biden's failed performance at the debate. I think that this is a failed performance of Trump at a press conference. And I think that these clips are going to live with him. These clips are going to follow him. You don't get to say shit like comparing like January 6th and your crowd at January 6th to Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech and be like, actually, my crowd was bigger. That he's cooked. He's cooked. The second that starts to get focused on, this guy is done. And there's so much shit that he said there. There's so much shit that he said there that's just going to absolutely crater his campaign. You can already see it. You can already feel the winds changing. You can already see it in the polls. You can see the swing states swinging towards Kamala. You can see the general election and the majority of the polling going in her direction. You can see how much excitement there is behind the new ticket of Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz from Minnesota. I expect that to continue up to and through the convention. Right now, is there going to be an end of the Kamala honeymoon? Maybe in, oh my God, chat, what would it be? 1 week, in like 2 weeks. Yeah. Like after the convention, that's when I'm expecting, maybe, you know, the honeymoon ends and we sort of come down to reality with Kamala and, you know, things start to, you know, kind of, either settle in or, sort of move back and forth, right? There's competing, momentums in the campaign, right? But I feel like she is going to put enough distance between herself and Trump so that is not the situation that we're in at that point when the honeymoon is over is going to be way more advantageous to the Democrats, right? I don't really expect Trump to want to pull out. I definitely don't expect there to be a movement within the Republican Party for them to put pressure on him to move to pull out. But I feel like that's the responsible thing for somebody that's had that bad of a press conference after the National Association of Black Journalists and that debacle under that, after his, you know, talking about black jobs, saying weird shit about like Kamala's background and all the rest, right? I think he's cooked at this point, and I think the responsible thing to do for the Republican Party would be for this guy to step down. I don't expect them to do that, and there's one major reason for that, and that reason is that Trump has got the Republican Party by the balls, okay? He has dug himself in there, and he's made it so that it's really hard for him to, for him to actually, for anybody to say no to him. There's too much at stake, right? You don't stay in the Republican Party after you've talked back to Donald Trump, and so nobody can say shit to him. And that's actually a problem. That's actually a weakness of the Republican Party now. When there needs to be some kind of accountability, there needs to be some kind of pushback, there needs to be probably a new candidate. Just like the Democratic Party was energized by dropping Joe Biden and replacing him with Kamala Harris, the Republican Party could be energized by dropping Donald Trump and replacing him with Glenn Youngkin or any number of candidates that I mentioned. However, it's probably not going to happen. But yeah, this was an absolute meltdown. It's worse than I thought. I did not realize the depth of what I was going to see. Obviously, you know, there's been a response from YouTube. These are the best numbers I've ever seen. Chat, we had like 1,000. We had more than 1,000 people watching this. All right, and yeah, some of them disagree with me, but they got to see another view for once. For once, they got to see another perspective, and I hope at least some of them take that to heart. But yeah, there we go. Anyway, chat, this stream was supposed to be mainly about some drama between two lefty streamers, that being President Sunday and Westside Tyler, right? That's what the thumbnail that I made this morning was all about. And I still want to cover that. Yeah, if they're gonna stick with Trump, they're gonna do so at their expense. But that's what we've got going on. He was admitting that the crowd was there on Jan 6 because of him. I mean, I think what he tries to do is he tries to point to things that he said in the speech where he you know, says go peacefully and patriotically, right? And be like, yeah, if they'd listened to, you know, if I told them to go peacefully and patriotically. So he tries to sort of disavow the violence. But again, you know, what this was a combination of just like Trump supporters who were probably there, to protest and to put pressure on the Congress to, I don't know, to disobey the law, to put pressure on Mike Pence to disobey the law, right? And then with some hardcore like brown shirt thugs, right? Some Proud Boys, some 3%ers, some oath keepers who were there in the right place to essentially, push the inflection points and turn that protest into an invasion of the Capitol. And then once they were in there, yeah, they wanted blood. They wanted blood. If they'd run into Mitt Romney, if they'd run into Mike Pence, they would have probably at least hurt somebody, if not killed them. They came in there with zip ties and shit. Anyway, kind of amazed that we are only at 81 likes right now. And the dono goal's not looking great either. We're at 18%. Wait, did I count everything? Yeah, I think I did. Wait, did I? Let me just make sure. Let me make sure I'm counting everything. I don't want to shortchange anyone. Nope, I'm not shortchanging. Look, I made an executive decision to not talk about the dono goal or anything. This has kind of shown me what happens when I don't talk about the dono goal. I would rather not, speak to that, but I do have to make sure that we're funded. So yeah, it's kind of looking grim as far as having extra content. I do want to talk about the West Side Tyler thing. We'll at least get started. How about that? We'll get started on that. We'll probably continue tomorrow, talking about that. HuffPost already reporting Harris is up by 4 in 3 swing states. Yeah. There's a lot of good polls. There's a lot of good news for Kamala Harris. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of momentum going in her direction, and I expect that momentum to happen to continue until like the 19th. Wait, sorry, the 19th. That's when it starts, right? We're actually talking about like the 25th, 26th. Undocumented persons would not risk jail time and deportation to vote. Yeah, that's right, Shakespeare. It doesn't make any sense what he's saying. But again, he's used to lying and he's used to getting away with lies. And I think I did a pretty good job of explaining to you how that shit works. But yeah, we're not done yet, chat. We're not done yet. We do have more news to cover, more stuff to cover. I am thinking about maybe, yeah, that's a 300,000 view stream right there. That's the first time I've done that. That's pretty amazing. Trolls hit the downvote. Well, we still got 286 likes, right, on the short stream. Okay. How many followers did the channel gain? That's a good question. That's a really good question. I would like to know that myself. Oh my God. That button again. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. I think like not. Chat, I don't even know. Like maybe 500, but I might be miscounting and maybe it's actually, it's either 500 or it's like 1,500. Wait, it wouldn't be 1,500, would it? That's not right. We're on 60. We're almost at 65,000 subscribers here. Anyway, I don't want to concentrate on numbers too much because that's nerd shit, and we're not here for nerd shit. The only nerd shit that we're here for is President Sunday versus West Side Tyler. All right, and that's what I promised you, and that's what I plan to deliver, at least a little bit of it. Again, completely did not expect me to go on for 6 hours about this one. That's 1 hour of content, chat. For anybody that says I don't react hard enough or my content's not transformative enough, that is literally 6 times or like 5 times as much of me as of Trump in terms of this reaction. So you got more than your money's worth today, even though as far as money goes, we haven't really. Yeah, like I said, I would rather kind of just like ignore I would rather not have to talk about any sort of dono goal and have that happen just sort of naturally, but it looks like it doesn't happen naturally. It looks like if I don't talk about it, then what happens is that the stream kind of shrivels up and dies. So we can't have that happen. We got to have some kind of thing. I was almost thinking about just doing a thing where, you know, I go on politics until we hit 100 in super chats, and then when that happens, we switch to drama, and then same thing, we get we're on the drama jellyfish at that point, and then we hit 100 and we switch to. I'm almost thinking about doing the President Sunday thing, but I gotta do something. I gotta make sure to say a lot more. So if you've appreciated that stream, you know, there's a lot of ways that you can show your support. Obviously, I appreciate likes. Likes help me out a lot. I know not some of you out there cannot afford to support this stream in a monetary way. If you can, however, there is potential for bonus content in it for you. Every day I try to offer 4 choices of bonus content. If we hit the dono goal, we're actually at 18%, so we're not actually doing too bad. But yeah, I think we're gonna switch to we're gonna switch gears. And he had a meltdown. Yes, Trump had a meltdown. That's true. I think we're gonna switch gears and we're gonna go to President Sunday versus Westside Tyler. I don't know how much of this I'm gonna do, but if you've appreciated if you've appreciated this content, you can let me know in the form of a super chat, a super sticker. You can get yourself a membership for exclusive content, or you can donate memberships to other people. That is on YouTube, right? I also have a throne. Wait, it's right down here in the full scale stream. It's right up there in the short stream. I've got a throne account. If you want to help me out to crowd fund better equipment, that's there. And you know, there's a lot I could use in terms of equipment, like a teleprompter and a I think speed editor is what I'm looking at right now to be able to edit more videos for you. So you can contribute to that. You can contribute. I think my PayPal and my Cash App are down in the description. You can contribute to that. You can also sign up for my Patreon, right? It is nocommentchick on Patreon. Also, that link should be down in the description. Let me make sure that I'm telling you the truth about what's in there. Patreon throne is there. Oh yeah, it doesn't look like I have the PayPal info right there. So let me fix that really quick. But yeah, I owe you some Westside Tyler and some President Sunday. So here, I'm gonna throw this in the description down here. And yeah, it helps the stream keep going. I'm still a small streamer, despite the fact that I was streaming to over 1,000 concurrents for a great period of time today. I am still a random small streamer chick, and I get by in terms of keeping body and soul together, and in terms of being able to pay to keep the lights on, keep the internet bill going, to, you know, fix things in my computer setup through the donations of viewers like you. So I just wanted to say I appreciate you out there, everybody who donates in whatever way that you do, especially Patreon, who I haven't shouted out yet, have I? Let's do that right now. Let's fix that. All right, Chrome, we'll fix, and then we'll get to the Westside Tyler President Sunday shit. All right, so I want to shout out my gang on Patreon. If you contribute at the tier of $5 or more, $5 per month or more, you get a shout out every single stream I do. Omega Star shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Nope shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. Temporal Insanity shouts out to you. Shouts out to all my fancy weasels. And if you want to become a fancy weasel, let me just throw the link in here. Wait, what am I doing? Right here. All right, so here's the Patreon link. It's coming right at you. Let's see. We're gonna pin that. So if you wanna help me out, if you want to support me on Patreon, there are several tiers at which you can support me. You get different perks with each of those tiers, including the shout out for any Patreon member of $5 or more. You get a shout out with every stream. So I say your name, usually at the first and the last of the stream. Today I forgot to do it. Do I do live on Twitch? Yes, Twitch. Let's give you the Twitch infos. I was about to TV/. So the important thing to remember if you're looking for me on Twitch is I'm nocommentchick CC on Twitch. Accept no imitations, right? That's the it's different than on YouTube. On YouTube I'm nocommentchick. You can follow me on here. You can follow me on my gaming channel, which is more commentchick. You can follow me also on Twitch, and I think I'm on Twitter as Irene Geller. I'm on Blue Sky as Irene Geller. I love Trump. Look, look, he's the king of content. He really is. That's the one thing that he's good at, chat, is content. Trump is great for content. I'll give him that. I did not think that I would be looking at 1,000 concurrents in chat today, but thanks to God Emperor Trump. See, I gotta thank him. Thank you, Trump. Trump is your president. And you are my pay pig, whether you realize it or not. Thank you for all the Trumpies that raided the chat today. I could tell the bot raids when they came. I don't know if you know this, but that actually helps my analytics, right? I'm not trying to get by on fake analytics. I know that those aren't really fans. They're not here to like or subscribe. They're just here to spam my chat, but it still gets me more attention. Still gets me more attention. And the hate comments too also thank you for the hate comments. Thank you for the downvotes. The downvotes actually make my stream more visible. Thank you for doing that. The more people that come in here and sort of hate, the more people that I get that come in here and like. And I actually gained more than 500 subs in this stream only. So yeah, we're going places. We're going places. And it's thanks to my haters too. So thank you, haters. Thank you, haters. Deleting more things than Hillary? Look, if you come in here to have a conversation, we can have a conversation, okay? But if you're just spam, like that's not, Trump 2024 is not a conversation. What am I supposed to say to that? No? I can tell you the reasons that that's a bad idea. But yeah, if you come in here with like a low tier comment, then you're going to get hidden by the mods. And they don't have a lot of time to make that discussion, to make that determination. They got to determine right away, are you in here to post something interesting? Are you in here to contribute, or are you just going to spam? And if you come in here hot, if you come in here spammy, if you come in here making weird comments, yeah, you're going to get fucking hidden. You're going to get hidden. You're going to come out to play, EA. Warriors. But yeah, like I said, I had a completely different subject that I wanted to talk about today, right? Trump was 1 hour of this content, and I haven't even gotten to the actual content that I want to do. So yeah, we're over 300,000 views at this point. Here's what I'm going to say. All right, I've got to give it up to my to my YouTube people over holding it down in the full scale stream. I got to give it up to the Twitch chat. Thank you, Twitch chat, for being here. I did not nearly acknowledge you enough. I have not been, I've been just like totally commenting on Trump. This was all about Trump today. So, Woody Red, how long have you been in Too Many Chud Logic streams? That's a weird thing to say, Woody Red. She's been campaigning. What do you expect her to do? Trump has no that, like, of all the things to say, like, oh my gosh, she's not doing interviews. Yo, she's doing like 8 fucking campaign stops a week. Trump's doing 1. You want to talk about what's sus? You want to talk about what's weird? It's Trump. Trump is losing, and he knows that he's losing, and he's depressed, and he can't get out of bed, apparently. This press conference is like all we've gotten from him. She's out there campaigning in the same venues that he's been at, and she's getting like much visibly bigger crowds, right? I wouldn't be wasting time talking to the press either. Anyway, so here's what we're going to do. I think we're going to like wrap shit up in terms of shorts. Oh my God, what's going on? Yeah. And I'm gonna bring you all, if you're interested, right? If you want to hang out, right? Because the stream's not going anywhere. We're gonna continue to stream, but I'm gonna end the short stream, okay? And if you want to come over here, that is the full scale stream, the full screen stream. All right, we're gonna talk about some drama. So if you're here for commentary, or you're here from drama, or you just want to see a fantastic shit show, come over to my stream here. And we're going to do at least like an hour of this President Sunday content. So get over here if you want to stick with us, right? I'm spamming this link. I'm going to keep Twitch open, right? But I'm going to end the short stream, and we're all just going to collapse right into the full scale stream. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, right? Again, full scale stream. If you want extra content, we're kind of here. Let's do this. I'm supposed to hit this
because it was so peaceful.
Look at that.
But now there are freaking.
We're gonna see like 8 of these or something. This is like I've gotten like 500 subscribers today, right? Look at, see what I'm saying?
But now there are freaking communists.
See what I'm saying? But yeah, so you got two options. Either subscribe to me so you can find me again later, or you can come over to the link that I'm posting in shorts right now. You have migrated. Yo, look at this. There we go. I'm spamming that link at you, okay? So only the cool people.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading.
I gotta read my donos too, don't I? We should read the donos right now. All right, so yeah, we got communist invading radicals all up in this chat. Freaking communist invading radicals. We're about to have more than 69 watchers, all right? We're bringing them in. We're bringing them in. We're bringing in the communist invading radicals. Yeah, I'm spamming that link. Click that link, right? Because the short stream is going to end. If you're watching on verticals, that is going to end. This stream will continue though, and we're going to be doing at least another hour of content.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Look at that. These are my notifications are just blowing the fuck up, chat. Again, thank you to everybody, especially the haters. Especially the haters. You are growing my channel in a way that you can't imagine. All right, so let me read off.
But now there are freaking communist invading.
Oh my gosh, chat. Do you know that we only have super chats from Thomas Jerome Newton, and I don't know if
up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I don't know if they're still in the stream. Either way, thank you for the super chats, Thomas Jerome Newton.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Literally the only person to to donate during that whole thing. But again, like I said, chat, I wasn't concentrating on donations. I would love to be able to let it just go like wild and just count on the fact of like I'm gonna.
Up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
But yeah, this has definitely shown me that if I don't say anything about the dono goal, that I don't get paid. So, yo. All right, Thomas Jerome Newton says FDR and JFK popped up when your country was close to a revolution. That is true.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That is true. You tend to get like liberal candidates that do more in terms of a social safety net.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
They get called communists. They get called socialists.
Because it was so peaceful up here.
Damn.
There are freaking communist invading radicals.
But what they're doing is they're saving capitalism. That's FDR. FDR.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists.
FDR did the New Deal to try to save capitalism from itself because capitalism was crashing. He ended up having to nominate
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
somebody who's pretty close to socialism for his vice president, and he almost got a coup against him from the business plot, right?
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Freaking communist invading radicals. God damn. This is how much we're popping off today, chat. But yeah, you're right, Thomas Jerome Newton.
But now there are freaking communist invading.
All right, I got another super chat from Thomas Jerome Newton. Guy needs a New York, Brooklyn traffic jam argument.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Okay, so here's another super chat from Thomas Jerome Newton. Like annexing East Jerusalem didn't do anything. Yeah. So this is what Trump did that contributed to the conflict, that contributed to the what's going on right now in Israel, that contributed to October 7th, right? This is shit that Trump did. Thomas Jerome Newton also says,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You'd only invest in the top of the hour ad break. I mean, that's the best deal going, right? The top of the hour ad break, which we're 5 minutes from. I'm talking about Twitch when I say top of the hour ad break. YouTube, you don't have to worry about this. Twitch, you do. Because Twitch,
but now there are freaking
God damn. At the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That is an ad break that you can skip
was so peaceful up here
by getting a sub.
Communist invading radicals.
If you subscribe to my channel, you will no longer see that. You can get that sub for $6 or for free by using a Twitch Prime sub.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
You could also possibly be given a sub, but that sort of thing is more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. So be active in the chat.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
All right, Izzy Sanchez, thank you for the 99-cent super sticker 100. Keeping it 100. Izzy Sanchez, keeping it 100. I appreciate you, and I appreciate that. Tommy Boyo says, a bit short this month, but happy to toss this your way instead of eating Burger King. Well, I mean, you got to get your Burger King, right? You sometimes you just need a...
But now there are freaking communist.
Sometimes you just need a Burger King, right? And I don't want you to skimp on Burger King. I do appreciate the $5 super chat.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Again, if you're the kind of person that's like deciding between eating Burger King and paying your streamer, eat Burger King, okay? And just leave a like, because those likes help out a lot. There's a lot that you can do that helps out the stream.
Up here, but now there are freaking
all of you are subscribing right now. These are like literally all subscribers. Every time it's saying communist invading radicals, it's saying that somebody subscribed to my channel. So that it actually holds, right? It actually I did put that on pause, and it comes out as soon as this is how hard the channel's popping off right now. Right? From just covering Trump's press conference. Shorts is still going. What do you want to do? Yeah, we're trying to get everybody in. All right, Shorts.
But now
there's still 400 of you over here. I am spamming a link at you. I want you to click this link, okay? You can come over here. We're going to continue here. I'm about to end the stream here. I'm about to end the stream. All right? But if you want to, you can come over and get more content with us.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
We're at 23% of the dono goal. I don't know, chat. I have a weird feeling.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Look, I'll stop the communist invading radicals as soon as we hit 100% of the dono goal.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That will take exactly $77 to do. Okay, that can be done through super chats. That can be done through super stickers.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
That can be done through memberships, getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships to others.
Super chatted $5. A bit short this month, but happy to toss this your way instead of eating Burger King.
Again, make sure to eat your Burger King. God damn. Look at this.
Communist invading radicals.
But yeah, we gotta figure out a way to rework this. I'm thinking about maybe implementing Sunday's way.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Have you seen the polls? Yes, I have seen the polls rework. The polls are looking good for Kamala.
So peaceful up here. But now there are freaking communist
The
invading.
rework asks what humiliation? That is the Chinese century of humiliation. Right? They just got kind of used and abused by like literally everybody. It's not just the US, it's not just the UK, it's not just like, you know, like Russia, you know, just everybody fucked over, or at least China feels like this. Like they feel like they got fucked over for a century. They lost a bunch of land, right? When they talk about the century of humiliation, that's what they're talking about. And that's why they feel like they have the right to maybe annex the eastern part of Russia. They would like to take that back. They would like to annex that, and they would like to exploit those resources, right? Just Julie with the Twitch Prime resubscribe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Exclusive NCC Impossible Whopper sponsorship. What's in the Impossible Whopper, Shaxby? That puts us up to 26%. Okay, so there we go. Did I read all? I think I read all the donos, and we finally listened to all of the, all of those communist invading radicals. That's a stream alert. I should probably shorten that too, right? Because I feel like it's a bit much. I feel like we just need a sound. We just need a little bong, or not even bong, like a nice, cool, groovy sound to happen whenever somebody subscribes, because we're going to be getting a lot of subscribers. And I don't want to hear communists invading radicals. It gets a little tiring. Do you think it gets a little tiring? Do you think it's a bit much? I feel like it's a bit much. I feel like the communists invading radicals, like ad nauseum for 500 iterations, is a bit much. Anyway, Shorts chat, I'm spamming the link to you. Follow that link, click on that link, go to the other stream, because this stream's going to end. This stream's going to end. We're going to keep going on Shorts again, and maybe we can even hit that dono goal, right? I have every bit of faith that somebody or some people out there can make that dono goal a thing. But I appreciate the Just Julie for the resubscribing with Prime. That's one way to get out of the top of the hour ad break for free, actually. It costs you nothing, and it puts a little bit of money in my pocket. I appreciate it greatly. It's not vegan. They use the same grease from the normal burgers. It's vegetarian at best. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not even vegetarian if you're talking about like burger grease, but I would like to see China take back its land. That will force Putin to act. Yeah, like Russia's really weak, and partly because of their failed invasion of Ukraine, which is going really badly, right? Look, chat, when Russia saw what was going on, that the invasion of Ukraine, when you look in Soviet Russia, Ukraine invades you, and you end up as Vladimir Putin saying,
"This is going bad.
This is going bad.
Going bad.
This is going real bad." You realize you made some kind of a
Dingus Gambit,
and it's not going well for you. Neither the real Dingus Gambit nor the Dingus Gambit in Ukraine is going well. So yeah, like here comes the little contributions, and those mean a lot. Like, right? Speedrunner says, "Thanks for the show, just chipping in." That is getting us up. You're not just chipping in. You're actually 228. No, 28. You're getting us up to 28% of the dono goal. That means, chat, that we got 72% to go. And we very well may hit that dono goal yet. Like I said, we're going to switch gears, and we're going to do some content. We're going to talk about President Sunday again. Here, let me put this in here, and I'm going to pin this, all right? I'm going to pin this. I already pinned my Patreon. My Patreon's there in the description, along with a million different ways that you can donate, a million different ways that you can contribute and help keep this stream going and become a part of the community, and even support things like videos through donating on my throne, right? That's all on there. What are you? I am banning you, Kevin Sage. I don't know what kind of weird comment that is, but I don't want to stick around to find out. Chairman Dingus. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Chairman Dingus. But yeah, right now I'm going to switch the pinned message to, there we go. Now the pinned message is the link that you got to click if you want to stay on the stream with us, because we're about to end Shorts. Shorts is going to end if you're listening to me on Shorts. If you're watching me in vertical, right, this is about to end. But if you hit this button, or if you hit this link, you will be transported to a magical world where the stream continues. Right, but it's really nice to get all the MAGAs banned. Not all the MAGAs, right? If a MAGA wants to come in and talk to us, that's fine. But if they just want to come in and spam MAGA or say weird shit to me, or post Trump 2024, like, I'm not really in, that's not a conversation. But yeah, we get to, I bet you're hungry? Are you going to feed me, Kevin Anderson? What are you talking about? Anyway, limited amount of time to, there's the goal. I'm going to end this stream, okay? So I've given you plenty of time. There's like still 450 people watching there. Just know that if the stream ends all of a sudden and you're like, where'd the stream go? Look for the button in the pinned and click that, and you'll be good, and you'll get to continue on the stream. So come on over if you're not there already. Until then, I'm going to end this stream, and I'm going to continue over on the full-scale stream. So come and join us if you want to, and we're going to talk about some commentary shit. You're here from Trump 2028, says Lyle Davis. Wow. Keeping the dream alive. Do you realize he'll be 84? I think that's a joke. I don't know if that person's serious. I think that person is kidding. Again, the stream is not about weird little questions about me, weird little random questions that you feel it necessary to ask, right? We're talking about politics here, but we're about to be talking about some commentary shit. So if you want to come over and see what we got cooking in terms of drama, because we got some drama cooking. We got some drama cooking. The drama is cooking. Let them cook. And they are going to be cooking. Sunday and Tyler are going to be cooking. We're going to catch a little whiff of that. Yo!
But now they're a freaking communist.
Trump 3098. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Anyway, I'm going to end the short stream right now. Just make sure to come up over and join us if you want to. You got the link. I spammed it a million times. I'll spam it again.